Hi, I'm Sharice Scott, CEO and founder of Sister Reach. Thank you so much for joining us for this very first Faith, Advocacy, and Religion Symposium. We hope that you have a wonderful day of learning and building together, and we appreciate you attending this symposium. Have a beautiful day. We've brought together an incredibly impressive group of renowned religious scholars, laity, social justice activists, community and civic representatives, as well as interfaith leadership. This is a world-class assembly, and we couldn't be prouder to have them join us here today. Our goal? To advance knowledge, discuss important social justice issues, and mobilize both advocates and religious leadership to work together to advance human rights at the intersection of our interfaith and religious practices. Our topics today: reproductive justice, racial justice, LGBTQIA+ justice, religious refusals, healthcare in the Black church, and criminal justice reform. It's sure to be an incredible day of education, encouragement, and empowerment. On behalf of everyone at Sister Reach, thank you so much for joining us for this special event. Now it is my pleasure to welcome one of gospel music's most wonderful artists. Give it up right now for Lisa Knowles and the Brown Singers.
I need you to do me a favor and just point and say, I'm going up, 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 up. I feel myself going up. Come on. We're going from here. I've been down long enough. Another level, a new season. Only way. We're going from here. I've been down long enough. Another level, a new season. Only way. Yeah, we're going. Is it anybody going with me? I've been down long enough. I've been at the bottom long enough. I've been down long enough. I've been crying too long. I've been worried too long. I've been stressed too long. Been sick too long. Been down too long. I'm going. I can see it in the spirit. Hey, my finances are going. I see my family. We're all going. I've been down long. Been down long. Been down long. Been down long. Been down. Been sick. Been stressed. Been worried. It's over now. It's over now. I decree and declare. I'm going. Are you going? Are you going? We gotta go. I'm going. I'm going. Yeah.
You are muted.
Thank you for joining us for the Reproductive Justice panel of the Faith, Advocacy, and Religion Symposium. I'm Reverend Kenyatta Chinwe, Faith Advocacy Coordinator for Sister Song. And today we have as panelists Billy Avery, founder of the Black Women's Health Imperative, Dr. Tony Bond, a founding mother of reproductive justice and founder of Interfaith Voices for Reproductive Justice, Reverend Sharice Scott, founder and CEO of Sister Reach, and Reverend Naomi Washington Liebhart, Director of Faith-Based and Interfaith Affairs at the Mayor's Office of Public Engagement. To read more about the panelists and their work, visit the Hay Summit link in the comments section. We are here to talk about what reproductive justice is, to educate, and to inspire through this amazing framework. So, in honor of the founding pioneers of the Black women's health movement and paying homage to the legacy that laid the foundation for the reproductive justice movement, I'd like to read an interview exchange between Loretta Ross, one of the reproductive justice founding mothers, and our beloved Billy Avery. Loretta Ross. Well, I would argue that the National Women's Health Network changed the whole health consumer movement in this country. Billy Avery. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Loretta Ross. Where people started being aggressive about taking charge of their own health care and wresting sole control from the medical establishment. In that same way, I would suggest that the National Black Women's Health Project married real personal empowerment to healthcare because it wasn't enough to have the information. You have to feel empowered to take action on that information. So, our first question goes to you, Billy Avery. As a pioneer of the Black women's health movement, can you share more about the foundation of the work you wanted to achieve?
Yes, and good morning, everyone. And I'm honored to be among your presence. I always deem it an honor when I can sit and talk with my sisters. When we started doing this work in the 1970s down in Gainesville, Florida, we opened up the Gainesville Women's Health Clinic, abortion clinic, and Well Woman Center. I was shocked at the number of Black women who came in to get abortions. While we were 20% of the population, over 50% were Black women. I became quite concerned because in Gainesville, truthfully, I was the only Black woman talking and speaking out about abortion. And I knew that in order for us to get the full picture, we had to get other Black women comfortable with talking about making the choices around abortion. And at that time, I didn't know all of the intersectionality and all of the things we needed to be looking at because I hadn't talked to Black women about it. I mean, it wasn't spoken in my household. And quite frankly, when I started working on abortions, I started worrying about my mama because I didn't know my mama was going to approve of me doing this work. And she actually did not. She didn't try to stop me, but she didn't support me until many, many years later when she came around. So there was this deafening silence in the Black community around abortion. Nobody said the word, nobody talked about it, and people just got abortions and said it was their private business. But I knew that advocacy had to be a way to make it happen, to break the conspiracy of silence, and for Black women to come together and talk about the realities of their lives so we could understand all of the dynamics and all of the things that played into the decision to make to have an abortion, that it wasn't just about what they thought, throwing away babies. You got pregnant and you didn't want the baby. It was much more complicated than that. And so my goal in the beginning was just to be able to bring Black women together so we could talk about this. I knew I didn't know the answers, but I knew that if I got my sisters together, we took our shoes off, felt comfortable talking with each other, learned how to trust each other, we would come up with a way to approach the issue. So that's where it was in the 1970s. And then in the 80s, with the National Black Women's Health Project, through our self-help movement, we got women to really talk about all of the factors that affected their lives, not only abortion, but all other reproductive issues and sexual abuse and domestic violence and not feeling good enough and not feeling put upon, and all of those things that weigh into the decisions that we make.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for the foundational work that you did. Because of your work, we who are now doing this work, those of us severely your juniors, get to do it in a way that is expansive because of the foundational work that you did. So thank you so much.
I was chosen to do it. It was a calling. I was scared all the time and still scared. So, you just do it.
I understand. So the term coined in Chicago in 1994 by 12 Black women, reproductive justice, was created to center the lived experiences of Black women around issues of reproductive and sexual health. On this panel today, we have one of the founding mothers of reproductive justice, the amazing Dr. Tony Bond. Dr. Bond, in listening to Billy, please share with us more about the reproductive justice movement's foundation and the evolution of the framework.
Certainly. First, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this amazing panel. It's always great to be in the company of my sisters. And Billy, I think this is the first time we've been on a panel together. So
Wasn't that something?
I'm slightly intimidated, but happy to be here. Indeed, those of us who came together to coin the term and begin to craft the framework of reproductive justice certainly stand on the shoulders of the work that you did, Billy. What folks don't often realize is that the work came before the theory. We like with the Black women's health movement that you started. The work came before even beginning to write down what the theory was of the Black women's health movement. And so likewise, the same thing happened with creating reproductive justice. We found ourselves in Chicago at that conference where they were talking about universal health care reform. The Clinton administration sent their representative to present this plan that didn't include anything about reproductive and sexual health. And we were both incensed and I think motivated and called to do what Black women oftentimes do, which is to not only move into action, but act out of our sense of or our understanding of resistance. And so we came together and decided that this cannot be the direction that our country was really going to go in, to pass a plan for universal health care reform that didn't include anything about reproductive and sexual health. And so we understood that if that happened, if we stood in the background and allowed that to happen, that the country was on the precipice of doing great harm to not just Black women, but Black Indigenous people of color, the LGBT plus community. So we understood the importance of the moment that we were in, much like the moment of the beginning of the Black women's health movement.
Thank you so much for that brief history. And it is amazing to, I shouldn't even say it's amazing because I guess it's on brand, but it's amazing to think that that there would be a plan for healthcare that did not include the healthcare of women, basically, and people who can birth. It just is astounding that would have even been proposed. But like I said, it's pretty on brand when you think about it. So our next question is actually for all of our panelists, and whoever wants to jump in first can do that. What is the role of the Black church in this post-Roe world, in this post-Roe movement? And whoever wants to start first can.
I'm happy to jump in there. And good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to have everybody with us today, and for all who are viewing in, so excited and for all that today will bring. I think that, two things lift for me is first is to edify, to build, right? That this is a moment where I think in our country that we're feeling a little exhausted, a bit overwhelmed with the political climate over the last, since 2016. Just thinking about what is happening, not just on the national level, but what's even happening on a local level. We have so much happening here in Memphis. So much death, so much happening with poverty, so much happening with disparity. I think that, and we're still in the midst of a pandemic, thus the reason that we're even holding this in a virtual manner, that this is an amazing opportunity, I think, for our communities of faith and religion to use this as an opportunity, right, to build the body, to build the church, to build the individuals who make the church what it is. We are the church, right? I think the other thing, just, in relation to this panel, that this is the moment to honor the sacredness of women and our bodies, and the sacredness of people who can give birth. I think that we, what we've seen with this kind of large voice of, definitely what I would call Christian nationalism, is to demonize us, is to separate us, is to, de-sanctify us, right? To make us, nothing more than a host of not, of the children that we may or may not bring into the world. But this is an opportunity for us to reclaim, and for the church to take a very deep leadership and intentional leadership role in ensuring that the women that sit in the pews, the people who become pregnant in those pews, right, the girls, the little girls, as well as the grown women, those who are pregnant because they wanted to be, those who were pregnant because they were forced to be, those who were pregnant. Those who cannot get pregnant, right? Let's just be very clear that everybody, that our bodies are sacred, and that we have a larger community of love and support that is willing to embrace us, that is willing to support us, that is willing to encourage us, and even in this moment to stand for us, right? And I think it's important, the work that we do at Sister Reach isn't everybody's church. It's very specifically the Black church, the Black Christian church, right? A church that is not just our worship, but our race, right? So for us, what does it look like for Black women to get support from people who look like us, right? What is it like for us, who are many of us who are the heads of our households, whether we want to be or not, to get support from those who we lean to for support and for guidance, to get some type of support in this moment, in a moment that is so not about us, right? To be quite honest, right? But has used us to get to this moment, right? And then has now discarded of us, and is trying to figure out ways to continue to control our population, our birth, our decision making, our bodily autonomy. This is the moment to lift us, right? And to affirm us in this moment around our sacredness, our purpose, right? That everything about this body is good. Everything about this mind, this spirit, is something that is not looked down upon by the divine, right? But something that is honored, that is centered, right? So those are things that are lifting for me.
I'll just chime in here. Good morning, everybody. I'm so grateful to be in this conversation. I think implicit in what Reverend Sharice was saying is the fact that the Black church has not always been, and I dare say still ain't, on the right side of this conversation, on the right side of history here, that the Black church has contributed to the narrative, um, a disdain, a contempt for women's bodies. The Black church has shamed us, has silenced us. And so, one role that I think is ongoing is the role of repentance and confession, right? To actually name that the Black church has been a part of the problem. That without the sanction of the Black church, I'm not sure that the political agents who mean to um, kill us, frankly, as it relates to reproductive freedom and reproductive justice, would not have been able to do what they've been able to do for decades. Um, Whether the Black church has been vocally in support of the shaming and blaming of Black women, or has sat by in silence while this fight was going on. The Black church is responsible and must be accountable then to the movement, accountable to my aunties and elders in this movement. So that's one thing. I would like to see a little bit more humility. I would like to see um, some ritual and liturgy around the ways in which we need to turn into our neighbors left and right every week. Turn to the women, turn to the girls who sit next to you on the pew, and confess your sin, right? Of neglect, of shame, of blame. So I think that that's one role that we can play, and I'm using that religious language of confession and repentance very deliberately. We know how to do that. We certainly know how to tell other people to do that. So we need to do that as a first matter, and then I think along with that, as Reverend Cherie said, there are many opportunities that need to be leveraged right now. Um, I'm thinking about the season of Advent is coming up, and everybody and their mama is going to be talking about Mary and Mary, did you know, and what, right? This Christian theology is by default incarnational, right?
Yes.
You can't talk about the introduction of the divine into the human sphere without talking about bodies, right? And so this is an opportunity to proclaim from the pulpit, to engage in Bible studies that bring us back to those foundational ideas of our faith, that that the holy comes through the body, right? And that, so therefore, how dare we marginalize and neglect and silence bodies in our midst? We are silencing the divine. We are neglecting the divine. So I think, you know, real time, I want to see some Advent studies. I want to see some Christmas studies. I want to see some Epiphany studies, right? That are directly connected to the struggle for reproductive justice, period. That's what I want to see because it's right there in the text. So I think we got to confess, and then we got to get to work adapting our liturgies and our worship practices to meet the demand of this conversation.
Before you step in, Dr. Bond, I both Reverend Sharice and Reverend Naomi, this concept of the sacredness of women's bodies really struck a chord with me, and so I want to kind of impose a B part to this question before Dr. Bond answers. As someone who grew up Pentecostal and queer and a woman, I experienced an inherent disdain for just the person of who I am, and I don't think that it was purposeful as much as it was indoctrination. And so, how do we deal with the decades, dare I say, almost century of indoctrination around uh, Black bodies, Black women bodies, and queer bodies in our Black churches as we embrace this role of um, uplifting the inherent sacredness of those bodies?
I'm going to actually say that it was purposeful, because the harm that happened to the Black church when we were, or our understanding of the sacredness of our bodies, happened during slavery. So this effort to instill with us, right, even in our sense of religiosity and what we believe, was the work to have us think that our bodies were not sacred, to have us think that our bodies were not in the form and created by the divine. So there's still, I agree with everything you all are saying, because you're talking about we need a Sankofa moment in the Black church.
How about that?
But in addition to the confession, we almost need a moment of reparations in the Black church, Because along with the confession, I think Black women and pregnant capable people need an apology. We need an apology. We can't have full healing
Mm.
if we don't also acknowledge the harm and talk about how that harm needs to get fixed. That's a process of, if we think about what happened in South Africa, a process of truth and reconciliation.
Mm.
So the work needs to be fuller for the Black because it is owing to the blood, sweat, tears, labor, and money of
Mm.
Black women that the Black church has survived and continues to thrive. So we need more.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
to even say what you're saying, Dr. Bond, like not only that there is a knowing extraction of our gifts and our talents, both Black women and queer folks, without a real acknowledgement of our full humanity.
I would just like to say I applaud you all for being willing to call the church on its hypocrisy. I left the Black church in the 70s. I just could not stand it any longer. And once I became aware, I could not stand up there and listen to these preachers who on the side would ask me, where can the women go get abortion? When they won't even talk about it. And also that the church is made up of women. And I know you all are organizing those women. We are the Black church. So,
That's
first
right.
of all, Black women got to come together and start forgiving each other and stop
Mm.
all this crazy talk around what happens when they know what the reality of lives are. Uh, just before COVID, we were in Ghana and we went to one of the slave castles. And one of the things I learned while they would have 200 people stuffed into a 10 by 10 room, they upstairs worshiping God right over the top of enslaved people. So, yeah, you got to understand the degradation of the Black body to white supremacy, to the whole development of white supremacy. It would not be happening if they didn't have Black bodies to denigrate and to make us feel that we are nothing. One of the things that gave me courage to go speak at Black churches in the 70s and the 80s, that when I learned that most of the abortions were gotten by Black women, I knew that whatever congregation I was standing in, that half of those women in there had abortions. And
Mm-hmm.
when they come around after the talk to shake your hand, they all thanking me for talking about incest and rape and abortion, that nobody had ever spoken out loud about that. So I am so glad to see all of you all being willing to challenge that. And yes, we do need services for forgiveness. And women need to own up to the reality of the world that we live in. And there are many ways to kill a Black body. There are many ways to kill Black women's bodies. And I know you're going to have a whole session on religious refusal and all of the role of the Catholic Church and all of that kind of thing. But, I'm glad to hear that we're going to do it. And it has to really be on the individual level. So within these churches need groups, just like the Missionary Society and all them people, where they come together and help the sisters disconnect from all this stuff that we've been taught throughout the years. There's no shortcut through to it. People got to sit down and deal with their lives and the realities of their lives. And the church has been such a roadblock, but it's also can be a path. And we just need to get it on that path. And the Black women just need to stand up and be in charge. Because
Mm-hmm.
you're right. The Black church is supported by Black women. The money, their time, their energy, their love, it belongs to us. And I'm glad to see y'all claiming it.
When I think about this the healing that needs to happen, what you're talking about, Billy, and I'm thinking about utilizing modes of healing through, for instance, self-help,
Mhm.
utilizing self-help model. My dissertation research, I collected the oral, reproductive, and sexual health narratives of Black Christian women. And I got to
Mhm.
tell you, those stories were heart and gut wrenching to
Yes.
hear the harm that they had experienced being
Mhm.
asked to church,
Mhm.
being made to come in front of the church when they were
Mhm.
teenagers and confess the sin of becoming pregnant or
Mm.
confess having premarital sex and having abortions. And to this day, some of the women still say they feel like
Mhm.
they have disappointed God,
Mhm. Right.
right? So we profess that we are healing people's spirit, that we are leading them to salvation,
Mhm.
have not went back and dealt with the harm that they have experienced
Right.
and do have some sort of reparation slash truth and reconciliation process
Mhm.
with Black
Mhm.
women and by extension the entire Black community can heal.
And that's
Thank
exactly
you.
where
Thank
I was going with it though, because I was like, I was thinking about the self-help piece, and one of the things that we teach in our faith and advocacy training is this kind of standing in the stories, which was really informed by that self-help model and sharing what we call today testimony service, what we know, right? But testimony service in a very controlled and intentional way, right? That allows people to share not just their pain, but their triumph, right? Because we overcome, right, by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony. So, it is, if that's the case, then there's already a framework in place that's already in our churches. Right. And one of the things that we worked really hard to do is to work with ministry leaders to curate that space as a brave, can't necessarily always call it safe, but we can call it a brave space for folks to be able to share, So that's what I'm saying. Like we are innately doing this work already. It was already a part of who we were. It was already a part of how we've been able to heal. It's already been a way that we've been able to vent and get it off of our chest. So I appreciate that. And that just kind of just affirms me in knowing that we're on the right path, right? And how we're working with folks, and how we're working with clergy, how we're working with Black women, how we're working with people. Yeah.
Amen. And I'm really glad that you brought up your work, Dr. Tony, because I was literally thinking about that as Billy was talking, that how grateful I am for the work that you are doing and collecting the stories of Black churched women and finding through your work ways to empower the masses of Black women who are sitting in pews, who are not necessarily getting their needs met from across the pulpit. So the next question, I want you to start, Dr. Tony, and then everybody can chime in. But the next question is, what should the role of religious education be right now in this moment?
I said, whew, Reverend Naomi, you can help me out on this one. So, the role of religious education, likewise, we need to have some serious conversation in the religious academy around what is taught in seminaries. More times than not, people don't get education about human sexuality. And if they do, it isn't necessarily through a justice lens,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so there's more work that needs to be done in the religious academy to have this conversation about how pastors and clergy and chaplains are trained and are able to hold space with people and provide pastoral care with people around issues of reproductive and sexual health. And we also need to continue that conversation in the associations that many of us belong to in the religious academy. So, like places like the American Academy of Religion and the Society for Christian Ethics, we need to bring those conversations in. But we need to be putting pressure on the educational institutions that are training um, many of our religious leaders. Now, that being said, there are a number of religious leaders who don't go that route, the academic route. So we have to figure out what are the modes of religious education they are obtaining, receiving, and how do we begin to make some headway in those areas, which I think will be much more difficult.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to chime in on this question?
I want to chime in that we can't leave the men.
Um,
And they got to talk. They've got to deal with the realities of their lives
Yep.
because they got to get their foot off of women's necks, and they got to learn that they can talk. They got a story to tell. They can tell their stories, and they need to look how they are similarly damaged by this because all of them came from women. You
That
know.
part. That's the part right there. That's
That's
it.
it right there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so and so the thing that we did not do in the Black Women's Health Project was work with men. We did do a little bit of work with them, but the little bit of work we did down in Atlanta, they got some horrible stories to tell. And they are sitting on those stories. And unless they get those stories out of them, they then will learn the value of women getting their stories out. We're not waiting on them to do it. I'm just saying this will help them be better men, help them be reproductive justice conscious men. But we got to create that entity because it's not there. I was telling a friend of mine who's visiting that I was doing this program this morning, and she was saying when her nephew became a minister, the minister told her, "Oh, now you can get all the nookie you want." Well, we can't have that kind of talk being passed around and it being all right. So that's the level we have to go down underneath the clothes and get into those real areas. That's anyway. I'm gonna stop there. Y'all got my point.
ooh, Mama said underneath the clothes. I was that. Yes. I have a sticker right here on my laptop where my hands will go when I type, so that I always remember this. The task of teachers, this quote says, is to give to the people the intellectual means to revolt. I don't ever want to forget as an educator that my task is to equip learners, us, the community, to revolt. Right. And I think that religious education has gone the way of public education in that it has become a tool of compliance, a tool to force people to be compliant, force people to conform to a certain kind of norm that was determined by somebody who is not us. Right. And so religious education has to define itself in this way. We are giving people the spiritual, the moral, the ethical, and intellectual tools to revolt against all systems that would take us out of here. Right? We not just, I grew up in a congregation where I got a whole lot of religious education. I knew the Bible backwards and forwards. I could say to you the books of the Bible in order, backwards and forward, all of this, right? I got facts and figures, right? I could tell you, but that theology, those hermeneutics, those interpretations of the biblical text did not serve me in my daily life. I could not employ them as tools
Mm-hmm.
to be free,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
revolution is really just about freedom, being free.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that our churches need to take on that mantle. Your Sunday school program is not simply about opening up the brains of your children and pouring in
The
Action
Beatitudes.
figures, right? You know what John 3:16 says? Well, so what? Are you living right? Right? Are you free? So we need to see religious education, church school,
Mm-hmm.
as a training ground for the revolution. Period, point blank, right? And if that means you need to kind of do some cleaning, bless people, do some appreciation for the folk that you done had teaching for 52 years and whatever. Love on them, appreciate them. And if they are not ready or able or willing to train up the next generation of rebellious Christians who believe that bodies are the very vessel of the holy, then we got to do some changing of the guard,
Yeah.
right? And so I think as everybody has said, we have to see religious education in a different way so that we then produce different kinds of scholarship, different kinds of curricula, right? I think we just need to keep that in mind. We're not here just to, you know, give people the insurance policy they need for the hereafter. That's
Mm-hmm.
not what we're here to do, right? This has to have some material value for people's lives. And
Right
if
now.
the Sunday school program, the VBS program, the Bible study curriculum ain't doing it, then it needs to be replaced.
Ashe. And amen. Reverend Sharice, did you have anything to add before we went to our next
No,
question?
this is wonderful. I'm just excited about what Billy lifted up about the men. I think that's for me. That's where we are. I first started Sister Reach. I said Sister Reach, Brother Reach, Family Reach, and the Brother Reach piece for me is the piece that is just the most lacking piece of this conversation. I'm not living in a world full of women, and I'm raising a man. I am raising a Black boy who will be 20 years old on Sunday, whose voice, whose story, whose understanding, whose reproductive justice story is just as important as my own. I wouldn't even be doing this work without him. It's because of him that I am doing this work. So, I'm just very thankful that, that it is our elder who lifts this up, right? Who is like, I'm not seeing this and this is what I need to see. Again, affirming that I'm on the right path, period. And it's so crazy because we've been having conversations with brothers, and I mean, just very informal, like, what do you feel about what's going on in the community right now? Like, how do you feel about abortion? Like, what do you think about maternal health? How, what was your experience with your wife or your girlfriend when she was having y'all's baby? And we are hearing some very rich information from them, right? Information. And let's be clear, I think that white men would not be going so hard with us if our brothers were more vocal. We have to have that happening right now.
Yeah.
And my thing is, if the role of our brothers is, okay, I want to honor the fact that you want to be my protector, then push back. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to see this happen in real time, and I want to hear, one of the brothers who've done some painting in my house, was talking about some of his experiences. My father, right? You know what I'm saying? My grandfather, just thinking about, the different, that these groups even that Billy was talking about, it's so important for the brothers to have these conversations as well. Right, that there is some healing, and there is some, and I think that we will see this really important bridge of advocacy. That the dismantling of our families is not only intentional, but that it is spiritual wickedness, right? And that we've got to take a different type of way, or a different approach, and how we're pushing back, and we can do that, right? That's the next step for me. For us here at Sister Reach is figuring out, which is why I'm super excited about, our work being in Chicago, because I know brothers there who are hardcore about standing for the Black woman, who are not afraid to stand tall and firm for Black women, and being able to sit and be in community with them, as well. And brothers like, here in Memphis, like my brother Earl Fisher, Reverend Dr. Earl Fisher, he'll be on here later on today. That brother stood with us when the pro-lifers came and erected billboards in Memphis, trying to place a wedge between brothers and sisters, Black women and men, talking, about our babies and our children. For him to say boldly that it is not my place to dictate to my wife. It is not my role to tell these women how to govern their bodies, that I came from these women. That was one of the most powerful things that happened in the work that we were able to accomplish and get those billboards down here in Memphis. It was because of our brothers standing with us. We cannot do this without them. I just don't even think that. And so then that means that we got to deal with kind of internally in our movement spaces, right? And I'm not trying to negate the harm pieces, because we recognize where there is harm in our churches, outside of our churches, but we also have to kind of deal with the misandry components of this, right? Again, I can't do this work and as an affront. It is like, I can't throw away my baby. I can't throw my son away to do this work. I won't throw my son away to do this work. We got to deal with the misandry component to that has kept us. That's not even our thing, right? We got to think about, whose anger have we adopted here? You know what I'm saying? Whose venom are we holding right now? Right? And this is not me fighting. I'm not fighting white men, and I'm not going to fight my dad. I'm not going to fight my brother in this conversation. So yeah, I'm just hyped. This is hyping me up. I'm so excited about where this conversation is going.
I absolutely agree too. In that that is just not our way as African people. We have always been about a right relationship between masculine and feminine. It is not.
Period.
And so it is important that we find ways to bring our brothers into this, because bodily autonomy is all of our birthright. It's not, like that. It's for all of us, So the next two questions we kind of already asked. So I'm going to skip. We kind of already answered in our other answers. So I'm going to skip ahead. And so this question is just directly for our beloved Billy Avery. As an elder, what do you think of justice work that is happening now as compared to what we should be doing? Where can we improve in our approaches, and are we on the right road to justice? And I think you kind of touched on that, but give us a little.
The fact that we're on the road at all means it's the right road. So, and I say to people, it's not a two-way highway, it's a super highway. So we need to have a lot of people on this road. So the work we are talking about doing among ourselves and doing with our brothers need to be done really with the whole population, but we can't take all that on. But let's just take on what we can take on, which is changing ourselves. One thing that I am so proud of, I am so proud of Black women. I'm proud of Black women all over this country. The Black women, we pretty much got our heads together around a lot of things. We still got to work out the money piece so that we ain't so broke and poor all the time. And a lot of that is due to structural racism. A lot of this other stuff is due to structural racism. But the stuff that we can do inside of ourselves, and knowing and claiming how wonderful and powerful we are. Look at the whole political scene. I mean, we carrying that sucker right now. We carrying the democracy, actually. Mm-hmm. So I am proud of Black women in the work that we're doing. Yeah, that is real good. Now, where it's not happening, it's not so much with us. But it's like I was speaking to a group of white people the other day, and I said, y'all got to stop hiding behind your whiteness.
That's right.
You got to come out from behind that and look at the ways in which you're also oppressed in all of the things that happen. White women are shocked that they don't have, Roe v. Wade, because, who's going to take anything away from folks who got all the privilege in the world? But you got to understand that there's a vulnerability among all of us. And that we all got to get on the road together. Like Loretta says, we don't all have to believe the same thing. We just need to be going in the same direction.
Yeah.
And that's what we got to do, is get folks going in the direction. And no matter how you talk about reproductive justice, choice to everything, everybody wants to be in control of themselves. And that's a point you can unite people around. Nobody wants anybody taking any rights away from them, no matter what it is, whether it's a gun, whether it's access to abortion, whether it's whatever. People want to hold on to their rights. So the rights argument, taking away the rights, is a good organizing tool, as well as being able to control your body. And the last thing is the hardest part, the white men. The white men who are like just sitting up there, and that's where these white women need to get involved and confront their own men and deal with the people they sleeping with, most of them, and really be a whole. I'm back to under the covers. It all kind of start there. You start dealing at the hey, it's an important tool. It worked in the past a long time ago when women start withholding, the men came around. And I'm saying to women, we got to use all the strategies that we can have. But the white men haven't told their stories. The reason they can come up with some of these stupid rules and stupid laws is that there has been no self-examination. So you see what I'm saying? Is we can't change one segment of this population this world we live in without the others. It's really got to be changed in the consciousness of everybody. And we don't have to do that. But we need to find the people over here who can work with this population, and they need to get going. That's why I like reevaluation counseling, because reevaluation counseling, which was what you all know, our self-help model was based on reevaluation counseling, is that they work with every stripe that there is. Some of the stripes they invented. I mean, they found people who had whatever. The first time I ever heard about all of this anti-fat stuff came through reevaluation counseling, and too skinny stuff, So I'm saying I know this is hard, but the only way this whole society can be beneficial to all of us is that all the components have to change. So whenever you get a chance to speak to these other components, speak to them in this way. You can't hide behind your privilege. You can't hide behind your skin. You can't hide behind anything, because they're going to take your rights away. They're going to take your control away. And everybody wants to be in control of themselves. No matter what they're doing, they want to be in control. So it's hard. It's really hard. And, I don't know that I'll live to see the change, but I know the change won't happen unless we start now, so that our grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren can create a world that they all want to live in, and everybody has got good. Everybody deserves to have a warm, created, zestful, loving life. We deserve to have that just by dint of birth. You don't have to do anything. Just the fact that you were born on this earth, that is what your legacy is, and that's what you deserve to have.
Thank you so much, Billy Avery. That was actually so very rich and so very inspiring. I can't even. I'm not even going to take the time to comment on the way that I want to. Because I do have one question that we got from the microsite that I want to try to get you all to answer before our time is up. So we have a question from Shonda. She says, "How do we get Black churches to engage in conversations like this in their local assemblies, especially in light of the threats to maternal health created by the Dobbs decision?" And anybody who wants to chime in can.
I would just say one of the ways that we have tried to do this with our kind of standing in the story space, right? I think first of all, I think what's really important, I also want to lift into this moment, is it's also very important, as much as we want to make sure that there are folks with the spiritual knowledge and theological understanding, that the experts that do this type of work be among folks in these types of conversations, right? If we're talking about Black maternal health, then it would be, let's be mindful about the ways that we engage birth workers, right? Or midwives, doulas, OBGYNs, and this is the deal. All of them are already a part of our churches, right? And are trying to figure out how to plug in. So these are ways, I think that we learned how to do it when it came down to HIV. We learned how to do it when it came down to, as far as plugging folks in who could do testing. Diabetes, high blood pressure. We knew how to have the folks to bring the mobile over to make sure that people could, it's the same thing here, right? So let's make sure that we have some experts in the room that can help guide, not just help guide provide the kind of factual, evidence-based, medical, ethical pieces of this conversation, as well as kind of in partnership with, and this is why the collaboration with the secular pieces of this is so important, right? So, so that's definitely my suggestion, and it's also my suggestion too, to continue to create those opportunities and spaces, for the mamas to come together, right? We need those spaces, those circles, those sister circles of people, coming together to share their stories, to be in support. We see it with AA, we see it with NA, right? But we also need those types of spaces inside of our churches. So just very basic level, everyday issues. Folks don't, when we teach sex education inside of churches, we do that because we want church folks to feel safe, that the information that their child might be getting at school, like this is the information we want to make sure that you're getting in your church, right? It's the same thing here. So I think it's a both and. It's not trying to isolate folk. It's trying to, this is the moment to bring people in. When my church wanted to talk about police brutality, they brought the people in who were doing that work on the ground, right? When my church wanted to talk about HIV, they brought those people in that were doing that work on the ground, right? And then we were able to be then, reaffirmed and reignited with our pastor. It can be done. It's a both and, right? So those are my suggestions.
Anyone else have anything they want to add to that? If not, I'll ask our last.
I want to pick up.
No, go ahead, Reverend.
Oh no, I was just gonna. We probably on the same page. So go ahead and ask the question, because I was gonna kind of fold in an answer to that question. So go ahead.
No, go ahead and fold your answer. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. There was a question that came through from Reverend Dr. Emma Jordan Simpson. Hey, about what, if I had to look back when I first got into conversations about reproductive justice. First, it was reproductive health, and then it was rights, and then I was introduced to the reproductive justice framework. What do I wish I knew then? What would I say to young folk who are wanting to? That came to my mind. I didn't really understand how doing this work would confront my own internalized piss poor theology, that even though I'm saying out my mouth that our bodies are our own, our bodies are holy and sacred and divine, I didn't fully appreciate how much how much it was already in my bloodstream, in my bones, to be shamed about my sexual desire, or be, I had a hysterectomy and had to confront what I believed about the validity of womanhood as it pertains to the ability to give birth. Like, I didn't know until I stood to lose my uterus, right? And so I wish I had known how doing this work would, in some ways, invite me to do my own work. I wasn't prepared for the way that parenting would confront me with, all of the mothering and fathering issues that I had. Right? I mean, you don't know until you know. So I would say that perhaps being proactive about doing some intentional work around getting with a good therapist, getting with I love what Reverend Sharice is talking about, building kind of this interdisciplinary team or interdisciplinary cabinet around you, folk you can go to help you do some of the reflection, the introspection, unearthing the baggage that we all inevitably bring to this work. Like, just because I'm preaching this does not mean that I have fully internalized that. And I mean, preachers don't want to admit that. We talking about how Jesus loves me, And we ain't really sure inside because we don't live like Jesus loves me, right? I'm going into a little bit, but you see what I'm saying? Like we have to be as intentional about doing our own work because you know what? The movement can also be a place that can injure us if we're not careful, right? We injure each other in this work. We are not doing our own work. So that's all I would say.
Ashe, ashe. So we are down to our last few minutes. I wanted to give space if there was any final thoughts that anybody wanted to leave us with, even though Reverend Naomi just gave us a real good word. But is there any final thoughts that anybody wants to leave us with?
I'll have to say one last thing I'd like to say, really in response to Reverend Naomi's point. One of the most valuable things I had when I was at the helm of the Black Women's Health Project was to have a kitchen table cabinet. And that kitchen table cabinet was a place where I could cry. I could do anything I needed to do. I could go up in the spaces and clean the cobwebs out of my mind because they didn't tell me what they thought I wanted to hear. They told me the reality. And that was so helpful to me. And yes, this movement will help you. This movement will help you grow. And this movement will hurt you. So don't have on those rose-colored glasses. It's not going to all be pretty. And we love each other. And we like sisters and da-da-da-da-da. But we can do some things that can go right to your heart. Be prepared for that. That's only a part of it and part of the challenge. But I encourage all y'all, get yourself a kitchen table cabinet. And they don't all have to live in any one place. They can be all over everywhere. But people who will tell you the truth, not what they think you want to hear.
Well, I think that's at the very heart of what reproductive justice is. We oftentimes say you don't just do reproductive justice, but you live reproductive justice. Because when you don't do the work that you're talking about, Billy and Reverend Naomi, you then talk about you have a whole bunch of people in the movement who are traumatized, who have not dealt with their own lived experiences and material realities, and those people go on to hurt other people. You know, they say hurt people hurt people. So there is some important work to be done, and as a part of that, there's a need for more of us to tell our stories. Everybody doesn't have to share their story. But if we are not speaking the truth to our reproductive and sexual oppressions, we are not speaking truth to power. And we have got to start telling our stories, those of us who feel comfortable doing that, both in church and also in the academy. I am so tired of seeing, so many academic books published in this kind of sense of anesthetized objectivity, where we talk about the issue, but we don't talk about why are we interested in the issue? What is our lived experience? So everybody doesn't have to do it, but we need more of it.
Well, I just want to say thank you all for your time and your energy and your presence today. It has been my honor to be in the presence of all of you. And I'm going to give the final word to Reverend Sharice to take us out.
I just want to say thank you. It means so much to me that the people who are viewing, I think we worked so hard here in Tennessee to make sure that people understood what reproductive justice was. And it wasn't this nasty, sinful, dangerous thing to talk about or to live or to be. I live this thing every day and I fight so hard for it because I believe that it is the continuation of my salvation, that this was a new introduction, a rebaptism for me. You know what I mean? That I didn't understand what living this life for Christ really looked like until I got into the reproductive justice movement. And I never read my Bible as much as I do since I've been in the reproductive justice movement, because it does exactly what Reverend Naomi said. It does exactly what Dr. Tony says. It does exactly what Billy said. It gets you're going to get saved all over again. And for those of you all who believe in salvation, and you're going to get free for those of you all who ascribe to freedom and liberty, right? So I hope that what you have heard today is just that we are planting the seed for the rest of the day, right? For you to continue to be liberated, to be transformed by the renewing of your mind, right? And understanding that no, reproductive justice isn't anything else that you've ever done, experienced, or heard about. Right. And that's why we fight so hard and guard it so much and try to protect it, because it is sacred work, because we are sacred people, right? Looking for a sacred outcome, and that outcome that we have always strived to get at Sister Reach for all of the folks that we serve, the folks that we partner with, the people that we've invested in, the people that we believe in and support and rah-rah for, is abundance, right? It is about abundance. This work, at the end of the day, when you close your eyes and you go to bed and you wake up in the morning, I want you to feel a better sense of abundance. That's what this whole thing is about for me. And that is the life that I have been transformed and moved into leading and living and fighting for, right? So thank you so much, Reverend Kenyatta, for doing such an amazing job. And thank all of you amazing people for being a part of this wonderful symposium and this panel today.
The Sister Reach Village would have such a huge impact on our community. You know, for so many who are escaping abuse, they just want to go somewhere where they can feel safe, where they can be supported, where they know that someone cares about them, where resources will be given to them in a loving, safe space. They would trust knowing that there are individuals who care about them. There are individuals who will come together, who have similar shared lived experiences, so they know they're not alone. Having a Sister Reach Village in our community, I know that it would be welcomed, it would be appreciated, and it would definitely be well utilized, and it would help to impact those individuals to, again, not only to be able to survive, but also to thrive.
I hope all of you have been enjoying this wonderful symposium. And for some of you, it might be time to take a little bit of a break. We have prepared a special performance from none other than the incomparable Callie Day. So help me welcome her as she ministers in song.
a misunderstanding, yes, out of all the good I do. Go to my friends for consolation, and I find them I'm complaining too. So many nights I toss in pain, wondering what they will bring. And I say to myself,
Great morning. Great morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I think we're ready. Thank you for joining us for the Racial Justice Panel of the Faith, Advocacy, and Religion Symposium by Sister Reach. I'm Pastor Mario Brown, and we have an outstanding panel today. And here we go. As you can see, we have a tremendous group of people on with us today. And we'll start with who our panel is. We have pastor of the Abyssinian Church, Dr. Earl Fisher. We also have with us researcher, scholar, and activist, Dr. Raymond Winbush. We have the pastor of Church of God in Christ, Pastor Dr. or Bishop Talbert Swan. We also have the CEO, founder of Black Millennials for Flint, Latricia Adams. And lastly, we have Dr. Renita Weems, pastor and religious scholar. We're here today to discuss racial justice from an interfaith perspective. Good morning, panel. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see all of you. I hope everybody's doing well. We're going to get right into this because I know we have a lot of ground to cover. And first, I'm honored to be with such a great panel. I have looked at all of your works, and I have to just start by saying I'm totally impressed with everything. And I've learned so much from just reading. Once I figured out who was on the panel, I started just researching. And I feel totally humbled and just amazed to be in the presence of scholars. To see Black scholars in one place, I just have to salute you all. I believe that where there's honor, there is prosperity. And I believe that we can all prosper as we honor one another. So I want to start off our discussion this morning by reading a quote from Damon Young, who writes for the Washington Post. He quotes, "White supremacy, essentially an ecosystem built around the idea of never having to fight fair. A full-bodied commitment, culturally, politically, spiritually, to the retention of the privilege to be cowards. They're learning to read, let's kill them. Can't legally kill them anymore, let's burn down the schools. Can't burn down the schools anymore, let's ban books. They want to vote, let's kill them. Can't legally kill them anymore, let's make them take literacy tests. Literacy tests are outlawed, let's gerrymander the districts. The gerrymandering wasn't enough, let's say the elections are rigged. They're building community wealth, let's kill them. Can't legally kill them anymore, let's redline them and deny them loans. Can't legally deny them loans anymore, let's give them loans at subprime rates." End quote. And I want to start hearing from you first, Bishop Swan. In consideration of the quote I just read, in your various capacities that you bring to this panel today, what does justice, racial justice rather, mean to you?
Well, I want to first thank Sister Reach and all that work to organize this panel and this important conversation. Good question. Racial justice, really a quick and dirty definition would be the systematic fair treatment of people, regardless of race, which results in equitable opportunities and fair outcomes for everyone. It's a system by which all people are able to achieve their full potential, regardless of their race. When it comes to Black people in particular, in other words, our Blackness is no longer a detriment that is the catalyst for white supremacists to murder, maim, rape, lynch, brutalize, dehumanize, ostracize, and mass incarcerate us. That we are no longer, it is no longer defined how long we live by the zip code that we live in, whether or not all of those things that you just talked about in the opening, whether or not we get subprime loans, whether or not we are our voting rights are suppressed. So racial justice is the system by which we all have equal opportunities to achieve our life's goals, regardless of what our race is.
Absolutely. Super. Dr. Earl, let's hear from you, sir.
Well, thank you, Pastor Brown, and as Bishop Swan said, and it's good to be with him and Dr. Wimbush. And let me thank you for at least letting me go before Dr. Wimbush. I'm kind of mad you made me go after Bishop Swan, but you sandwiched me in the middle of some giants. So I'll just be the halftime show for a second. Let me also salute, Sister Reach and my dear sister Cherie Scott and that wonderful panel of sisters that preceded us. I'm grieved that the estrogen to this electrifying panel, Dr. Renita Weems, is unable to be with us, but she's definitely here in spirit. I hope to channel her in ways in which do her justice in light of how she's impacted my life personally and academically. I would say that racial justice is brought into focus when we think about it this way, that white supremacy is a lifestyle and a legacy built on a lie. And what I think that quote captures that you cited at the beginning as the platform for these provocations is that lie has lived itself out in a lot of ways and for a long time. So now we have to conjure up what life might look like if it was built on the truth and not a lie. I think we can see and sense the manifestation of racial justice if we bring to bear something that Reverend Albert Clegg Jr. said, that there is nothing more sacred to God than the liberation of Black people. If we believe that to be true, then we build society, systems, and structures that bear witness to that. Clearly, the system and the structure and the society that we're in now does not bear witness to that. It bears witness to the legacy and the lifestyle that's been built on a lie. So I believe racial justice is all of the things that Bishop Swan said, and more abstractly and to some degree concretely, it's just manifesting a world where we see in real time and in real tangible ways that there's nothing more sacred to God than the liberation of Black people.
That's powerful. Dr. Wimbush.
Well, again, I really want to thank, Sister Reach for inviting all of us here. And it's rare, really, to see faith communities really discussing racism, white supremacy. It's something that needs to be done, but it isn't done enough. So I'm really glad to be in the presence. Now, all preachers are teachers, but not all teachers are preachers. So I'm a teacher, and I won't preach to you today. But I think for me, what racial justice is I'm going to quote Neely Fuller on this, is replacing white supremacy with justice. It's just that simple. I do believe that the only people that can end racism, white supremacy, are white people. And in my view of the world at my age, I don't see them doing that anytime soon. I think that we fight against it. People of color in general fight against it. Black folk have always fought against it. But the people that can end it are white people. And I think the reason why they maintain it is the system of white supremacy is simple. It benefits them. As the brother you read, was it Damon Young? I mean, as he said, they benefit from the system of white supremacy. So why would you, end it? I think that we don't think of racism as a system, and we should. For example, for the next 10 days, the world, literally the world, will be transfixed on the funeral of a little white woman in England who is the head of a family that arguably in its history of over 1,000 years or nearly 1,000 years has been responsible for the death of 90 million people. Now, if you said that on ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, or CNN, and definitely on Fox, you would be viewed as being, quote, radical or a hater or somebody who, I guess in my father's day, they called a race man or race woman. But that's the truth. And I think what racism, white supremacy doesn't want us to do is to tell the truth, because it certainly will not.
That's awesome. And so very true. What you all have said is powerful. It's simple. It's complex at the same time. In my opinion, because you said something that's so powerful, Dr. Wimbush, is that they're the only people that can cut this out. They're the only people that can destroy it. But if it benefits them, then why would you? Why would you when you benefited for centuries and will continue to benefit from it? So I certainly agree with that. My next question to the panel is, what are the greatest obstacles or impediments to racial oppression in the church? And I've just seen Bishop Talbert, I've followed you getting banned on Twitter, being a very powerful force of the Church of God in Christ. And I want to hear from you on that. And I want our listeners and the audience to hear, because maybe they don't know all of the work you've done, but you all are in the front of many, many people that are connected to the faith community. So I'd like to hear, what is in your opinion, the greatest obstacle facing us right now as not just leaders, but lay members?
Yes, thank you for that. And of course, Dr. Wimbush and Dr. Fisher, it's a pleasure to be here with you all. And thank you for your powerful words and for your work. I'm hoping that I read the question correctly, and I'm hoping that what it was asking was, what are the greatest impediments to fighting racial oppression in the church? And if that's the case, I would say it's because of a whitenized theological bent that our people have adapted for far too long. It's because of the twisted understanding of Scripture and of the radical revolutionary liberator that Jesus actually is. It's because of a religion that taught us to be docile and passive in the face of terrorism and violence and oppression. It's because we adapted, literally turning the other cheek, loving our enemy, letting the Lord fight our battles. We've adopted the sentiments of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus that wants us to be obedient to our masters and to revere the people who look like him as deity, as opposed to adopting the theology of the revolutionary liberated, the Black African dreadlock wearing Jesus that condemned those who were exploiting his people as hypocrites and snakes and sons of the devil, and grabbed the whip and whipped them out of the temple. I wrote a chapter in my book, No More Cursing, Destroying the Roots of Religious Racism, entitled, Will the Real Jesus Please Stand Up? And the reason I wrote that chapter is when you look at the history of Africans being taught this warped version of Christianity in America, they were taught about a Jesus that wanted them in bondage and obedient to the slave master who had a so-called manifest destiny, and who God was on his side and wanted them to accept a theology that said that they were cursed. Yet something rose up in our ancestors where they saw a contradiction. When white missionaries taught them to read the English, they read about Daniel in the lion's den. They read about the Hebrew boys in the fiery furnace. They read about the Israelites being freed from bondage in Egypt. And they realized that the Jesus that the slave master taught them about was not the Jesus of the Bible. And so they developed a relationship with a different Jesus, one who wanted them to be free. That was the Jesus that Nat Turner had an epiphany about, that caused him to switch from being an itinerant preacher who went from plantation to plantation, telling the enslaved to obey their abusers, to the one who would take up arms against his oppressor. And so I think the biggest impediment for us being more forceful in fighting injustice is that we're worshiping the wrong Jesus.
Bishop. This is why they put you off of Twitter. This is why you got banned from Twitter. Because this truth has to even separate you within your own church circles, because of the deep mental and spiritual conditioning of our people. This is a raw truth. Let's hear from Dr. Wimbush. Same question.
Well, I'm not a real churchgoer. I speak at a lot of them, but I don't regularly attend. But I think what Bishop Swan just said, encapsulates it all. That I think it's how we think. The late black psychologist Bobby Wright used to, coin the phrase menticide. And he said, you got suicide, you got homicide, infanticide. Menticide is when you start destroying yourself because of how you think. If you think, I've told people if Jesus was a white man, all is lost. He couldn't be. But what you've got to do is, as I've heard ministers say, worship God, and the Bible says in spirit and in truth. I think sometimes black folk, we like to feel good and worship him in spirit, which we should do. But we also have to worship him in truth. And I've heard black folks say in churches where I've spoke, well, I don't care what color Jesus is, I just love him. I said, well, make him black. If you don't really care what color he is, make him black, which he was. I mean, I could tell some stories about that. So I think that how we think, again, quoting Neely Fuller, he says, if you do not understand white supremacy, racism, what it is and how it works, you will be confused by everything you think you understand. So I think what Bishop Swan said is the truth, is how we think about God, how we think about the deity, Jesus. How do we think about those people?
Absolutely. Latricia, thank you so much for being here. I want to hear from you. I'll just repeat the question. What are the greatest obstacles or impediments to racial oppression in the church, in your opinion?
Yeah, so I will do my best to speak to this through the context of church, but I want to take it to spirituality and connection to the land and the earth, particularly from an environmental perspective. There is an attack on aspects of the environment, whether it be from soil, whether it be in water. We know right now we're in the midst of a crisis in Jackson, Mississippi, where water is life, right? Literally, in order to survive, we have to be nourished by water. We have to be nourished by food, and it is in constant attack. When we think about being able to truly have a phenomenal relationship with God, with the Holy Spirit, it's critical for us to come with an open and clean mind and clean heart. But if we're being altered by the things that we are forced to put into our bodies, then that creates a whole separate challenge. So, for example, in the work that we do with my nonprofit, we focus a lot on lead. Now, we know there's a myriad of other toxins that can cause physical harm, but particularly around lead. And lead is everywhere, not just in water, not just in housing from lead paint. When we think about lead and the impacts and implications that it has on mental health, the impacts and implications that it has on reproductive health, so maternal health, the impacts that it has on your kidneys. I mean, it's a litany of things in which this, and I mean, it's really, really small, a very, very small amount from what the eye can see that can alter so many aspects of our body and how we show up in places of worship, how we show up in places where we are trying to educate our not just our bodies, but our minds and our spirits is altered. And so, one of the things where I think that it is an opportunity for really elevating and amplifying the issues surrounding the intersection of environmental justice, spirituality, and the Black church is to really educate folks around some of these hazards that exist within our environment, whether it be in those core aspects, whether it's in the items that we consume and we purchase. All of these things have poisons that are altering our minds and our bodies and the way that we show up in the world. Even the way in which we want to preach and teach sometimes can be altered. We think about, for example, and I'll make this really local. I'm a Memphis native, born here, by choice, a resident here. I think about historic Hurt Village, right? if my folks are from Hurt Village, I think about the aspect of community that existed in Hurt Village. It was a beautiful thing. But then you also have to think about public housing and the amount of lead that's in public housing and how that makes things such as violent crime, homicide, and things that take you away from that Ujima Umoja type of spirit, all caused by this neurotoxin. So while it seems like it's very technical and scientific and far-fetched and it's a reach, it's really not. It's all interconnected around what is our relationship with our ancestral roots back to the earth, and how does that interact or impact us from a spiritual perspective.
Wow, that's a very interesting connection. I really appreciate that, because that's an aspect that I never considered. Very honestly, I never considered the connection to that. But hearing you respond to this is very interesting and very important. And I think that it's something that we have to take up, because it does affect, particularly impoverished areas, where we see you 83% Black population in Jackson, in Flint. You see, and so that does affect how we show up in these spaces. So that's very good. Thank you so much. Reverend Fisher, let's hear from you on that same question, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad to welcome Sister Latricia to the space. And Pastor Brown, I think we got to work out some deal here. You pitched to Bishop Swan twice. I said something about putting me in between him and Dr. Winbush. You decided to put me after him, Dr. Winbush, and Latricia. Like this ain't gonna work, bro. We can't continue down this trajectory, down this path.
All right.
You said, yeah. No, seriously. So it's a lot on the table. And I want to confess first that I am still grappling with Dr. Winbush's claim over the last question about only white people can eradicate white supremacy. I want to sit with that as much as possible and think through some of the merits of that, because I'm thinking about places like South Africa. I'm thinking of places like Malawi. I'm thinking about these places in light of the colonial presence in Africa, when we had Ghana and other places that engaged in liberationist movements. I don't think it was white. I don't think white people helped to eradicate, and I'm not even saying that it's eradicated in those spaces, but it's definitely warred against in some ways that I think when we look at Flint, when we look at Benton Harbor, Michigan, where I'm from, when we look at Memphis, Tennessee, that's 65% Black, or the major Black spaces in our yet to be United States of America, it is a complicated thing. So I appreciate you saying that, and I'm just sitting with it. But insofar as this question about what is the major roadblock, I want to say the same thing I heard Bishop Swan say and Dr. Winbush say, and from my own vantage point. To evoke Clegg again, Clegg said you cannot engage in a revolution until you first develop a revolutionary theology. The main problem with the Black church is our theology is white. That Black churches have been constituted on white evangelical theology. And as such, white evangelical theology is so closely wed to white supremacy, you can't tell them apart. So you cannot claim to be engaged in any revolutionary struggle for Black folks, for racial justice, for Black liberation, and be using as your platform and foundation white evangelical theology. And the sad thing about this, and I'll try to conclude here just for the sake of brevity and time, some of our Black leaders in the faith communities have gleaned and gained so much privilege and platform and status by articulating this white theology in Blackface that they don't have the courage to go back and say, we cannot be set free by these things. All we can do at best is maintain certain quarters and corridors of the enslavers' occupied house. And we might eat a little bit better here and there, some of us, but not most of us. And I think fundamentally, the only way we can engage in the type of religious and revolutionary struggle that is ultimately righteous is to reconsider and reconstitute our congregations towards more Black liberationist theology, because white evangelical theology is not going to cut it. It's killing us. It's going to continue to kill us, no matter how much Black vernacular we try to sprinkle on it.
Absolutely. I that was so real. While you were talking, I was thinking about the cognitive dissonance attached to our Black leaders. They're not going to retract the white evangelical gospel because they have benefited from it. It has enriched them. So it pays. And the funny thing about it, in my opinion, is that you begin to enact the same principles onto your congregation. believe it or not, you become an extension of that white supremacy if you're not careful, because you're tied so into that evangelical perspective. So that's absolutely good. This third question is a little bit lengthy, but I want to read it. Everybody is trying to respond to this political and social climate, both advocate, clergy, and community member. These three groups of people do not have to be in opposition to one another to achieve the goal of liberation for our people, but in many instances they are. What is a more collaborative way, or what recommendations can you all offer to what collaboration could or should look like? Each of these entities play an important role to the forward liberation of our communities. Let's start with you, Dr. Fisher.
Thank you. Thank you. You
See?
catch on quick. Now, I want to be clear. I would yield the floor to Latricia if she wants to go first, but if not, I'll definitely chime in. So, sis, okay. So I would start by saying I'm in a weird space as one who is a anomaly of sorts, because I live at the intersection of spirituality, social justice, and scholarship. So it's hard for me to talk about the ways in which these different entities can be weighed together, because from my vantage point, they are inseparable. But I agree with the premise of the question insofar as you find so many faith leaders who don't feel like advocacy or civic engagement is the role of the church. You find so many people who live in spaces of advocacy and organizing that think religion is the problem or the evil. Well, for me, I think this. It starts with recognizing that if our religion does not take into account the social and political reality, then our religion is irrelevant. And at the same time, we have to recognize if our activism and organizing is not grounded in something eternal, supernatural, and larger than ourselves, burnout is inevitable and always on the horizon, because you have to anchor yourself in something. I think some of these conversations, like the one we're having now, is helpful. Definitely the panel that Reverend Sharice and the sisters hosted earlier is helpful. It does require more conversation, but at the same time, going back to the point I made in the previous segment, it requires more courage, because people have to be willing to sacrifice something. And I think in the space that we're in now, we can be so territorial. We can be so compartmentalized in the ways in which we approach social ills and problems, knowing that our society has constructed through white supremacy comprehensive ills that are interconnected. So the best way for us to respond to them are with comprehensive partnerships, but they come through honest and open conversation, and it comes through the courage of being able to sit back and admit that you have blind spots and may not have seen, not just from your own personal experience, but from the broader cadre of what God has been doing in the world, the ways in which religion can help accent some of the work of activism and organizing, and how if religion does not have activism and organizing at its center, it's ultimately just a tool of oppression through white supremacy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Fisher. Latricia, let's hear from you.
Yeah, so that definitely, I'm going to repeat what you said, Dr. Fisher. That's a hard act to follow with that response, but I'm gonna get real personal with this question. And as I mentioned, I'm a native Memphian through and through. I definitely was raised in the churches. We have almost a church on every single corner in my beloved hometown. And akin to what Dr. Wimbush said, while I have strong roots in the church, I don't attend very regularly, and I'm gonna tell you why. So I have a kinship to the nostalgia of the Black church through the lens of the civil rights movement. So I think about, and I am enamored with the historical attributes that we saw through just that whole era, and how that is so, and in many ways, so absent. That's part one. And then part two, there has to be a real conversation about the patriarchy that has been and continues to be exemplified, particularly in the Black church, that is very much so akin to aspects of colonization. It's a shame some of the things that we see and the things that we don't hear from faith-based leaders about real issues that are very specific to women. Now, why it may be, for example, controversial, it hurt to not hear more clergy and people from faith-based communities, particular men and some women, that were silent about abortion rights. Now I know that gets real tricky, but it's a real thing that we have to deal with, right? If from a spiritual faith-based community, if there is not acknowledgement of everybody that shows up in that community, then how are you truly attracting and addressing the needs of folks that you're supposed to be leading? And as a community organizer, as a leader, it's very difficult to kind of exist in those spaces where I, as a Black woman, feel invisible, and the aspects of my duality and all of myself does not show up, it's not attended to. It's only the pieces of me that show up in this tapestry of the Black church. And so, bringing in another aspect that I think is very important to pinpoint is the generational divide and the complete separation, not just the millennials, we were the first, and I'm a geriatric millennial, I'm using air quotes, generation of Black millennials that kind of push back from the church. And we spoke a lot about church hurt. When we look at this generation that's after us, because millennials are over 40 years old now, we're not babies, we're not the teenagers that you see, that's Gen Z. Complete removal and separation from the church, particularly with Black young people with the Black church. So what do, right? If we are not attending to the now, if we are still not grappling with and reckoning with the colonial mindset, even of things that we see in scripture, that completely breaches trust between people who can be servants, who can be, we're all spiritual beings, but don't have that connection to the church, don't have that connection to the spiritual guidance, because not all of them is being accepted and not all of them are being invited as their whole self into that space. So I don't know if I asked the question the way that I was supposed to, but I wanted to make it real personal and make it plain.
That was good. Thank you so much, Dr. Wimbush.
Now I got to follow Sister Latricia right now. No, I mean, I think she again just captured everything, a lot of what I feel too. It's amazing how the Black church has teachers, preachers, engineers, police, all of these people in their congregations on the weekends, but they don't take advantage of using them to make a more integrated approach to dealing with the system of white supremacy. I've had the privilege of work with 4 ministers who I think exemplify this. I want to name them, give them by name. When I was teaching at Fisk, I brought Fred Price, the late Fred Price, and he gave a 3-day sermon. You would have thought that I had brought the devil himself because of white evangelicals' response to me bringing him. This was at the time when Reverend Price was talking about racism in the church, and white folks got mad at him. They got real mad at him. The other one was Kane Hope Felder, the late theologian. Jeremiah Wright, who I talked to just a couple days ago, and Archbishop Tutu, whose daughter worked with me while I was at Fisk. All of these men, they were men, all of these men knew how to bring a bunch of communities together to work on common things. They would bring bankers together. They would bring the people in their congregations together to work in a unified approach towards systems of white supremacy. They also had the respect of some of the young people that Sister Adams says have been kind of alienated from the church, now. I know here at Morgan State, where I teach, a lot of young people don't go to church anymore. And I think it's because of the messages that are being, given. It's just not reaching them. And I think they have to talk. Churches have to take advantage of all of those congregant members that are full of knowledge of environmental justice, which Latricia mentioned, which they know how to deal with money. and can tell people how to make better money or use of their money and all of these things. And I think sometimes the church doesn't take in consideration its own congregations and really dealing with things in a much more holistic way. I'll leave it at that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to contain my questions. I just want to moderate, but you guys are actually stimulating me to ask some questions that are kind of off script. But I want to hear from you, Bishop Swan, before I move forward.
Certainly. Dr. Winbush, Morgan State, of course, the founding place of Iota Phi Theta fraternity.
That's right.
Which I'm a founder, a member of. And Latricia, if you're a geriatric millennial, I'm a geriatric Gen Xer who does go to church every week. But to the question that you asked, I'm kind of unorthodox as a Pentecostal Church of God in Christ preacher. And let me borrow from one of my heroes, Malcolm X. And Malcolm said, "You don't catch hell because you're a Baptist or a Methodist, because you're a Democrat or a Republican, a Mason or an Elk, but you catch hell because you're Black. That we all catch hell for that same reason." And when we come to the realization that that's what binds us together, regardless of our political affiliation, our theological bent, our denomination, and stop allowing our open enemy to divide us by using issues that are not detrimental to our rise as a people, then we can form probably the most powerful block of Black people in the history of this nation. The problem is we're too busy fighting over minor things. We're fighting over how we baptize. Do we do it in Jesus' name or in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? The late Bishop O.T. Jones said we all do it the same way, in water. So why fight over it? We're fighting over which white elected official, which white politician would be the best president, a Democrat or Republican, fighting over our varying stances on abortion and homosexuality. We've got people in the church that are aligning themselves with white evangelicals, and Dr. Fisher, you hit the nail on the head, because I often say that white evangelicalism is nothing but white supremacy in drag, after our sister Rachel Cargill said, white feminism is nothing but white supremacy in heels. And so many people in the Black church have aligned with white evangelicals because of their stance on abortion and homosexuality, when the Bible inadvertently mentions abortion one time, mentions homosexuality 4 times, but it talks about justice over 2,000 times. So we're majoring in what Jesus minored in and minoring in what Jesus majored in. And so while we're arguing over these things, our people are being cracked upside the head, having their spines severed on the streets of our cities. And until we get to a point of understanding that these other issues are not what's important when it comes to the betterment and the rise of our people, then we'll stay divided over those menial things instead of coming together in a collaborative way and pushing the needle forward for our community.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All of your responses have been absolutely brilliant. My thought, kind of to bring it all together for what all of you have said, that stimulates my thought right now is, when did the Black church lose its mindset concerning racial justice? When did it, like you said, Latricia, you said that you grew up in that era, right, where you saw the strength of that consciousness. And I'm looking at a church now that is more concerned with their IG pages, their celebrityism, their celebrity status, rather. And so I can understand the walking away. I grew up Kojic, so I know, as Bishop, I know how alone alone one can be when you stand in this dimension of truth, because that's not even the consensus among our Kojic brethren in many cases. And so I wonder, what does this landscape look like futuristically? Because there is a lack of consciousness or care on these issues, which is why I salute Sister Reed and Reverend Cherise for intentionally creating this space. You see, they intentionally created this space to have this conversation. And though it's hard, the intentional creation of this space is so important, because you brilliant thinkers, you school, the schools of thought that you have are literally mind changing, because that's where it's going to start, just changing the mind. And so we need you. I said at the beginning that you can't prosper where there's no honor. And we have to honor these voices that are among us today, these voices that are speaking on this symposium, because these are very critical. Dr. Fisher, I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, man. You let Bishop Swan go first twice, so let me go first. No, I'm just saying. Seriously, I'm chomping at the bit because of the serendipity of the moment in this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's coming to bear are a couple of things. One, the reality and the reminder that at no point in the history of the church or in the history of the Black freedom movement have the majority of the people been a part of it. At the height of the civil rights movement, you had about 13% of Black churches that were there. When Dr. King was killed, he had over a 60% negative approval rating in the Black community. So this idea that the Black church proper has always been about, fighting for justice and freedom at its inception, that's just not true to the merits of history. When we come to grips with that, coupled with what I really appreciate Bishop Swan describing, insofar as the celebritizing of Christianity, and now using religion, and Latricia can admit to this too, can attest to this too. This is the same thing we do in movement work, right? People are literally using these things as personal platform builders and branding opportunities, much more than we are actually committed to the sacrificial and laborious work of liberation. So if we start there saying it probably will never be the majority of us, then what do? Here's one of the things we have to do. And Pastor Brown, I think you were just making this turn. What we tend to do, I'm prone to do this too, is spend so much time criticizing the hegemonic unholiness of what the majority culture is doing or what the dominant culture is doing, instead of taking the time to highlight those who are doing it right. And we should spend more time trying to amplify and exponentiate those things. I think that's going to have to ultimately be the way that we influence enough of the culture to develop a critical mass to actually have some change. But if what we're waiting for and longing for is the day where 85% of Black churches or 85% of churches in general are going to be committed to the struggle for Black liberation or liberation of all of God's people, I just think we'll be waiting until the cows come home, and they're going to keep coming home, and we're going to keep on waiting.
I totally agree. That's very good. Very good. That's a perfect segue into this next question. Racial injustice is so embedded in American society, we will probably never see it as a viable, substantive reality in our lifetimes. What you just said, Dr. Shu. How should religious leaders, advocates, and community members respond to these issues? Dr. Wimbush, let's start with you, sir.
You almost quoted Derek Bell, a late, legal scholar, who said that racism will never be, done away with in this country. I think sometimes, we ask the wrong questions. Like, we'll ask questions like, is there racism in education? Is there racism in religion? Is there racism in the justice system or entertainment? And what we ought to ask is kind of reverse that. We should say, is there education in racism? Is there justice in racism? The system of racism is something that's we've got to understand how it works. So Reverend Fisher, I want to talk to you about, South African, whether or not they really got rid of white supremacy, in South Africa. The system is working right now, as I said earlier, about how the entire world is going to be focused on the head of a family, death, sad though it may be, but negate, just will almost wipe out what the history of this family has meant to the world. And then if you talk about it, you're viewed as being bad or insensitive, or you shouldn't say anything bad about the dead or whatever. I think that what we've got to do is try to understand how white supremacy works. What creates a Clarence Thomas? I'm a psychologist by trade, so I'm interested in how somebody gets twisted like that. And we've got to study how racism works, to always have counter, you know, uh, strategies to deal with it. But we also have to make sure that we are, not afraid to speak about it. And many times we are. I've seen it. I mean, what if right now the NBA said that we're going to strike for one day because of the deaths of what has happened to Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, or whatever. And I'm talking about not play basketball for one day. Look at how the world treated Colin Kaepernick when he just knelt, and pushed him out of the league. But we're all going to be looking at football for the first, the week. I guess this is the first week of football. What do we do in our individual lives to deal with racism on a daily basis? Speaking about it is probably the best thing that most of us can do about it.
Absolutely. Dr. Fisher, and then Dr. Swan, Bishop Swan.
Now, look, at the risk of seeming weird, I'm just going to say amen to what Dr. Wimber said, because I think that is the totality. I don't think that there's any more substantially that I can add to that. I really don't. I'm just going to say amen to what we've said up to this point. If there's something else that I can offer about another piece of some of the questions that are online, then I'll be glad to do that. But, amen, Dr. Wimbush. I agree, brother.
Amen. Bishop.
The late Dick Gregory said, when black people get in trouble, they call on the church and the NAACP.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time in history of Black America that we have a generation that is leading the fight for justice that is not affiliated with the church or any social justice organization.
Wow.
And that is mainly because both the church and social justice organizations have, in my opinion, abdicated their responsibilities. Now, that comes from a leader in the church and a local president of the NAACP. When civil rights organizations, when the MLK Center is giving an award to the late John McCain, who voted against the MLK holiday,
mm-hmm.
something is wrong. When the Birmingham Civil Rights organization rescinds an award to Angela Davis because the Jewish community got upset, something is wrong. They have sold out. And I feel you, Sister Adams, in terms of your nostalgia with the church. I agree with you, Dr. Fisher, that it was never a majority of the church, but I think we see an even smaller percentage of the church engaged in justice work than we did in the past. I think, to your question, Pastor Brown, how do we respond to the issues? We respond in the way that Jesus did. Jesus said, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He's anointed me to bring good news to the poor, proclaim freedom for prisoners, recovery of sight to the blind, to set the oppressed free." And when we recap that, Jesus comes up into the temple. He proclaims this after being baptized and then starting his public ministry. And he says, "This is what my life is about. to give good news to the poor, to set the wrongfully imprisoned free, recovery of sight to the blind, which means he's talking about sick folk, and to help those who are oppressed. So his entire mission was one of justice. And we can't sit idly by as a faith community and claim that we're doing the work of the Lord and ignore the call to justice.
Absolutely. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Latricia.
Ooh, some words have been spoken today.
No.
Some honest don't sound a little bit morbid, but it's real. The ultimate goal of white supremacy was fatal for us. After we stopped being child, they want us to die. Working in the environmental justice space, working again through when I'm proud of my identity as a black woman, they want us to die and not bring life into this world. Y'all, the black maternal death rate is over 2 times that of a white woman. That's a fact that we could just stop right there. That it's not even about like ending the lives that already exist. It's to even prevent life from happening. So I even think about the space that we're in. I'm gonna try not to make it really political. But I'm gonna call this out. I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, begrudgingly sometimes, but a member. And I think about our good sis Kamala Harris went out there towards the beginning of this administration and said, "We don't live in a racist country." Girl, what country you been living in, sis?
Right.
So I love when Bishop Swan talked about selling out. Ain't nothing worth my soul, but somewhere down the line, it was made to be okay. Somewhere down the line, because there's always been this goal and aspiration to subscribe to and get close to touch, to feel, to smell white supremacy, white acceptance, colonization, that we have lost ourselves collectively, not everybody, but collectively as a people, to the point where we don't see that there's attack on us, regardless of what party we're affiliated with, what denomination we're affiliated with. What Bishop Swan talked about, the ultimate thing, we're black. If you are black, you are a threat, and they want to cancel you out on all fronts, whether it be in a hospital, whether it be in our communities, our homes, the water that we drink, the air that we breathe. We are under siege as black people. Until we realize that, until we stop this all lives matter and all of this type of propaganda, we got a whole lot of work to do. And I think that it is really important, and I'm excited to see like a doctor, Reverend Dr. Fisher, on here, who is going to hold me accountable to come to the church. We need more progressive and radical thought and practice, not just thought, but action in these spaces of worship and spirituality and faith, to resonate with a generation of people who are lost and who are crying and dying. We have reached the peak, right? We see it. What did we just experience in the city of Memphis this week? Right? We are hurting as a people, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse over time. And even as black people, we got to come off of our ivory tower, pun intended, and we really got to get with the people in order for us to truly seek freedom, because we're not all free until we all free. So I'm
Pastor Brown,
Yes.
I was just gonna say right quick, because they did bring this to mind for me in concert with what has been said. We have to build new institutions for Black folks, and we have to replenish or restructure those legacy institutions when they have moved away from the service towards the Black community insofar as Black liberation is concerned. So I'm not disregarding or dismissing saying get rid of the NAACP or the National Urban League, so on and so forth. But to Bishop Swan's point, we do have to kind of like challenge them to make sure that they are true to, I think it was Ron Walters who would say, what does this have to do with the liberation of Black people? Right. So to what degree are these organizations and institutions serving Black liberation, and those institutions that we need to form and establish, the Black church being one, or reestablish, because you can't maintain any movement for liberation over any period of time unless it has some institutional basis. So we have to do something in terms of institution building, or Garvey would say nation building, right?
Good point. Good point. We have just a few minutes, and there was a question from Miss Rosie Washington, and she asked the question: is there a difference between anti-Blackness and racism? Who'd like to take that question real quick? Real quick.
Absolutely. Racism is a term that has been used to encapsulate and encompass a myriad of things affecting a myriad of different people. But anti-Blackness is specific to the fact that we are Black people, and it's not just Black people in America. Anti-Blackness is a global language, and no matter where you go, you are going to face anti-Blackness. And that is part of the reason, I used to use the language trying to be inclusive. And, we sometimes talk about Black and brown people, people of color, all of these various terms. I stopped using those altogether because there's even anti-Blackness among the brown people that we think are part of the Black and brown coalition. That among the people of color coalition, there's anti-Blackness among Asians and Latinos and Indians, and unfortunately there's anti-Blackness even among some Black folk.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
From various spaces. So yeah, there's absolutely a difference.
Thank you so much. We're out of time, but I really want to thank this panel. Thank you, Reverend Therese, for a phenomenal opportunity to bring together these thought leaders and these activists who are doing the work. I respect each and every one of you. I've been enlightened so very much to be sitting in the company of great thinkers who are knowledgeable and are doing the work. We hear so many lofty conversations from people who are thinking or speaking out of theory, but to actually sit with people who are doing the work, it's very different. I always say I would rather talk to a man with an experience versus his theory. I don't need your theory. I need your experience. That's how I gain from you. So again, thank you, Reverend Therese and Sister Reach, for assembling us together today. And we really hope that something has been said that can impact you to get started on the work. Again, thank you so very much. We're going to end right now. Thank you all so very much. Have a great day, great weekend, and be safe.
Sister Reach has been a treasure for our community. They have provided vital resources and assistance to the families here that they couldn't really get anywhere else. As a Black woman, as a Black mother, as a Black provider, I recognize that there are very few programs that are in this city to help young women who are pregnant, young women who are experiencing housing insecurity. Providing a special housing community for women, for mothers, for their children would be amazing. Providing them with a food pantry and clothing pantry, and providing them with reproductive health care assistance and education, and especially comprehensive sex education, which we really need here in our community. I'm grateful to be a part of Sister Reach and to be counted as a board member and just as a provider in the community.
We gonna do it like we do it. Can we do it? Here we go. I'm here so in, let's go. sins were erased. Come on, He healed my body. One day, He never left me. He made the way. That's what He's done for me. 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 I'll tell her right now to me what a favor. Tell the Lord thank. Tell the Lord thank for everything you've done. All the ways you made. Tell the Lord thank you. He's been real good. You ought to tell Him thank you. You ought to tell Him thank you. Find somebody wherever you may be and tell Him I got so much to thank God for. He made a way from me, yes He did. Brought me out of darkness into the marvelous light. He picked me up, turned me on and then He placed my feet down on a solid ground. You ought to tell Him thank you. Listen, He healed my body, won my case. He healed my body, won my case. He healed my body, so been healed. It was one Tuesday evening. I gave the preacher my hand. God, my heart. And ever since that day, I know I've been here. 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 Heal, 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 heal. So been I've been healed. My mind, I've been healed. My heart, I've been healed. Soul, I've been healed. I've been healed. I've been healed. Thank God I've been. Thank God I've been. Thank God I've been. Thank God I've been. Thank. One my case, show one my case, one my case, so
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us for the LGBTQIA Justice Panel of the Faith, Advocacy, and Religion Symposium. I'm Reverend Elise Salisbury, Director of Programming for Sister Reach. Today we have panelists, Reverend Valerie Spencer, founder of Sacred Vision for Holistic Empowerment Institute, Reverend Shania Leonard, National Coordinator for Gender and Racial Justice of the Presbyterian Church USA, Nadine Smith, co-founder and CEO of Equity Florida, and Keith Boykin, TV and film producer and national political commentator. To read more about our panelists and their work, please visit the Hay Summit link in the comments section. Thank you all for joining us, and welcome, welcome, welcome. We're going to jump right in. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being with us. All right, we're going to get started here. There's a lot going on right now in the political and social climate, right? So, first question, this is to everyone. In the Dobbs decision, which ended Roe, Justice Clarence Thomas mentioned rolling back LGBT gains, including marriage rights. What is your response to that, and how should LGBT activists and the LGBT community be responding right now?
I'll jump in. Good afternoon, everyone. So my first response is I'm not surprised. Nothing that Clarence Thomas does surprised me. Nothing that this governmental system and this racist, ununited states does surprises me. That's number one. Number two, it should not be a surprise to anyone else because the idea of supremacy and oppression is never one layer or is the target towards one group. It's always multi-layered, and it always comes for all those who are marginalized. And so when you come for abortion rights, what systemically targets those who are economically disenfranchised, people of color, more than anyone else, it's not a surprise. But also then the movement would be towards also the oppression of LGBTQIA folks. It feels like sometimes that the oppression of us is something that is still legislated and still allowed without any type of jurisdiction federally. And so for Clarence Thomas to say that is not surprising. What I think we should do as activists, as the community in this moment, is it's time to put aside our differences and really focus on the narrative of uniting in ways that don't necessarily include the government, in ways that come from grassroots organizing, to unite folks in all facets of the LGBTQIA plus community in an effort to securing our own safety, our own political power, and the rights of all those who are marginalized in this community. And I'll stop there. I can keep going. I'll stop.
Sure. I'll go ahead and jump in next. I think people are taking it very seriously. We have a program called Free Will that lets people get their paperwork together for their family. And the interest in that since the Dobbs decision and Clarence Thomas's comments has just absolutely skyrocketed. So I think people are sort of braced for that possibility. And I think that it's, the thing that we should be taking from this is not that there's a slippery slope leading to attacks on LGBTQ folks, but to understand that these are one and the same. Like this, the danger has arrived. It is already here. And that our obligation in this moment is to show up not in anticipation of what might come next, but in an understanding that this is cyclical. We have seen this before. We have seen these attacks on our families. We have seen the dehumanizing of us. We have seen in Florida, for example, the Johns Committee that in the 50s and 60s that was set up to purge Black and, quote, homosexuals from Florida's education system. And here we are again with the attacks on critical race theory and the Stop Woke bills and the Don't Say LGBTQ bills. We're seeing that again. Anita Bryant, when she reared her head, it was around not just going after LGBTQ people, but she was partnered with an organization whose number one priority, they were formed in the backlash to the Supreme Court's integration of private schools, and that was the moral majority. When they first arrived on the scene, abortion wasn't their issue, but all of this is in service to the absolute panic in a shrinking but powerful segment of the population at the Black and Browning of America. And we are in a struggle fundamentally to define what America is. And there are two paths. One is the path that we move forward on, which is inclusive, diverse, recognizes different families, different genders, and ensures that we protect and we respect that diversity. There's another path that says America is fundamentally white, it's fundamentally Christian, it's fundamentally heterosexual, and the presence of people who do not fit that must be regulated or eliminated. And so they are pursuing laws that tell LGBTQ people, you don't have a right to exist. If you exist, you better hide. And if you don't hide successfully, you're going to get hurt. That tell women in particular that they do not have the same status, that the government will dictate what you can and can't do with your body. And as a consequence, they regulate all of our bodies. They seek to regulate all of how we define ourselves in terms of gender. And so we have to understand this in that larger context and not get pulled into a game of whack-a-mole going after this issue and this issue, but understand we have to link arms in these dangerous times. And it's good to see everybody.
Good to see you too. I guess I'll go next since I spoke up. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this. And Nadine is right, as usual, about everything she said. I think the greatest trick that the moral conservatives ever played on us was convincing, quote unquote, moral conservatives or religious conservatives, is convincing us that we are out of the mainstream. And the reality is that they use these terms like the moral majority in the 1980s to convince people that somehow the majority of Americans want to believe in this backward-looking view of the world, to take us to a vision of the way America should be based on the way America once was. That's why when they say make America great again, they're talking about going back to some time in the past. They're not talking about moving to the future. That's the reason why they use the word again. But the reality is that most Americans are moving in the direction of where we are. And they have been for quite some time. And this is what scares them, as Nadine pointed out. Most Americans now support marriage equality. 71% of Americans support marriage equality. 66% of Americans support Roe versus Wade. Americans support Medicare for all, universal background checks. And yet none of these things are really getting done, largely because there's a small segment of people who have put up obstacles using the impediments that are the structural impediments in our system to prevent that kind of change. And the fear that they have, this fear of a darkening America, is born out of the fact that the America that we now have has changed. Now, I come from a political point of view, so I can look at it from this point. And I can say that in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections, Democrats have won the popular vote. And now they haven't had the actual victory in each of those elections, because in 2 of those elections, they were robbed of the presidency because of the Electoral College. But they realized that the country is moving in a sort of a leftward direction. And so they have to create all these sort of obstacles to prevent us from moving forward. So what Justice Clarence Thomas said about Obergefell was also just one of several things he was indicating, because they also want to overturn Griswold, the right to use contraceptives, which is a decision that goes back to the 1960s by the U.S. Supreme Court. They want to overturn Lawrence v. Texas next, which is the decision that allows people, LGBTQ people, to simply engage in consensual, intimate activity. They want to essentially go back and reverse the idea that we have any sort of right to privacy. Now, the one area where Clarence Thomas didn't speak up, of course, was the issue of interracial marriage. He doesn't want to reverse that, the Loving versus Virginia decision, because he's in an interracial marriage. But it's a very self-serving, very shallow and self-centered perspective. There is legislation currently in Congress pending to codify marriage equality. But as Nadine said, it's not just about marriage equality. It's about this larger fight for the future of America. And I have to finish by just saying one thing from Dr. King. Dr. King used to warn people that time is neutral, and we should avoid this assumption that merely the passage of time will make things better, that the old people and the conservatives will die off and the young people will make things better. The truth is that time can be used either constructively or destructively, as Dr. King said. So we have to use our time constructively to make and build the better world we want to see.
Well, I guess I'm up to bat. Good day, everyone. It is so good to see all of you, especially my old friend Keith, who just looks so good. As I emerge from isolation, I'm seeing people again, and it's wonderful. I come from a unique perspective in that I am both a Black woman, but I'm also nuanced with being a Black woman who is trans. So I have a unique perspective on the American experience. And my feedback is this: we should never forget what this place is. I know we own homes, we own property, we've seen the aesthetics of this country change, we've seen the leadership aesthetics of this country change, but we should never forget what and who America truly is and the intention beneath which America was stolen. This is stolen land. This is stolen land to promote, to propagate, and sustain the whole principle of whiteness. And embedded in whiteness is the idea that whiteness and white thought, white consciousness, white way of thinking, white way of living, white way of moving, white aesthetic is better than all of the others. And in fact, whiteness needs to somehow supervise, be the logistical coordinator, manager of how you all are moving about this thing that we call our country. If you've listened, the radical Republicans are using language like legacy Americans, signaling to us that you can live here, you can move around here, but you might not be able to participate in the political process for long. That is only for us who are legacy Americans. I am not surprised by Clarence Thomas. I don't think he was talking to me at all. I think he was talking to his folks and saying it's on and cracking. And it is, and it is. Now, as a Black woman who is trans, I am very accustomed to my personhood being marginalized, uncounted, unseen, both by cisgendered heterosexual people of various skin tones, but also by my gay brothers and sisters within my own rainbow family. It is just now that trans people are starting to emerge and discover our own power. It used to be that marriage equality was something for y'all. I remember joking, saying, I can't even get a brother to take me to AMC, and maybe a little caviar afterward. But that is changing. That is changing. Just as Keith said, not only is America browning and blacking, it's illuminating, it's waking up, it's discovering its sexual self, it's discovering its gender self, it's questioning the binary altogether and its usefulness, and where does one fit in consequently. Love is happening. Commitment, not for the sister over here, but love and intimacy is happening for others. So marriage equality is now important for trans people as well. We have always and should always be vigilant, even hyper-vigilant about the goings on of America. We should never relax. We should never be laxed. This is stolen land. You know, these people went through a lot of effort to steal this space, a lot of effort to steal this space. And now with the progression of time, things have changed. We've had a Black president. And I believe that many white people are saying, no, I'm losing my whiteness. Black people are looking me in my eye as if it's air, right? I believe people want that back. I truly believe that America is no longer safe for Africans and that we should start doing some country shopping as soon as possible.
Oh, wow. Thank you all so much. And absolutely, absolutely. So I hear the passion, right, in everyone's voice. So one of the tenets of reproductive justice is that everyone should be able to express their sexuality or orientation freely and without shame, right? Whatever the gender expression is, freely and without shame. How does it feel, right? Because I hear the passion in you all's response. Are we surprised that we're here? And how does it feel in this moment seeing the country regress? Like what we, at least in the back of our minds, we thought could be, we're, I believe it was Nadine who said, we're in that moment now. So how does it feel to literally be the social justice advocate or the person speaking on these issues alive in this moment?
I don't know that we have regressed. I don't think colonization and imperialism has ever ceased. And so although we have gained some monumentous wins along the way. I don't know that we've ever been in a state where we can say that we have reached any type of plateau or mountaintop. So to say regression to me feels like we've reached something. And the struggle of my ancestors is still the struggle of my grandchildren, as long as we exist in this nation. And so to be alive in this moment feels like we're just continuing on the battle and the struggle for what it means to be Black, what it means to be queer, and what it means to try to exist with any type of autonomy and dignity within a country, as Reverend Spencer said, that was never created for us. And so we're fighting an uphill battle that I don't see in any ways that we've really ever succumbed, nor does it ever look like we're going to. It's always going to be a struggle as long as we look for equality in a country that was never created for us.
I'm going to jump in. I'll go ahead. I remember I had a nasty stomach infection, and I was given a powerful antibiotic, and the doctor said to me, take this. After a couple of days, the pain of that is going to go away, but that virus is still in you, active, pumping strong. It's a powerful stomach virus that you have. And sure enough, the pain went away. So I got laxed on the medication until I was doubled over yet again. We have regressed, in my opinion, but the regression, in my opinion, is that we've taken our foot off of the gas. We have fallen in love with Gucci. We love Louis Vuitton. And we put value in our acquisition. We used to find value in Blackness, nurses, doctors, Pullman porters, deacons, ushers. We found pride in Blackness. And now, in my opinion, we've moved outside of our rich Black culture. And sometimes that culture was stifling for queer people, right? We got tired of going to hell on Sundays. But we moved out of our beautiful Black culture into the world of acquisition, where we've gotten lost there, in my opinion. I think we need to redefine. I love what the young people are doing. They're redefining power, redefining Black power, and bathing in it all anew. We've just got to keep our foot on the gas. And we might want to do a leadership change. We need some upgrades. No shade.
So I think, again, it's important that we understand our history, because the markers of how we get here are clear. Every time there is great progress, there is tremendous backlash. We could have absolutely predicted January 6th, because we saw it, post-Reconstruction. We saw it in the Battle for Liberty place in New Orleans, where an integrated police force had to, we're up against 5,000 members of the White League, most of them Confederate veterans who are outraged at the growing multiracial electorate, and both the Democrat and the Republican claimed victory. Or a better example is Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898, where it was the first successful coup d'etat in American history. And yet we're not taught this in school, but in the wake of an election where they elected a newly biracial local government, these white militias absolutely rained terror on Black residents. When the carnage ended, more than 100 Black government officials, city council members, treasurer, clerk, had all been forced out of their elected roles, and up to 250 Black citizens had been murdered, and 100,000 registered Black voters left Wilmington, and a Black person was not elected again until 1976. I'm saying this because we know the playbook. We know what the levers are. We know the fear messages that they deliver. And again, the other thing that's driving this, I think so much of what is being pointed at the LGBTQ community can really be the turning point was the aftermath of George Floyd's murder. So when you began to see these attacks on critical race theory, what they were really saying is, wait a second, this time When we killed a Black man, it wasn't just confined to the Black community, the outrage. There were people flooding the streets. There were this is a turning point. And so they've gone into the schools and they're saying, you're not reinforcing our frame. We're going to eliminate instruction that tells you that, here's an example, 41% of math books were rejected by the state of Florida because they included things like the woman, the centerpiece of Hidden Figures, Katherine Vaughan Johnson, was included in a section just as a blurb saying that she was the first Black woman hired by NASA because of her math skills. Nope, unacceptable to the state of Florida. That's critical race theory. That's indoctrination. That's making white kids feel bad about themselves. That's introducing a question about why was she the first? What was in her way? They want to eliminate the things that make young people pull the thread and ask the questions that reveal, the ugly complexity of American history. And so I say all this to say once again, we are seeing an unprecedented number of LGBTQ people elected. We are seeing unprecedented numbers of Black elected officials. We are seeing this divide of progressivity in major cities and the deepening, red organizing in more rural cities. And as a consequence of that, state legislators are trying to take power away from cities because that's about taking power away from progressive strongholds. So I'm saying all this to say we have seen these same levers before. And if we're not students of history, we won't understand how we got out of it then, and then how we have to adapt in this time to the form that is taken this time around.
Well, I have to say I agree with much of what everyone has already said. My apologies, first of all, for moving around a bit. I'm at my mom's house in Houston, Texas, and she just came in the door, so I want to close the door. She came in the house, so I want to close the door. I feel like the historical part is a really critical part of this, and it gets us to where we are today. Isabel Wilkerson, in her book Caste, she starts the book actually with a discussion of these ancient viruses in Siberia that because of climate change are becoming exposed again, that had been long thought dead. And the reality is they're coming back to life. They were never dead. They were just frozen for a short period of time. I think we're sort of feeling a similar experience in our country. We had this sort of a false impression that things were getting better and these ancient viruses like racism and anti-Blackness and white supremacy were dying. And we're seeing that they were never really dead. They were just hidden beneath the surface, and they just needed someone to animate them, to heat them up. And Donald Trump became most recently the person to animate them. But this is part of a larger historical trend too, which is why I'm glad that it was already pointed out that we had the insurrection in Wilmington in 1898, that there were race riots, as they quote unquote call them, which were really race massacres against Black people all throughout the early 20th century and the late 19th century. That lynchings took place. Thousands of Black people were lynched in their own homes and neighborhoods and communities all the way through the 1960s. And that we still have a history to deal with. And as Nadine pointed out, and also Carol Anderson writes in her book, White Rage, that the trigger for the white rage has always been Black progress. Whenever there is Black progress, there is white rage. It's a cycle that has been going on throughout our country's history. And what we have right now is we have a multifaceted type of progress. It's not just about Black progress, but a threatening to white Christian supremacy, or what they call white Christian nationalism. So we've had a Black president already for 8 years, as Reverend Valerie Spencer pointed out. We've had a Black woman now who is vice president. We have a Black woman who's on the Supreme Court now for the first time. We've had a woman who ran for president, a white woman who ran for president, got more votes than the white man who quote unquote defeated her. We now have marriage equality in all 50 states in the country. We know that the Hispanic population is growing so rapidly that in 5 states, the Latina population will be the majority within the next 30 years. We also know that the Asian American population is growing rapidly. And when people look at all these different changes going on in the world around them, they're thinking, well, this is not the America I thought I was a part of. They want to bring back that white supremacy. They want the Black and brown people and the LGBTQ people and all the other people who were supposed to be inferior. They want them to go back in their place. The problem is you can't do that anymore because we are so much more empowered and knowledgeable that we're not going back in our place. So we've created this tension here between, on the one hand, the more radically empowered new voice of the diverse, multicultural, pluralistic society that is demanding our rights. On the other hand, the old voice of the old guard that doesn't want to give up those rights. And what happens when irresistible force meets what was the phrase? An irresistible force meets
object.
A movable object, an inconceivable clash. I think we're moving toward a potential for civil war in this country. And unfortunately, there are people who are preaching this and encouraging this. That's the reason why they're marching through the streets and creating militias, and that's the reason why they're worshiping the former president and listening to his messaging. The entirety of his messaging throughout his presidency, it was never about anything about the Republican Party or anything like that. It was about one thing. It was about retaining white supremacy and reasserting white supremacy.
Absolutely. And thank you all so much for the transparency. So you make me think about Tulsa, right? It didn't matter if those Black folks were Christians or LGBT folks. You know, they went in, white folks went in to burn them all, right? To kill them all. And that leads me to the next question. We know that white nationalism, right, and Christian extremism is guiding the rollback of LGBT rights. How do you all believe that religious communities and communities of faith should be responding in this moment?
I'll jump in. You know, we have always had religious involvement in freedom and liberation movements. We've had the Sikhs who helped guide the way and help pave the way for the Underground Railroad and other abolitionist movement. We've had our allies. And so I think the church, I think people of faith, I think healers and spiritualists and root workers and Ifa priests and priestesses. I think all of us need to be involved in this work. I think the deliverable is clear. The challenge is clear. We're talking about diversity and inclusion or whiteness and white supremacy. And every conversation from Trump, I love how Trump just sort of slipped and fell into racism popularity. He's too much of a narcissist to be racist, right? He just looked up and found himself in the middle of Klan people clapping for him. He thought, this is great. And off he went. He had these sentiments all along. But now he was a part of a group that loved him, right? He's too much of a narcissist to be something. I think what's not being talked about, or at least something that I'd like to offer up, is the dual abuse of whiteness, right? The dual victimization of whiteness. So we've been victims, as people of color, as queer people, of whiteness and white nationalism and white colonialism, right? But the whole idea of whiteness is a victimization in and of itself. Right? White people, you are not supposed to think of yourself as better. And the narrative that crafted you in that vein has victimized you to the point that we have yet to really go in there and see what is the tissue, what is the damage within you, right? Fortunately, even though there's a victimization, there's a convenience. White victimization comes with a convenience because the coalesced thought of the day is that whiteness is better. I love how whiteness feels like it needs to supervise and oversee and guide and usher and facilitate. I think those of us who are people of faith, intuitives, all of those things, we must get involved. For one thing, we're beating the drum of freedom. We are offering up the narrative of truth. and an unnuanced narrative, hopefully. Hopefully, in doing this freedom and liberation work, we're not trying to put anybody in hell. We're not trying to make anybody confess to anything or convert to everything. We're asking everybody to bring their unique God divine self, no matter how it expresses itself, to this work. Because we are falling into civil war. We are going to be here very, very soon, and things are going to get even worse. And as I close, I just want to say a piece about allyship. We like to stamp people as allies. People like to stamp themselves as allies because I'm courteous and polite to you people. I love coming to your parties, and I've got an honorable word to say about you when you're not watching. But let's be very clear. Allyship is sticky. It's messy. It's risky. It's dirty. It's compromising. It's not convenient, right? Allies risk their own lives and livelihood for the sake of cause, right? Let's reevaluate who we're calling allies.
I want to jump in here, which I risk coming right after Reverend Spencer. She's so powerful. But I think when you look at the faith traditions that most of us ascribe to, all of them have an element of liberation involved in it. All of them have an element of a seeking to achieve a level of freedom that is not inerrant in some way. And so I think what really is the perspective of people of faith in this particular moment is realizing that there's still a large amount of decolonization that has to happen in our ability to understand, withstand, and move in faith spaces. I think about this movie, Honk for Jesus, right? And we've all seen it. We've all got our opinions on it. What is brought up for us? Oh, what is brought up for us? What it has done for us? But what I walked away with from that movie is, even though it's satire and the actors are phenomenal in it, what I saw is that we have taken a way of approach in faith, and I speak from the Christian tradition because that's what I know most, that is already oppressive when we interacted in these shores. And then we've added another layer of it that has made it totally unrecognizable to what I consider to be the true authentic place of faith and liberation that Jesus embodies and calls us to. And so we have as a double layer of fake ass Christianity and fake ass faith. I'm sorry, I'm cussing already. That we not only have, and we walk in lots of places, not all of us, but then we subjugate on, we push on each other. And there is nothing about freedom that is represented in that fictitious representation of the gospel or what it means to be people of faith. So if we return to the essence of liberation, the essence of freedom, and the essence of really being radically forced into this place of what it means to totally live in life more abundantly and free indeed, then we have a decolonization of faith that removes all the crap so we can totally get to a place of lifting up one another and walking in true love.
Well, Reverend Leonard and Reverend Spencer are preaching today. I really appreciate both those messages. And I think you hit the nail on the head here. You know, Dr. Audre Lorde wrote that the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. And we can't replicate the same practices that were used to oppress us to try to liberate ourselves. When people talk about the Black church tradition, a lot of that tradition is part of Black liberation theology. But a lot of what we've seen in some of our churches has evolved or devolved away from liberation and more toward prosperity. And I find that to be very disturbing. I think that our identity has to be more than just consumption and materialism, and more than just acquisition of things and wealth, but about something that's beyond that, something that's about building a community, building a sense of identity and purpose. But when people talk about Christians are opposed to this or Christians are opposed to that in our country, a lot of that, what they're talking about is white Christians or white evangelicals in particular. But they never really say that in the media. They just talk about Christians are opposed to homosexuality, or Christians are opposed to abortion. And there's much more diversity within the Christian community or Christian communities than I think we sometimes give credit for. Like here I am in Texas right now, as I mentioned earlier, and just this week we had a judge here in the state, a so-called Christian conservative Bush appointee Republican, who struck down the requirement that employers provide PrEP, HIV preventive health care for people who who are trying to prevent the spread of HIV and AIDS. What kind of Christianity is that deprives people of life-saving medical treatment in the name of some sort of religious philosophy? That's not about faith and love. That's about control. That's a very disturbing trend. You know, Dr. King warned in his letter from Birmingham jail in 1963. He talked about the church had once been used as had this choice to make. You know, he talked particularly about the white moderates, but they had this choice to make between being a thermostat or a thermometer. And he said a thermometer simply just takes the temperature of the room, but a thermostat changes the temperature of the room. And what we're called to do, especially he was saying for those who are in the church community, the church tradition, we are called to change the temperature of the room, to turn up the heat, if you will, to focus the country's attention and the world's attention on the issue of injustice and inequality, not just to put our finger in the air and see what the temperature is, but to change the temperature and make people see right, not so much to be concerned about how people will see us and the respectability politics, but about how we create a better world so that people will see the world differently.
Well, I'll pick up on your point, Keith, about when it's labeling Christians when you're really talking about white Christianity. And one of the things that we have been seeing is that white evangelical churches are shrinking. Young people aren't joining. Even people who call themselves members of those churches, very few actually consider themselves members. And so it is shrinking. On the one hand, that is part of the reason that radicalizing even further those churches has become easier. And the folks who are leaving aren't abandoning the tenets of it. In fact, in their departures, they are more cynical about systems. They're more open to messages about, toppling the government. So even as it shrinks, it sort of is metastasizing these messages. And, when we look at all of the attacks that are being leveled at this moment, you hear now Fox News and others saying very specifically what they used to say in code. They're talking about replacement theory. They're talking about the white birth dearth. And so what animates all of this, whether it is ending access to abortion, to them, that is a pathway to increase the number of white births. When they talk about and widen the pathway for incarcerating Black and brown people. When you see them targeting the LGBTQ community, to them, that is one more person who is not as likely to reproduce a white child. I mean, everything is driven by this absolute terror. And I think that what we have to do in this moment is not only name those things that we can see clearly, that have, those viruses that never went away. I think what we have to do is speak to a future, both as Black people, but also the healing that this nation has to undergo is a healing that white people are going to have to experience the pain that Reverend Spencer was talking about. You got to go through that pain to heal the body. And what white people get on the other side of this is also the end of this fake thing called whiteness, this thing that has actually scooped out their real identities, their real heritage, their real lineage, the places from which they are indigenous, and their customs and their seasoning, all of these things. To become white, you must flatten out and eliminate the things that actually make you very distinct from other groups that are called white now. And so I think on the other side of this, healing journey, we get to have real relationships. But it's going to be painful. It always has been. And we're in one of those moments where social media has allowed our societies. It allows us to live right next door to somebody who absolutely does not get their news from the same place, who does not get their basic information from the same place. So the challenge of building community with all of these factors is more intense, and the stakes are so much higher, but the absolute necessity remains. That's our job.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for those answers. I want to go back to something that Reverend Spencer mentioned around, she stated that some of, who she is as a trans woman is also judged, right, by the LGBTQ community, QIA plus community, I'm sorry. But we know that even that judgment comes from a white supremacist theology, right? And so that's the first point I want to make. The second point is Sister Reach was involved in research around religious refusals. And one of the outcomes to that, it is absolute truth what you all have stated, that there are many young people, as well as those who were born, bred, and fed, right, in different religious denominations, who are backing away from what they know and have lived and experienced as harmful theologies, again, that are based on the premise of theologies that don't really belong to Black people, but they are rules, if you will, that we have adopted, is what they teach us, and we've adopted to live our lives by. And so, yes, to your points, yes, many LGBT young and older people, or seasoned people, are moving backwards, right, in terms of from the harmful theologies, in an effort to be progressive in their own lived experiences, to be affirming, to be accepting. And third point, there are affirming ministries, right? We have a bishop that's coming up, who's coming up as an excellent, amazing leader, who has been an example to all of us around what it looks like to live freely, right? To be free and to be able to be charismatic, but to live in truth, and to live in truth also. And so, so religious communities and spiritual communities, right? To your point, Rev, you mentioned the folks at EFI, African, though there are even those who are going back to our traditional African religion, right? Because of the white supremacist theology that most churches have led out of. And so, again, just to reiterate the point around liberation, whatever liberation means for the individual, right? However, that individual needs to be free. That is the road and the path that many are taking. So my next question is, 30 anti-trans bills have been passed in Texas alone, with respect to Attorney General and Governor wanting the Department of Family and Children's Services to investigate families that are suspected of supporting their children seeking transgender affirming care. As LGBT activists, what is your response to the slate of anti-trans bills and their ramifications on both families and the individuals that are being impacted directly?
Well, since you called my name, so you mentioned something that I just want to put a word on. Yes, much of what we have encountered has come from white theology, but Black folks, you are not off the hook. I love you. You are me. Right? You let that man up there on that pulpit every Sunday convince you to put me out your house, to beat me, to kill me, to not respond when I die. When I die, to bury me in a suit and a tie. I officiated a funeral where they drew a mustache on the young lady's face, right? Black folks, you're not off the hook. You're supposed to love me. You're supposed to embrace me beyond your understanding. We can get your understanding together of what transness is, but I am more a part of you than you care to admit. And you will fix this, Black people, at once, because I'm Black and I'm holding you accountable. I don't want to see my people die and it be considered glory and God's doing. Let's just fix that. Black people, get it together. Stat, please. In regard to the bills that are taking place, let's just illuminate that for a minute. Texas is trying to pass a law that states that because you are a parent, Texas and Florida, because you are a parent that is supporting your child or your preteen or your adolescent's transitioning process, both socially and medically and legally, that is likened unto child neglect and child abuse. This means that all of the rich growth and development that I have fought very hard for 30 years will be regressed. We are just now at the point where we are training trans people to be leaders. We are just now at the point where we are empowering trans people that they have a voice and to use their voice. We are just now at that point. And so when we fight for LGBT rights, I mean, this has been said repeatedly, right? And I'm sure the acronyms change. And I'm sure the gender discovery language changes beyond my own convenience. So what? The human experience is complicated. Get over it, right? Those of us who are queer people, we should not lean into our mimosas and our okayness. We should lean into where the fight is. And the fight is with my people. What have you done to embrace and lift the self-esteem of a trans person who is being hunted, not just politically under attack? Trans people are being hunted, right? In Jamaica, in Africa, in Kenya, in the South, in California. Trans people are being hunted. And thank God that I'm old enough to know how to stay in the house, because I too am afraid. I too am afraid. We've got to get more active. We've got to get more involved, specifically on the trans and gender non-binary piece, not just the LGBTQ piece, right? Bishop Swan talked about earlier how we don't say people of color anymore. We say Black, because within the racism dynamic, there has become a specificity called anti-Blackness. We don't just throw out our acronyms, LGBT, or say queer. We lean in and call out and embrace trans people specifically because they are being under attack. I just want to say before I close right quick, I know my sister won't do it for herself. Please go out and grab Reverend Cherise Scott's new CD. It's fabulous. She's not going to do the plug herself. I've got to be rude and do it for her. And I think Keith has a book as well.
I guess I'll say something. Yeah, I'm in Texas, and I'm very aware of those bills, even though I don't live here. My mom lives here. But it's not just Texas, as Reverend Valerie Spencer pointed out. It's states all over the country. And the South is where the governors and the legislatures are being most successful in passing them. But these bills are coming up in states that are in the North and the East Coast and the West Coast. They're all over. This is a universal, a nationwide campaign. And what's driving it is they need somebody new to be the target. They always need somebody to get people upset. When Donald Trump ran for president, the first thing he said was, when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. And that was an attack on the Mexicans. Then he talked about he wanted a ban on the Muslims because the Muslims were going to come in. They were going to be all terrorists, he was suggesting. And then he started, remember, he'd already started off by attacking the black president who would serve for eight years and accusing him of having a fake birth certificate. Then he started attacking black members of Congress and black football players who were taking a knee and telling them to get off the field. It is just a cycle, if you will, from one group to another to another. They have to continually to be fed some sort of sense of anger to direct their energy because they have miserable lives. And nobody wants to deal with the fact they have miserable lives because of the capitalist patriarchal structure that they've been forced to live in. So instead, they want to redirect their hatred and energy to somebody else who's around them, who they can target and be the enemy, because they don't want to target the people who are really in power. And that's very, very, very troubling. The second part of this is, as Valerie also pointed out, indicated, is that a lot of the problem that's happening with trans people in our society, for Black trans women especially, is because of other Black people. Dozens of Black trans people have been murdered in this country in the recent years. And who are the people who are killing them? They're not white people for the most part. They're Black people, Black men largely. Black cisgendered men who were attacking and killing these Black trans women. And we don't talk about that because it's easier for us to sort of sweep it under the rug and say, well, Black trans women under attack. But we need to talk about, well, who's attacking them? And why are they feeling the need to do that? And where are they getting those messages that that's an okay thing to do? And I suggest, as I think has already been introduced in the conversation, that's coming from the church, from our churches, where it's still, transphobia is still very much encouraged and tolerated in far too many places. Yes, it's wonderful that we have Bishop Yvette Flunder, that we had Ray Cheeks and so many other people across the places, Atlanta and Los Angeles, where there are affirming churches. But that's a minority, a very small but powerful, but a minority of Black church experiences. There's still thousands of Black churches all across the country where those anti-trans messages are being communicated on a regular basis, if not overtly, then certainly covertly or indirectly through the actions of the congregants and of the leadership.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and I think we have to put a highlighter on one of those things that you just said, Keith, amplifying what Reverend Spencer said. You know, this epidemic of violence and murder of Black trans women is not only overwhelmingly at the hands of cis het identified Black men, but often people known to each other, sometimes often intimate partners. But we put the headlines out there like this is all random hate violence because we don't want to say this part out loud. And there's a long history of silence in the Black church around HIV and AIDS. There's a long silence around sexuality. There's a leaning into of a machismo that creates dynamics where violence against women is amplified, and violence against trans women is the absolute pinnacle of that hatred. And so I think those are parts of the conversations that have to be had right now. And when it comes to these laws, there are a couple of things I think are really important for people to understand. These do not generate from the grassroots up. These are formulated by right-wing think tanks when they ask themselves in Virginia, how do we stop the conversation from being about Donald Trump? And they came up with this as their critical race theory and anti-LGBT with a specific focus on trans bashing. Those became their go-tos. And it serves two purposes. Not only does it create a target among a population, for example, how many people in the Florida legislature have ever met a trans elementary school soccer player? I would put that, if not zero, very close to zero. And yet, why did this become the biggest issue in the legislature the year before this past session? Because it's easy to demonize, caricature people that other people are not familiar with. There are people who of good faith have questions simply because of their ignorance, the limits of their own social settings. But good faith never begins with an attack. Good faith does not begin with the premise of dehumanization. And so the second reason that they did this was not only to change the subject off of Donald Trump, but also to divide and to conquer. That same machismo, that same impulse within the Black church and the broader Black community to historically not stand up, though not to the degree that I think is stereotyped. You know, Black legislators, Black electeds have always been on the side of the angels on these issues. But nonetheless, by bringing these issues up, they're able to appeal to a kind of machismo among heterosexual Black men that say, you know, that's a bridge too far for me. This is how I justify my vote for that party, for that candidate. And so we have to be aware of how they traffic in racism and sexism and homophobia in these moments for the purpose of playing the Black community against itself for political gain.
Just to jump in here, yeah, as a non-binary person who exists under the trans umbrella, I live in Kentucky, y'all. And so I get it wholeheartedly every day. I think though what is important, and to kind of echo what's already been said, is that we have to understand something as Black people of faith, that there's a difference between faith and then what happens with the dogma that exists under white supremacy culture. And I think far too often Black faith gets misconstrued and exists within the framework of white supremacy culture and the Southern strategy, which is a political strategy that has existed for a long time, that we still find ourselves falling victim to in a lot of ways. And so it's back to what I said before about decolonizing our faith and decolonizing our minds and our approach to this. That the idea of oppression and discrimination against our trans siblings as a movement that is anti-Christian or anti-Black is nothing but white supremacy culture turned on ourselves. I think that racism is the most successful sin ever. It's successful. It's brilliant because when we begin to propagate it on ourselves without a white person being anywhere and to be seen, then it's super successful. It's brilliant. And until we realize the difference between true, authentic faith and Blackness, separated from the colonized dogma that we exist in, we'll never be able to break out of this cycle of fighting each other, whether we are trans, whether we're LGB, or whatever the case might be. And so decolonizing our faith and decolonizing our minds out of a place of whiteness has to happen within the Black community until we realize we are one and the same. We are fighting the same battles. The same way with the Black community and abortion or reproductive justice rights. It's the same way with the Black community and queer rights. We all in the same boat, y'all. And it got holes in it. So until we realize that and start patching it together, we all going to sink until we get together on one accord and decolonize our way of thinking. Get whiteness out of the equation.
I got to jump in here and put one more piece on the table right fast. Couple of things. We cannot ignore the misogyny that has taken place in queer ecumenical spaces, right? In queer churches, in so-called affirming churches of color. There are no trans women on the pulpit. There are no trans women in leadership. There are trans men. There are no trans women. I want to encourage a couple of things of my faith community. Seek us out. The Creator has put a special call in and on our lives as well. It needs to be groomed. It needs to be developed. Absolutely. But it is there. And I know my Bishop Flunder is going to say, I know she ain't talking about me. And no, I am not. But for those of you who have yet to seek trans people, trans women for ministry, seek them out. Point two, quickly. Please include trans happiness in your sermonology. Please do not just narrative us in your sermons as people who are at the odds of struggle. Please put love and grace, love, romance, intimacy into your sermonology and your examples of transness. I took a sex education class in college. It had the gay men having sex, the lesbians having sex. But when it came to the trans people, it talked about the power of Stonewall and the struggle. I'm like, well, wait a minute, it's Friday. I'm getting ready to get me a little something. What is up with that, right? What? Fullness of who we are. Not just the horror of being trans in your sermonology, but have a sermon that talks about a trans woman falling in love, right? And how God intervened in that. We've got to have another narrative, a spiritual narrative that invites us to living and away from suicidal ideation, quite frankly.
So awesome. So awesome. Thank you so much. And to your point, Rev, Spencer, one of the things I say, if a ministry is inclusive or affirming, but I don't see a trans woman leading in some capacity, it's not really inclusive or affirming. That's my opinion. That's what I think. So we have a few minutes left to sum it up in a couple of, I would say in a minute each. What are your final thoughts that you would like to leave with the audience in no particular order?
I guess I'll speak. I just want to go back to something that Reverend Leonard said earlier about colonize. What was it you said? Colonize religion? Is that what it was?
We have to decolonize religion.
Decolonize religion. Yeah, I really like that messaging. It reminds me a bit of what Carter G. Woodson wrote about in The Miseducation of the Negro, and he said that essentially, that if you control a person's thinking, you don't have to control their actions. And we have to revolutionize the way we think about ourselves, our community, and our space in the world. And so before we even start doing things on an international, national, or state or local level, we have to look at ourselves and our hearts and our minds and think about what can we do differently? How can we see the world and the people around us differently, our friends, our family, our coworkers and colleagues? Once we do that, then we can take the next step forward and be able to embrace other people and interact with them and move forward in a way that allows us to be decolonized in our minds so we can decolonize the religion.
I'll jump in since you mentioned me. Anti-transness, anti-queerness is anti-blackness. Decolonizing our faith means that we decolonize our way of approach that's seen through white supremacy lenses and sees us as the family of the kingdom of God that we truly are. And until we realize that and recognize that, we are still trapped in a mindset of slavery that we cannot get out of. And that's where the battle is. If one thing that T.D. Jakes ever said that made sense is that the battle is in your mind first. And so until we get our mindset away from whiteness as rightness, then we'll never be able to progress totally until where God is yet calling us to. I'm done.
All right, and I'll jump in real quick just to say I think there are three very quick things. Create an irresistible vision of the future that's not just in opposition to the small and narrow idea of America, but one that is inclusive and humane, a safe and healthy and prosperous place for all of us. Build deep community, forge meaningful connections. People have to get outside of their comfort zones and be in community with people. That's where the change happens. And then I want to amplify this thing about joy. We have to embrace hope and joy because joy makes us brave and hope makes us strong. And our history is filled with the sustaining power and transformational power of joy and hope against all odds. We have danced in our grief before, and we have sang through our pain before, and we have kept our candles lit against fear.
So awesome. Thank you all. We definitely have to continue this conversation. So much substance was said. I absolutely appreciate you being present for this panel. Reverend Spencer, did you have something you wanted to share? I see you.
Please forgive me, my family was calling me. To those of you who are struggling with all of this, who are trying to find your way through this complicated labyrinth of both racism, sexism, misogyny, all of it, may I introduce you and reintroduce some to this dynamic energy that we call God. This dynamic and beautiful power that is nearer than your hands and your feet. Some say it's closer than your neck vein. It's in you. It is of you. You are made of it. You were never filthy. You could never be an abomination. You were never a reprobate. None of that. None of that. I speak truth unto the lie. You are God in its beautiful, queer, magnificent self. Come on back to who you are. And I love you.
And to that, I say thank you all again. I want to, in this moment, I'd like to introduce you to our CEO and founder, Cherie Scott, who will come to introduce our speaker of the hour.
Wow. This is so beautiful. I would just say I am so blessed. This has been such a beautiful day so far. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much, Reverend Elise. I enjoyed the rich discussion from our amazing panelists, and I hope we all took something away about what it means to humanize all people, not just in our churches, but our lives outside of religious spaces. I hope you've been enjoying this amazing symposium thus far. It has been my pleasure to participate in it thus far. And I want to introduce our amazing keynote speaker of the hour, the Reverend Dr. Yvette Flunder.
Reverend Flunder is a San Francisco native and has served her call through the prophetic action and ministry for justice for over 30 years. The call to blend proclamation, worship, service, and advocacy on behalf of those most marginalized in church and in society led to the founding of the City of Refuge United Church of Christ in 1991. In 2003, Reverend Dr. Flunder was consecrated presiding bishop of the Fellowship of Affirming Ministries, a multi-denominational coalition of over 100 primarily African-American Christian leaders and laity. She is a graduate of the Certificate of Ministry and Masters of Arts programs at Pacific School of Religion and received her Doctor of Ministry from San Francisco Theological Seminary. Bishop Flunder is a Demos board member and senior fellow at Auburn Theological Seminary and Andover Newton Seminary. She has also served as an adjunct professor and speaker at Pacific School of Religion, numerous seminaries and universities, including Auburn, Bright Divinity, Chicago Theological, Columbia University, Drew, Duke, Eden, Howard, Lancaster, New York Theological, and Yale. She is also an award-winning gospel music artist and author of Where the Edge Gathers, a theology of homiletic and radical inclusion. Before we hear from Bishop Flunder, I'd like to introduce again the amazing Callie Day as she brings forth our sermonic solo. After Callie ministers, we will welcome our beautiful bishop, the Reverend Dr. Yvette Flunder. Enjoy.
done with sin and sorrow. Have mercy, mercy. Amen. Amen. Amen.
Praise God. What a powerful, powerful rendition. Thank you so much, sister. To all my family who are hearing us and being a part of this conversation, this symposium about faith, advocacy, and religion, thank you so much, Sister Reach, for the invitation, for all of the authentic and rich welcome that we have received today. I want to share with you from my heart, from a passage in Luke, the 10th chapter, 27 through 30. And I'd like to entitle this conversation today, this sharing today, with the question, what of the road? Jesus answered in Luke 10 the question, what really does God require? Love God with all of your heart and your mind and your strength and your soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. Do this and you will live. But the gentleman that he was speaking to challenged him and said, so who then is my neighbor? And in reply, Jesus said, a man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho. He was attacked by robbers. They stripped him of his clothes. They beat him and went away, leaving him half dead. And a priest happened to be going down the same road, and when he saw the man, the priest passed by on the other side. So too a Levite. When he came to the place and saw him, he passed by on the other side. But a Samaritan, as he traveled, came where the man was, and when he saw him, took pity on him. He went to him, he bandaged his wounds, poured oil and wine, put the man on his own donkey, brought him to an inn, and took care of him. I want to begin and pay homage today to the road laid for me by the praying women of the church of my youth. I was born and raised in the Church of God in Christ. And in particular, I want to lift up Mother Jessie Mae Gatson and Mother Virgie Lee Hunter, the two sainted women who led me to Christ and prayed me through to the Holy Ghost. And let me tell you, I will never deny the authenticity of the journey that started me on the road to a life of full-time ministry and justice work. I share this because there may be an assumption by some that the spiritual formation that pre-existed my formal theological and justice training should be tossed out. I am grateful for their influence, yet I remain constantly frustrated by the absence of good religion in our present atmosphere. I absolutely believe that a religious response to these times must be informed by the state of the road. What was the state of the road on the way to Jerusalem that caused so many to suffer? What is the state of our road, the time that we are in, or the world we are called to journey in and serve? We must be empowered to impact the current state of the road as people of faith and not be essentially a secret society, separate and apart from taking care of the time, the season, and the realities that we've been placed in. We must be empowered to impact the state of the road. Now, the question is, what is our current state? Well, I would suggest that our current state is the absence of gender justice, the absence of criminal justice reform, of racial justice, of sexual health education, of contraception equity, of reproductive justice, the absence of health care in the Black community, the absence of LGBTQI and every other alphabet justice, mental and emotional health justice, and now the absence of access to books that tell the authentic history of chattel slavery and native displacement, the intent to pull from libraries and from schools education about other than the binary families that have been created as somehow the heart of God for all families. Our education mentors seek to remain constantly aware of the potential vacuum between our training and the state of the world in the world of theological education. Education mentors as young as preschool are seeking to do the same thing, where they are seeking to teach justice messages to children, but many of them are finding it very hard to even keep their jobs. And I ask the question, of what value is a glut of poorly theologically prepared people or poorly education prepared people in a world in need of something that preparation does not address? Essentially, if preparation is not broad enough to be inclusive of all communities, all people, all representations of race, gender, sexuality, and intimacy. If preparation does not include a broad spectrum understanding of the divine, and the divine is not boxed up and narrow in any one of our faith paths, if we don't see it that way, we will not have what we need to push back against justice disparity. And I now know the struggle for many on the road to do the work of justice as holy work. And some differently visioned prophets that are listening to me right now are consistently getting battered on the way, even to denominational authorization or to do the work in certain places that judge your ability and your authenticity and the authenticity of your call. Then it begs the question, whose cultural power and experiences are valued? And I say it this way sometimes. Can you bring your chitlins? Now, chitlins are something that you have to be raised on. You don't come into chitlins late in life. But they are your chitlins. What does it mean? That is your experience. And someone else's may be kimchi, and someone else's may be haggis, or someone else's may be something that you have never tasted. But the question is, can this present environment allow all of us to bring our specialized realities and experiences as it relates to faith and make room enough for all of us. Essentially, can faith hold on to different ideas and concepts of life and living, of gender, of sexuality, belief systems? Is there room enough in this great big thing that we call the divine for all of God's children, of all creation's children, to dwell together in unity? Now, what if the road we are called to travel takes us to destinations completely inconsistent with the model trajectory that we planned for? Recently, I have had conversations with several seminary graduates who have moved into other fields different from what they envisioned while training for ministry. One was studying to be a rabbi, two were studying to be Catholic priests, one was from the Methodist Church, one from the Church of Christ. They all had one thing in common. They had become so disillusioned with organized religion that they did not want to even entertain the thought of entering the ministry ever again. Each of them had stories to tell about the bright, effervescent visions they had while preparing to do ministry life. They had other stories about how churches and synagogues and their parents and communities and such the like were so unwieldy, so narrow-minded, and often cruel that they gave up the struggle, and they are now in a variety of political and social work and philanthropic jobs, working for organizations, finding it easier to do something through a nonprofit organization than through a religious organization, because of the narrowness of the concepts of the divine, the narrowness of the concepts of what the kingdom of God really should look like. Some of them left because they are same-gender loving people and trans people and could not any longer bear the rejection and the hiding. Some left because they detested the politics of church and placement. Some left because they could not bear the absence of real outreach to hurting people in their organizations and their denominations. They could not bear any longer the negative messaging being distributed all over the world in the name of an angry, angry, angry God. All of them are careful to let everyone they meet know that they are not religious. These are brilliant people with marvelous people skills and hearts that love God's people and love God, like so many who are hearing me today. They are lights that shine in darkness, and darkness seems to comprehend them not. And they ask the question that we are asking today: can organized religion be filled with darkness? Can so-called Christian-influenced nations like ours be filled with greed? Can megachurches and humongous houses of worship be filled with racism? And I dare say, yes, they can. It is being proven now day after day after day. Each of their religious organizations lost some of their best and brightest when they lost them, because this evil, this zealous religious darkness did not, perhaps cannot, comprehend light. And so our probing question today, beloved, the probing question that I have about the story of the Good Samaritan is, what was it about this road? If you've ever read this passage, you know that several religious people were traveling on it, but yet several people apparently were being ambushed and dying on the same road. I was listening some years ago to Tavis Smiley, you remember him, during his town hall meeting with African-American clergy. And one of the guest panelists was the late Dr. James Cone, our beloved father, whom I respect highly as a father of Black liberation theology. Tavis asked Dr. Cone what he thought about the phenomena of mega churches in the African-American community and about the preaching of prosperity gospel in these churches. And Dr. Cone responded in that way that he did with his fingers on the side of his chin. Well, Tavis, preaching prosperity for prosperity's sake, or preaching that monetary success is an indicator of the blessing of God, is not the gospel of Jesus Christ. Rather, the gospel of Jesus is a gospel of failure out of which God brings God-ordained success. I hope I'm talking to somebody today, because these words transformed me. You see, by the standards of how this present religious darkness views success, Jesus was a complete failure. Can you give me just a minute? Let me examine him for a moment. The road of religion was dangerous for Jesus. Why? He was born in the projects, Nazareth, the city that was the back road, the back road. He was born of a teenage mother under what I'm sure somebody said were dubious circumstances. Somebody didn't believe that the Holy Ghost could be his baby daddy. He was likely a laborer, a carpenter who was apparently unemployed. He was on the bad side of religion at his time. He aggravated the Pharisees. He was on the bad side of empire during his time. He aggravated the Roman government. As far as we know, he never got married. And whatever he did do, the writers did not let us know what it was. He had a bunch of unemployed or barely employed men traveling around with him. Imagine what they said about that. He did not own a home. He was labeled subversive. He was arrested. He was tried. He was beaten, imprisoned, and convicted. Deserted by his friends, executed. He was executed. And his family had to bury him in a borrowed tomb. He certainly failed by the standards of the present religious definition of success and prosperity. Yet, what we know of him, what we know of Yeshua ben Yosef, this prophet, teacher, and light, what we know of him is that he was a light that shined in darkness, even though the darkness comprehended him not. But what the darkness also did not and does not comprehend is the power of resurrection. And I hope someone hears me today. This man who was murdered by a combination of religion and empire, how can God take an apparently hopeless, dead situation? How can the divine come in and spread light to a clearly dark and dismal situation and make dry bones live? How can God and good recompose the decomposed? But I'd like to suggest that the Spirit of God and good, the quintessential Good Samaritan, that picks us up from our deadness and feeds us and holds us while we heal, also is teaching us to heal others. And here is a difficult question. I would ask you, as you hold these fresh truths and visions again in your hand and in your heart, while you are flush with innovative ideas for what we must do to go out into this way too conservative and right-winged environment. Are we willing to spend our time, talent, and treasure repairing the road, not just essentially identifying the road problems and the road's issues, but repairing the road? Are we willing to spend our time and talent and treasure repairing the road? What do you mean, Bishop Flunder? Shifting and reforming what we now call faith, and allow our understandings of faith to be empowered and informed by our understandings of justice. We need some good Samaritans on the road. Too many pompous, self-aggrandizing, power-mongering religious folks on the road. who are leaving broken, presumably dead people on the road. Too many are content to leave the road also, or to step over dead and dying religion. But what we need is some road repairers, people who will stay on the road and fix the road and demand that the road be what the road is supposed to be. A safe journey from here to there. This is the road to Jerusalem. This was the road to the temple. This was the road to the presence of God, where people were dying. People are dying from dead and dying religion. And we need some road repairers. My brother Bishop Barber calls us repairers of the breach, who will declare your understanding of the divine, who will declare your understanding of unity, of love, of peace, of power, but stay on the road and keep caring for those who are dying again and again and again. The men on the road to Emmaus couldn't recognize a dying man. The churchy folks on the road to Emmaus couldn't recognize a dying man because they were blinded by the legalisms that they were required to perform. Mary and Martha were too preoccupied with the finality of Lazarus' death to realize that the resurrection had already come to their house. And just like their brother Lazarus died and he was quickened by the resurrection, God can cause us to live out our vision and our call despite this present violent religious environment. God can cause you to find your destiny despite your difficult placement realities. Despite those who around you may somehow suggest that you cannot lead this work. And if your place doesn't exist, then create it. God can choose you and use us to change the road, to clear the road, to resurface the road, to make safe the road, to widen the road, to put light on the road. And God is using us. And God is using us. And God is using women. And God is using same gender loving and gender non-conforming and gender variant people. And yes, God will cause us to live and be true to ourselves and believe in what we know and believe in who God has made us and still use us to transform the road. There are so many things we do not do because we've been convinced that it is outside of the sphere of our ability. But I declare to you, light is stronger than darkness. Truth is greater than error. Love is stronger than death. And we are called with our considered peculiarities. We are called to cause the road to be a safe place for all who will walk on it. God bless you today is my prayer.
God bless you. God bless you, Bishop. Thank you so, so much for your beautiful message. We appreciate your wisdom, the work you have done and continue to do to ensure justice while leading with love. God bless you. And now we are going to break for lunch. But before we go, I'd like to share our 10th anniversary video about the work Sister Reach has been honored to lead in Tennessee, the Southeast, and across the country. Our amazing symposium will return after the countdown.
We've come so far. We've come so
10 years of Sister Reach. 10 years of providing reproductive justice advocacy for our community. 10 years of advancing human rights. 10 years of being there for women and teens of color, poor and rural women, LGBTQIA+ people and their families. 10 years of educating, of encouraging, of advocating for reproductive autonomy. 10 years of empowering the people we work with to live in healthy and sustainable communities. 10 years of serving the Mid-South, and we're just getting started. Thanks for being here to help us celebrate this very special milestone. So voting against Amendment 1 for me is very important because when I think about the women that we serve, which are women and girls of color, and the fact that women and girls don't have the full range of access to reproductive health care. We have not expanded Medicaid in our state. We have a problem with rape and sexual assault in our state. We don't have full range access to comprehensive reproductive and sexual health education in our state. We need the full range of options, and that includes access to abortion. So my name is Sharice Scott, and I'm voting no on 1 because if we let it pass, we lose. There's this myth that, Planned Parenthood folks stand on corners and lure you in, but that's not true. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know about a Planned Parenthood, right? So I looked into the yellow pages, need an abortion, call us. I called. I was met there by an older white woman who asked a series of questions, first of all, that I thought were a bit offensive. She asked me, was I on welfare? And I was like, no. She asked me, was I low income? Was I, what type of employment did I have? I worked full time. I was a paralegal at the time. So she tried to talk me out of having an abortion and talk me into having an adoption. She wanted to show me a video so I can learn more about the procedure that I was trying to get. And so for the next 45 minutes to an hour or so, I sat through procedure after procedure after procedure of babies' heads being crushed. And then after that, she comes in and she asked me again if I want to have an abortion. And I was like, that was scary, but yes. And so then they sent me to this clinic way up on the north side. I thought I was finally going to get the abortion. I didn't have any reason to believe I wasn't at a clinic. So the nurse told me when I got the ultrasound that I was about 12, 13 weeks pregnant, and that if I had an abortion, it would cause me to have my uterus perforated and I wouldn't be able to have any children. By the time I got through the second procedure of going through an ultrasound and this woman telling me that I might not be able to ever have a kid and me asking her, okay, so I'm good, I want to have an abortion. Oh, we don't do abortions here, honey. I just was like, so where the hell am I? I felt so betrayed, but by that same token, that had given them enough time to plant enough seeds in my head. And the biggest seed was I was not going to be able to have another kid. For me, that was the deal breaker. I didn't realize that was a lie. I did not realize that I had been tricked. And I did not have any idea that I would be walking into somewhat of an ambush. That I would, walk into something where I would be tricked into, and not only tricked, but somewhat shamed and manipulated into making a decision that I did not want to make.
Stop the pettiness. Stop the respectability politics. Stop the divisiveness. Stop the co-optation. Stop the sabotaging. It is time to lean in with integrity like never before and step up together. Now is the time to access freedom and liberation together. And this will not happen overnight. However, time is of the essence to intentionally and strategically merge our collective power, leveraging our individual and collective privilege. Together. Can we do this work together? For once, can we do this work together?
Many of you who claim to be the conservative and Christian have weaponized the word of God to forward your political agendas and maintain power and control over the most vulnerable Tennesseans. You've manipulated biblical scripture to align with your colonialist, supremacist ideologies instead of showing mercy and using the power of your political party to liberate each of us.
Your time is up.
I have sat here and I have watched you all allow people to talk and talk. but you won't allow me to talk as a Christian because I disagree with the way that you believe? We have to trust folks to be the experts of their own lives and understand that they have an idea of what they need to do to get out of their circumstance. What they are lacking are the tools.
By having Black women do research regarding Black women, I think the story will be interpreted more accurately than historically.
Be treated as SUD patients. They need to be treated as human beings that have substance use disorder.
I think it's definitely important that we kind of stay at the front lines of this research.
Sister Reach is the first reproductive justice organization formalized in the state of Tennessee. We work from a three-pronged strategy of education, policy and advocacy, and culture change work. We work to forward the reproductive justice and human rights of women and teens of color, poor folks, rural folks, gender non-conforming people, including LGBT people and their families. And we have been doing that work now for almost 8 years in the state of Tennessee.
But they can at least talk about what a Black experience in the area looks like.
It's very important to spread awareness, especially in the Bible Belt. We grow up where we don't really talk about our bodies. We really don't talk about sexism. It's a very taboo thing in 2019, even though we see it on TV all the time. But I think it's important that we spread awareness and knowledge to let people know of the access that they truly do have. A lot of people just don't know.
That's what Sister Reach has been doing. We have been working to center those who are most vulnerable, lift up their voices, making sure that lawmakers know, medical providers know, the community at large knows, and so that we can have a bit better compassion about the ways that we deal with folks.
The You, Me, and HIV campaign is uber important to me. First and foremost, the hashtag is finally the focus is on Black women. And as a Black woman who is thriving with the HIV diagnosis, finally is the time to focus on Black women. Long enough we have been good enough to do the work, but have not been able to sit down and benefit from the works of our work. So this campaign allows us to be centered in HIV, commercial, collateral, messaging, but also bring it to attention of Black women who are both negative and positive, how it is important to take notice about this epidemic that's running rampant throughout our community. Centering ourselves first when it comes to self-care, but also making sure we put our sexual health first, foremost, and paramount before any and everybody else. And that's why the You, Me, and HIV campaign is important to me.
Sister Reach has been a treasure for our community. They have provided vital resources and assistance to the families here that they couldn't really get anywhere else, providing them with a food pantry and clothing pantry, and providing them with reproductive health care assistance and education, and especially comprehensive sex education, which we really need here in our community.
Like people say, when you know better, you do better. So being able to have someone mentor me and teach me, it taught me not only to be a young adult, but it molded me into a great parent for my child. I look at Miss Sharice like a mom. She's my second mom. She's not gonna be judgmental at all. It may be a little bit harsh, but if those words weren't harsh to me, I probably would have made a lot of mistakes. So those harsh words kept me from making a lot of mistakes. And I thank Sister Reach for that, me and my daughter.
Sister, you got it. Sister, you got it. Yeah. Sister, you got it. You've got this. You got it. Yeah. Oh, sister, you got this. You got this, yeah. I know it's been rough with you, yeah. But you got this, yeah. They're trying to steal your joy, manipulate, destroy the positive inside, the good in you. They will deny. Don't have no time to buy into the rhetoric or the narrative from your enemy, the conspiracy of who you be. Yeah.
You got this.
10 years of Sister Reach. Thanks for being here and for helping us celebrate this very special milestone.
Anybody here ever know you've done wrong? Sat down in your bed and you cried all night long. Then you tossed and you turned from life's ups and downs. Then you looked for your friends and they were nowhere to be found. Told Jesus, work on me. Oh, Jesus. Let's go. Oh, I said early in the morning, work on me, Jesus. Then I say late, oh, late in the midnight, work on me. Oh, I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna stay right here until work on me. Yeah. Work on. We put a little vamp on it. It says this. Why don't you stay right there? Work on me. Come on, I need you to sing that part. Come on, Jesus, and work on me. Tell the Lord, here are my hands, Lord. Work on. I wanna be able to do your will. Here are my feet, Lord. Work on. Help me climb that old rugged hill. Then work on my heart, Lord. Work on. I wanna learn how to love everybody. And then, Lord, work on my mind. I need to be able to think like a Christian ought to think. Then, Lord, work on my tongue, Lord. I wanna say what I'm supposed to say, Lord. Then work on my ears, Lord. I wanna hear according to your will. Then work on my legs, Lord. Guide my feet, Lord. Use me, oh Lord. I ain't going nowhere until you. Hey, please, please, Jesus. Oh, please, Jesus. Please, Jesus. Come on, you ought to sing that to yourself. Put your hand across your chest and say, please, Lord. And we was in church on a Sunday morning and we would say this. We would say, I need thee, oh, I need thee. We say, every hour, oh God, I need thee. Oh, bless me now, my Savior. Oh, I come to. I ain't going nowhere till you. Come on, y'all sing it one time. Come on, say, I need thee, oh. I need thee, oh. I need thee. Come on, say, every hour. Every hour. I need thee. Oh, bless me now, my Savior. Word
everybody. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for the Religious Refusals panels of the Faith, Advocacy, and Religion Symposium. I'm Reverend Elise Salisbury, Director of Programming for Sister Reach. On this panel, we have Reverend Dr. Yvette Flunder, presiding prelate of the Fellowship of Affirming Ministries, Reverend Cherie Scott, CEO and founder of Sister Reach, and Glenn Northern, co-director of 73 Forward. To read more about our panelists and their work, please visit the Hay Summit link in the comment section. Thank you all for joining us again, and welcome again to the second half of the Faith Advocacy Symposium, Faith Advocacy and Religion Symposium. For our audience, hello everybody, panelists, by the way. For our audience, I want to give a little bit about what religious refusals are, for those who may not be aware, may not know. For our audience, religious refusals are choices where people, companies, and institutions refuse service to people based on religious beliefs of individuals who are either in control of institutions, hospitals, companies, or individuals themselves. Some examples of religious refusals provisions are as follows. A pharmacist could refuse to fill a prescription for birth control or antidepressants or not administer a vaccine. A hospital administrator could cancel a woman's life-saving treatment for cancer because it might harm her pregnancy. A transgender patient could be denied hormone therapy or emergency medical care because their doctor, hospital, or pharmacist is anti-transgender. Bishop Flunder, in what context do you think religious refusals come from?
Well, first of all, thank you for encouraging me and inviting me to be a part of this conversation, and to my esteemed colleagues who are both friends for a great long time. It's good to be with you all. Religious refusals are an age-old practice, essentially. I have watched religion weaponized historically a goodly part of my life, and certainly in the history of African American people, of women, and of the LGBT community, and I can go on and on and on. To weaponize God against whatever people don't believe, essentially, is an old way. I will say that what tends to happen is people forget that once you put something like that in place, you create the ability for others to also weaponize against you. That's what is so problematic. I listened to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas make a statement about going after LGBT marriage and forgetting that his marriage was at one point and one time in history debated in the same court that he is debating my marriage in, which I find interesting. So what happens if the division and or the turning around of my marriage is attempted by the Supreme Court? Of course, what will follow that is someone will say, well, if it can happen here, it can happen here. So there's a certain blindness when people use religion and religion as a way to somehow diminish a group of people. They are self-diminishing simultaneously, right? And at some point down the line, it will come down to a quid pro quo. It will come down to undoing some of the things that they feel like are outside of the reach of those that they seek to diminish and demoralize and destroy. And we'll do that thing that happens over and over in this country. We'll have a woo-saw moment. We'll have a moment where we will say, well, that was a mistake. And what we need to do is do what we need to do to fix that. That's what we do with this. We go all the way to the wall with our prejudices. We assign them to God too, because that makes them easier to get more people involved. And then when we find out that we've gone so far that is now in my, not backyard, but my front yard, then we shift and go back to saying, well, that's not what we should have done. That's a circle that took us from chattel slavery to peonage, from peonage to sharecropping, from sharecropping to the prison industrial complex, all of which are slavery, all of which we denied were slavery, but it was something else. But we ended up having to go back and redo because we have this great tendency. And I might say, without hopefully saying too much at this point, my prayer is that we can speak strongly enough, historically, theologically, right? I think we can speak strongly enough into this atmosphere that we are saying that this time, let's not make that ridiculous circle again. This is not going to work because we're not going to permit it to work. Not only will my generation not allow it to work, but the generation coming after me absolutely will not permit this to happen. I think this time around, we should speak strongly enough into the atmosphere and say, no, Felicia, forgive me, not again. We are not going back to this process again. We will stop this cyclical effect of destroying other people's freedom. That's where I am for the most part about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. So this question is to all panelists. How do we address or counteract the onslaught of religious refusals policies? In no particular order.
I definitely think that we, and thanks again, Reverend Elise and Bishop, thank you, and Glenn, I'm so excited to be on this panel with you all. I think for me, and just in the work that we've been doing at Sister Reach, the way that I've been trying to be in conversation with clergy and the work that we've been doing, at least, is I think I just want us to reclaim our power, right? I want us to step into the power that we know, to step into the power that the Word of God, for those of us who are believers of the Christian Bible and the Christian understanding, to step into that power and push back against this narrative that continues to try to hijack, as we say, in movement space, they have hijacked Jesus. They have hijacked Jesus, and they have weaponized Jesus against everybody, including those of us who are believers, right, of Jesus. So I think that even if we kind of unpack it away from policy and just kind of go back to the bare bones of our humanity, right? What was Jesus's mission? Can we deal with Jesus the revolutionary? Can we deal with Jesus who centered women? Can we deal with Jesus who, worked with, it was among all of the folks that the church, that respectability church folk throw away, don't allow in the church, don't allow to sit in the pews, tell you that you must leave, as if the church belongs to man and no longer to God, right? I think that that's for us, I think that it is, because I think that thinking about how we kind of push back against policy is really big and broad for people, and maybe in many ways may be intimidating to folks who have never done that before. But I mean, I think it's just about, how would you fight for your child? How would you fight for that thing that is so near and dear to you? The way that I worship, the way that I believe is near and dear to me, and it is my worship. It is my thought process. It is my individuality. Me and God got our own thing going on here. Don't have anything to do with nobody else. You see what I'm saying? And I think that we've been socialized to believe the way our pastor believes. We've been socialized to believe the way that, the governor believes. We've been socialized to believe the way that the legislator believes. But none of them can go to God for me, right? No, none of them can go to God for me, and none of them can answer for Sharice. Right. So I think that for me, that's kind of where it begins, because I really want folks to know that there is a point of entry that is not this huge thing, right? That it is as simple as, I don't roll like that. You don't speak for me. And I want us to start standing in that boldness once again.
Yeah, when I think about this, to Glenn Northern, National Council of Jewish Women, when I think about this, I think one of the things that happens most is people don't even realize that these refusals are going on. Like, it's both a comment, like the stories that are in the media are sort of very episodic and we don't necessarily hear them. I think people don't often, when they're sort of coming up against institutional systems, we often don't expect enough from them anyway. And so we may not even realize that we've actually been refused care. And so I think one of the first parts that needs to happen is just education and conversation. One of the themes that I've heard throughout the whole day is sort of stories. Like the more we tell our own stories about this, I mean, even when I think about my own experience, we had our son in a Catholic hospital. I do this work and I didn't even think about the fact that had something gone wrong, my partner might have been in a dangerous situation, in part because Catholic hospitals won't, they follow the ethical and religious directives, which are based on something that's actually, it's sort of faulty theology that then becomes medical practice that then affects people of all different types of religions, the Catholics, the Jews, the Muslims, the Protestants. It affects a whole bunch of people, and it's extraordinarily problematic. Within Judaism, as we're sort of watching all of these bans sort of spring up across the country, it's really incredibly disheartening, because for Jews, not only is abortion permitted, but it's sometimes actually required when the life of the pregnant person is in danger. And so this idea that some people get to encode their idea of what God is, what religion is, into the actual law is really, really, really problematic. And it's not a coincidence that the spike in these religious refusals occurs at the same time that we've sort of seen an aggregation of our own power. Like, it is a backlash that we've sort of been talking through in many of these sessions earlier. And I also am reminded, so a quote that comes to mind is from Audre Lorde, who's one of my most favorite people. And she says, "Without community, there is no liberation, only the most vulnerable and temporary armistice between individual and her oppressor, and her oppression." So really, like, the solution around all of this, in my thinking, is our communities talking, educating, coming together, speaking about this. That's where the hope lies.
Bishop, how do we address or counteract the onslaught of religious refusals policies?
I think we have to understand where the common enemy is, because it is a common enemy. I want to say again, this is cyclical. It happens over and over and over. It happened to our great-grandparents. It happened to our grandparents. It happens to our parents. It happens now to us. What is the root? And the root of this is the fear of the loss of power. The fear of the loss of power by the guilty. And let's be real clear. The fear of the loss of power by people who came into their power unjustly, and they know they don't deserve it. And the consequence of that is that there's a constant and perpetual fear that those who have been abused will come back through and require a reckoning for what it was that happened, right? The preacher who preached, one of the white preachers who preached the day after the massacre in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the day after that reality, of course, his sermon was, if Black people would essentially know their place, something like this could not have happened. Had they stayed in their place, something like this could not have. And then the next part of the sermon was, so make sure that you're guarding your women, protecting your children, covering your neighborhood, because now they're angry essentially, and they might, there might be a backlash. All of that is based on fear that is connected to a loss of power. And the fear is that those that we have abused will at some point come and require a day of reckoning. So what we have to do is to keep them repressed financially, keep them repressed physically in neighborhoods, jailed into neighborhoods, keep them in the literal jails, keep them poor so that they cannot really thrive, right? because they will come back and get us. There's an old Jewish proverb that I heard once, Brother Glenn. Then they were talking about if I have logs on my land, and then someone comes along who is stronger than me, more powerful than me, chops down my trees, takes my logs, and builds a foundation for their house. And I feel that I don't have the power to do anything about that. Eventually, perhaps when they build a house, I go to them and say, well, now you've built a house with my logs in your foundation. Perhaps you can help provide somewhere for my family to live. And the person says, well, you can't live with me. And then you say, but they're my logs. But you can't live with me. And that the process goes on and they continue to build and they continue to expand all on your foundation. And one day you say, well, perhaps you can just give me a little room in the backyard or something. And then you find that the person who built on your logs is calling the police on you because you have the audacity to suggest that some of what they have built on is yours. That is a person who will always be afraid of you because they know you are the foundation of their wealth. That is our reality right now. So how do we push back against that? We have to change the paradigm first within us. There was a time that we thought we couldn't play tennis. We couldn't play basketball. Well, am I right? We couldn't be a doctor. We did believe that because we were pretty much convinced that those things were outside of our reach, right? And now you go up to the Hamptons in New York, and where the very wealthy lawyers and doctors and they think that they are so far to the edge of the end of the that nobody except their people. And then 10 days later, you know, a rapper has bought the house next door to him and got 15 cars, you know what I mean? And loud music. And so how did you get all the way to the edge of the cliff? I got here because I stopped believing that I could not have what is mine. And I would say to everyone that the whole intention of all of this, the root of this is the fear of the loss of power. This whole business about abortion is not about Black bodies and brown bodies. We will suffer because our need is great, but it is about white women and the low birth rate. That is the problem. White women have a much lower birth rate, particularly professional white women right now, than any other group of women. The intent is to stop them from, why? Because by the time my grandchildren are grown, people of color will be in the majority in this country. And this is a democratic concept. The number of people who vote are the ones who get what they want to get done. The great fear is that is what will happen. They don't care. Nobody has any signs at the Planned Parenthood that's in the Black neighborhood where I serve. Nobody's marching. Nobody is telling people don't come, because that's not what they're worried about. It's not that group, okay? Who they're concerned about are these young college co-eds. But those co-eds can be as racist as, can I just say what I really want to say? They can be as racist as hell. Them and their mamas. Just like suffrage, the suffragettes were racist in this country, but they got the vote. Those women are not going to have their daughters having babies that they don't want to have. Do you hear me? They want them to go on and finish their degree programs, and they're going to see to it. So they are the movable middle, beloved. That's who we also need to be talking to and linking arms with as it relates to reproductive health, because they may not like anything Black, but they're not fixing to have their daughters forced to have children and derail the freedoms in their thinking that women have fought this long to have. I believe we are in a power struggle. It is the same power struggle that wants us to take books out of our schools that teach about other families than the families that are thought of to be the will of God in these churches. It is the same power struggle that is trying to destroy our voting rights completely. The same power struggle that is trying to make us a theocracy and not a democracy. Same power struggle. This time, however, we already know we can have a house in the Hamptons. The myth is being destroyed. The myth that we cannot fight and win is being destroyed. Let's go for them. Let's do it. And can I just say one more thing? There is a movable middle. I talk to a lot of people who are people of European descent who are trying to figure out how they can help and not somehow seem that they're in territory where they shouldn't be. I call them conservative liberals. Conservative liberals. Okay? Because they got a conservative, but they're liberals at the same time. It's not binary anymore. Believe me, it's not just them and them, if you understand what I'm saying, us and them. But they don't know how. I think we need to find a way to open a path to conversation with the conservative liberals, because they are going to, in many ways, be the ones, them and these young people who will be voting for the first time, they are going to be the ones that will move this negative wave. That's why we got so much desperation, because everybody knows that it has the potential to turn. We have a weariness about all this wickedness that is going on. Remember the conservative liberals, and let's keep on talking to them also. All right. I'm sorry for my soapbox, but
no, that was good, Bishop. Thank you. That was real good. So to Sharice, to piggyback off of what Bishop just mentioned, okay, so in the religious refusals research that recently released with NARAL, LGBT Task Force, Catholics for Choice and Sister Reach, where voters across race, class, and religious backgrounds shared their thoughts on abortion access and gender-affirming care. What is some of the feedback received about religious refusals? And I'd like to hear Bishop and Glenn's response to what you'll share.
So I'm so excited, right, that Bishop went there, because she's right on point. That's right on point, Bishop, as always, but definitely for, sometimes people can't believe stuff unless they see the statistics, right? So we wanted to make sure that we were a part of finding those statistics and being able to present that evidence, right? And Glenn, I want to give you a shout out too, because before you were a part of the National Council for Jewish Women and your former work with Catholics for Choice, you were a part of that work, and we were so glad to have you be a part of it. So I do want to share some of what came from that research. So first off, we were seeking to get feedback from progressive and those persuadable voices, those movable middle people, right? We wanted to reframe this understanding and reframe this issue. I think that, because so much of the work has been led mostly by the reproductive rights community, not necessarily the reproductive justice community, because there is a difference, and it's really important that we speak about it, and our language makes that differential. We wanted to be on the offense, right, which is a reproductive justice strategy, versus the defense that we have known our reproductive rights colleagues to be a part of, and honestly work that even those of us on the reproductive justice side of this work, have many times been kind of pulled into. We wanted to support this newer movement strategy narrative, which really is a reproductive justice strategy narrative, with religious refusals as the lens of that work, and then to develop messaging, right? Proven messaging strategies that addresses direct attacks from Christian extremist narratives. Now, I think it's important to lift up, right, and pat ourselves on the back a bit at Sister Reach, because we've been doing this work for quite some time. And what we knew was working in areas where we were trying to work with clergy, where we were working with the bishops, the Bishop Flunders, where we were working with the Bishop Swans, where we were working with the Reverend Fishers, where we were working with the Gina Stewarts, when we were working with people who many times some that have more quote unquote progressive views versus some that have more conservative views. What resonated most was an understanding and an end goal for all people to have an abundant life. Right. And so we asked in our cohort for that to be tested. That came back that's what's up. That's what people wanted to, that is what people want. All people understand that at the very baseline, whether they were white, whether they were Black, whether they were from the Latino or Hispanic community, right? Whether they were Jews, whether they were atheists, whether they, were practicing traditional African spirituality. It really did not matter who we spoke to and whether they were from the LGBT community. Everybody had one thing that made sense to them, and everybody wants to lead an abundant life, right? Everybody believes that abundance is the goal, right? So, and I'm pulling up the information because I'm so excited, and I'm just glad that we, are able to kind of share this and bring this in here. Let's see here. So I think that really understanding, first of all, that this is still very complicated and contested terrain, right? But for us to understand at the very end of it, that abundance was the messages. So I think some opportunities, right, for us that we understood that we needed to be thinking about was, I think that, understanding kind of what resonates with one doesn't necessarily resonate with the other. And not to kind of give away our strategy, if you will, that is really important to all of our work, who have been working really hard on this, National Council for Jewish Women, everybody who's been at the table doing this. But I think it's really important to understand something that, we're having this symposium with a focus on the Black church for a reason, right? Because us working in communities that were not necessarily Black, we can't take race away from this conversation, right? So what would resonate with me as a Black person may not necessarily resonate with my sister who is white, right? And so I think that we learned that even in our research. So I think that the larger goal, just to kind of answer your question, Reverend Elise, is that abundance is the goal for all people. That resonated even when folks had a bit of a crisis of consciousness when we got a little deeper in the questions about abortion, or when we got a little deeper in the questions about trans folks getting the care that they need, if they needed hormone therapy or gender reassignment surgery. It got a little bit more sticky there because I think that people then started thinking about their politics again and stopped thinking about people's humanity, right? So I think that what has keeps coming up for us, the things that and even some of the conversations that we've had even over these last almost 11 years of Sister Reach and almost 20 years of me doing this work is, those backroom conversations that preachers many times don't want to have with us, in public, right? Basically is that I think everybody understands that it is important to them that, the people that sit in their pews live an abundant life, that the people that sit in their pews deserve access to health care. They deserve a living wage. They deserve not to be able to access the school that they want for their children. They deserve to not get the hell beat out of them by their spouse. They deserve, not, to be in a labor union if that's going to make sure that they got a pension. So all of these things are very basic things. I don't think it's that we found anything that wasn't like things. I think that we all understand is how we all want to be able to live and thrive, that people want to thrive, right? And that, and I think it's what you also said too, Bishop, around that conservative liberal type of person that, there are some of us who don't want to give away our privilege, but we're not going to step on yours. Right. And I think it's some of us, even within the Black community, are the same way. We might want to have a beautiful house in the suburbs, and we may not necessarily, want to continue to live in communities that are high with violence and crime. But we don't want to impede on the other person having access to whatever that looks like for them to live a good life, to raise a healthy family, and to live in a healthy community. So I'll stop there because I don't want to, say too much about kind of, the things that I feel like are movement-based strategy. I think that those are more, closed and confidential conversation. But I do think that, as Bishop talked about that movable middle, that we're talking about people who don't have an issue with me living a healthy life and wanting me to not die on the table, right? I think it made sense to people when Serena almost died as a Black woman. Maybe it didn't understand, maybe Bonquisha over here, you don't know anything about her. But when Serena, our beloved, the GOAT, when Serena almost died on the table, it started to resonate in a different kind of way. When Gabrielle Union started talking about the fact that she could not have a baby and she needed to use surrogacy, it started to hit in a different kind of way, right? So when Jada Pinkett started talking about her alopecia,
Then we started thinking about, so, okay, fine. So I think we understand the role of influencers too. And we understood, that this wasn't just a situation for folks who were marginalized, but that all women, that all people who could give birth, that all folks who were of the LGBTQIA community were experiencing violence in the medical setting, that it was not okay. Then I think that we started to having compassion. So however we need to get there, we need to get there. And whatever tools we need to use to make it plain and humanize one another, let's do that. Right. But but we found ultimately that what the ways that we have been working was right. People want abundance at the end of the day.
I don't think I have a ton to add to that, except that what also gives me hope in this is the reproductive justice framework. Like, I think the idea of our lived experiences as not being single issues, actually is the connective tissue that gives us, and I've heard Charisse actually talk about this eloquently so many different times, that is the connective tissue that gives us the hope to sort of move beyond a place where these religious refusals or the larger piece that's a part of, which I think Bishop Flunder was really talking about, that sense of control and power, the loss of power that this is derived from. I think the reproductive justice lenses that we can look at this work through really can connect us and create that larger community that will prevail.
There's such a sameness in all of these realities that the Reverend Charisse lifted up. Such a sameness from one, and I think that levels the playing field. It takes us back to this conversation. If you're going to deny PrEP because you don't want people to have PrEP because you suspect that they're having it because they're gay, or they have HIV realities because they're gay or a drug user. Well, then, I can say the same thing. Well, then you shouldn't have the largest reality of insulin-based overweight, overeaten folks are in Texas, and most of them are white. And so if you are essentially got to be on insulin because you just can't get off of gravy and biscuits and butter and all that, and then my tax dollars have to pay for your insulin, can I say that you can't? And the largest purveyors of oversized caskets are also in Texas. And so if essentially that is a reason, then why isn't your greasy diet victimized and demonized? And why doesn't it apply across the board? That's why this opens up a can of worms. When we start talking about this, the thing that keeps it from really working for us, to Reverend Charisse's point, is the fact that we are not making the response strong enough. The data that you have accumulated should be the lead to virtually everything. When we push back, let's push back with data. Let's say, well, okay, so what about this? Whataboutism can be played on both sides of the fence. I know that the former occupant of the White House was a professional at whataboutism. Well, what about whataboutism as it relates to speaking back? The very thing that you are coming against is the very thing that you, back to the Supreme Court justice, the very thing that you are talking about is something that's a part of your reality too. So I think that the research is very powerful. It is powerful not only to make comparative response, but it is also powerful to empower us to speak back in ways that are clear and cogent, right? If you are going to take books about LGBT people away from our children in school, then I tell you what, fund us so that we can provide freedom schools for our children. Basically, that's what you're doing for yourself. You're funding yourself to have charter schools and making my tax dollars pay for them. That's the intention of this government. Well, then fund us. Okay, all right then. Fund us to have freedom schools. And we'll talk about 1619. And we'll talk about LGBT families. And we'll talk about the next president got to be a woman. Okay? We will talk about what we need to talk about to break all the glass ceilings. And when people realize that their tax dollars will then have to pay for what it is that our tax dollars are having to pay for, that diminishes and degrades us, we will do that once we demystify the power that we really do have. And I'll say this, Henry Gates came back to see us. You know, he did the two-part series on the Black church. He came back to see us. Mother Shirley and I, you know, Mother Shirley Miller, as we affectionately call her, is my life partner now of 38 years, and my spouse legally, praise God.
Shirley, yes.
So Mother Shirley, that's the voice of Oh Happy Day. So he came back to talk to us about the relationship between Black preaching, Black theology, and Black gospel music, which is the new thing that they're about to do. What is the connection between Black gospel music and Black preaching? And we said to him that Black gospel music shifts its teachings, its words, depending on how the Black community is feeling during a certain time and season. So we went from nobody knows the trouble I've seen. We're not singing that anymore. You know, we went from that to Oh Happy Day. Do you understand what I'm saying? We went from one to the other, depending on how we were seeing ourselves as being, or how we were being seen in our thinking by the divine of our understanding. When we stopped believing that we were the gum on the bottom of God's shoe, and that we were somehow called to be in servanthood, because that was the way we came into Christianity, called to be. When we shifted that, our music shifted, our narratives shifted, our thinking shifted. And when our thinking shifted, thank you, Sharice, for your work. When our thinking shifted, our expectations shifted. There's some things that you will never be able to do to me again. Some things I will never accept. Some things I will never, ever support. Some stuff I will never buy, because my consciousness has been lifted. I will not debase myself. I will not believe that because I also embrace African indigenous faith, that something is wrong with my Christianity. You understand? I get all my stuff. I'm keeping all my stuff. All my stuff is my stuff. And my grandmother could heal you with something she went and got in the backyard. And I don't know what it was, but she got it and she put it together with something else and came back and hooked it up. And she used to do what she called clean us out. So we would tell the grandchildren to come over and I'm going to clean them out. We're going to clean the house and we're going to clean the grandchildren. And she would tell us, and don't leave the house for a couple of days. And sure enough, you had to stay close to a toilet, because she knew how to clean you out. You'd be ready for school and good to go. The heart of it, and I know I'm over talking, but the heart of it is that what it is that we are doing this time has us more empowered than any of the time in our history. This is a cyclical event. It is happening again, but we are different. And our children are even more different. And I am so hopeful for our future, because they are so incredibly powerful.
Ooh, bless you, Bishop. That was a whole message by itself. You and Sharice, look, I've been looking forward to having you both on the same panel. Next question. For those who are currently experiencing denial of healthcare, the policing of online clergy ordination to quell same-gender marriages, LGBTQIA plus couples being denied adoption, parents of trans children who affirm them and their need for hormone therapy being criminalized. What are ways that religious communities and spiritual communities could advocate for people around healthcare and the social supports that they need? That's for everybody.
This for me is when I'm ready to see theology have her perfect work. You know, this is when I'm ready for us to use this word that we have learned to our advantage, right? You know, I think that even for us at Sister Reach, we are trying to figure out the way that we push back, because this is the thing. I've had 3 abortions in my life, and all 3 of them I needed to have, right? I'm not hellbound because of it. As a matter of fact, I felt very empowered by the Lord. You know, I sought the Lord in prayer before I did each one of those. Why? Because I believe that the relationship that I have with God, first of all, is one that I can be transparent, but that I have been endued with the power to make the decision about my life, right? That self-determination is as much of my divine right as it is my divine right to say I didn't want God. You know, and I think that we need to start really being empowered around and preaching that from our pulpit, singing that during praise and worship, right? You know, just talking about that in Bible study, you know, challenging the text. What is in the text? I think that's one of the things that I love so much about working with you, Reverend Elise, is that that's what we do. We sit up and we challenge the text all day, every day. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to, okay, well, what this say? Well, okay, let's throw it up against the, okay, now that's got to mean this, and this has got to mean that, you know. But I think that what I've just not seen are women who love God, pregnant people who love God, trans men who love God, say, my Bible don't say that. This is my belief. And you don't get to take something away from me that God hadn't taken away from me, right? You know, and I think we have been socialized, right? To we have been socialized to give the pastor the and not just, you know, I'm not going to talk about all the pastors. Some of our pastors are amazing, right? We got some beautiful, amazing folks that are in our work, doing the work and serving. But some of our pastors have forgotten their role. They have become God. Right. So they feel like they got the authority to put folks in hell. We living for pastor and no longer for God. We living for the denomination and no longer for God. We're living for the acceptance of church folk and no longer for God. Right. We have forgotten to read our own Bible. You know, we have forgotten to, you know, and when we had questions and we were shut down, we forgot that we were supposed to study to show ourselves approved. Right. So I just think that I think that that's where I am now, thinking about us being in Tennessee and thinking about the fact that I am a Bible believing person who, that same person in me that sat before the Senate Judiciary Committee and called them out on their hypocrisy for how they were weaponizing scripture, is the same me who needs to be able to challenge this abortion law, right? I need to be able to challenge it. The individual. You know what I'm saying? This is the moment where we don't have to stand behind Planned Parenthood. This is the moment when we get to stand behind God. And I want to see that finally, you know what I mean? And this is why when I also say, you know, in our movement, it's a whole lot of us that love God in our movement. It's a whole lot of us with varying beliefs, like our friends over at the National Council for Jewish Women. When I spoke at their rally, I was like, come on, y'all. It's time for y'all to stand in what you believe. Because we are, as Bishop said, we are not a theocracy. So one individual or body or folk who want to hijack something, don't have nothing to do with God, don't get to tell me what I get to do with my body. Especially if I don't believe like you believe. And we can read them same 66 books that I don't believe the way that you believe. And that's okay, right? And we need to be able to, so how does the Religious Freedom Restoration Act? How does religious liberty protect Sharice Scott? How does religious liberty protect Elise Salisbury, Glenn Northern, Yvette Flunder? I'm talking about without our titles. How does it protect the person of us? How does it protect us? And how do we use that? Not as a weapon, right? But as a sword, as a shield, to say what you don't get to do
is usurp Jesus from me. You don't get to take my authority to be self-determined, my sacred authority, because of what you, because you don't even have an agenda that's really got my best interest at heart. You don't have abundance for me at heart. Right. And we're not calling that thing out. So, yeah, I mean, and we've been messing with the policy staff because I'm like, I I need to see I need some results at this point. I'm sick of doing this work without results in this way. And now I feel like we in my territory. We in Jesus territory now. Oh, okay, cool. I learned RJ. I live Jesus. I live RJ, but I live Jesus first, baby. You see what I'm saying? And I feel like we're in my territory now. So let us stand up in that holy boldness. Let's stand up in our atheist boldness, in our Jewish boldness, in our Hindu boldness. You know what I'm saying? Let us stand up in our boldness and demand from democracy. Because that's what's at stake here. Let's demand from democracy that democracy work for us. Right? We need to fight for democracy. Period. That's what's at stake. So yeah, that's how I'm feeling about it. I'm so energized.
I think she's energized.
It's always fun to see Therese energized. That is exactly right. When I think about, we have a network of more than 2,000 rabbis that we have grown over the last couple of years who are extraordinarily energized, particularly around this piece, because it really is about, you don't get to tell me my relationship with God or how I should be able to practice my faith. I mean, when you think back to this, the First Amendment and the idea that, let's actually read it. Congress should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting its free exercise. That is to say that we get to practice our religion. And we don't get to have somebody else tell us how to practice that religion. It's a fundamental freedom. So when I think about the ways, like sort of what our communities can actually do, I think we need to provide, it's back to the stories again. I think we need to provide the compassionate spaces for people to tell their reproductive stories in all their beauty and all their warts. And to be able to tell them and to be able to accept that with patience and kindness. I reminded of what Charisse and Reverend Charisse and Dr. Tony Bond said earlier about the cultivating the brave stories of people. Be a safe place for people to tell those stories and encourage them to have dialogues, because this is how culture changes. Help people know the landscape. It's sort of the education piece that I was telling. Most people aren't necessarily even aware when they have been refused, because we already expect these systems to be problematic. I think about using the creativity of our people. Like Kimberly Seals Allers created this amazing app because she saw so many Black women dying, the maternal mortality rate. Basically, it's sort of a crowdsourced app where Black women can sort of rate their hospitals, rate their doctors, and then she aggregates the data and is able to tell a story about how this affects. Like, that kind of creativity is powerful. We need to make sure that our own policies and our own organizations actually reflect our values around all of this. And clergy and religious people are incredibly powerful messengers around this, because this is literally about religion. So us speaking up in the public spaces about that is wrong, you don't get to do that, is an incredibly dynamic and compelling way to be in the public space. So I think those are some of the things that we can sort of do and tell and unite our movements, because these pieces affect. It is the same folks that are trying to strip trans rights, that are trying to burn the books in school, that are trying to,
right.
It's all the same people. And so tell those stories, get out, speak out publicly.
Can I leave one last thing with you also? And that is that we are stuck with a rabid European-based colonizing concept of power in this country. We're stuck with it. And it's not just our country. It's happened in Africa and several other places around the world. But there's something that, and this is what's going to really get me in deep doo-doo with a whole lot of my colleagues out there. But we need a new canon. And I say it straight out because the 66, that's not the only canon, by the way. There's a pseudepigraphal canon. There's several other books that were chosen, some kept in, some not kept in. There were people that made those decisions. Which epistles would we keep? Which ones will we not keep? We need to take a look at the ones that they jettisoned, some of the ones that they let go of. But we also need to write some new ones. They say, well, we just can't do that, but that's what they did. And the only thing that makes their books sanctified is because they're old. It does not mean that they are still true. In fact, Jesus said, if we're to believe that he said it, you've heard it said of old, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Well, verily, I say unto you, we need some more verilies. Because the realities of what was happening in the 1st century AD and before then are inconsistent with our realities across the board. These women are not being the property of their fathers and sold to their husbands for a bride price. That's not a part of what we do. That's not a part of how we, you go to the Bible bookstore, you don't see, stuff up there to tell a father how to give his betrothed child to a man that she's never met before. These women would shoot you through the head about that now. That's not going to happen. It changed, but it's still a biblical reality. So how is it that we embrace what we embraced from the 1st century AD and before as truth when it works for us, but we don't embrace it when it doesn't? Chattel slavery was very much understood. Slaves, obey your masters as you do the Lord. There are all sorts of scriptures that were on the side of the slaveholder. It's in the book. And we can't have it in the book. We can't take it out. It's in the book. The question is, does it fit with our understanding of the heart of God in this time? Good religion, James 5, I believe it is. Care for the orphans and stay unspotted from the systems of the world. What is good religion and undefiled? I like that passage. Care for the orphans and the widows, because they were the most dispossessed of their time. Who are the most dispossessed of our time? Because that is what the gospel is leading us to. So I think we got to have the courage to go ahead and say to people, you don't get to cherry pick and go through here and find stuff that and if you're not going to go get the whole thing and stop cutting your hair and you're supposed to cover your head and all that other stuff that they said you're supposed to do, you're going to have to do all of it, or you got to critique it and be able to determine which part of this should be a part that is eternal and which part of this is a situational norm, a concept that was going on during that time. Should you not cut your hair? Should you wear a beard? Should women sit on this side and men sit? We've left all of that. If we can leave all of that, then we also have to be willing to leave the part that we want to use to imprison other people. God help us, because we are saying things in the name of God that God doesn't have anything to do with. It's a societal norm, and it needs to be let go. I contend for a new canon. I contend that it is time to write some new books, and we got to go ahead on and write them, put them together. Then you got to die, because canon doesn't have any power until you die. But when you die, at least what you will have done is given to the future some fresh. Is there a word from the Lord for today? Is there a fresh word that we can put in place on all of these subjects? Can we write on all of them and call them the living epistles, Reverend Sharice? Can we get them ready for what is coming next? because I believe that we are the ones who are called for Testament 3. We are the ones who need to write it down and make it ready for the future. Amen.
My God, so powerful, so powerful. I think I heard the preacher wake up in Glen that time. That was so good, Bishop. Yes, that's what I've been asking. Like, is there a new word? Like, God never stops speaking. And so why do we end the voice of God at the amen in Revelation? You know, God has never stopped speaking. And so what is God saying to this culture at this time, to these people for this reason, right? Even if the reason is to save our lives and for some to save their souls. Is God saying anything new? Is God saying anything new? All right. I ain't gonna preach either in this moment. All right. So next question. This will be my last question. We have a few minutes left. Being denied care. Being refused care, the language that Black people understand, refuse, it kind of hits us in a different way. What do you say to Black clergy, Black people, Black spiritualists, those in the Black community, Black leaders who are on the fence because of what they may lose by advocating for the rights that people are losing right before their eyes? They're afraid to speak up because of what they may lose in terms of there are several clergy folks, right? People in the community who absolutely agree with trans people getting the care that they need, but they're afraid to speak up publicly. In this moment, in your last thoughts on this panel, what do you say to those people in this moment? And that's for everyone.
To live is Christ and to die is gain. You know what I mean? You got to be willing to lose something. You have to be willing. Let me tell you something. You know, one of the things that has been so awe-inspiring is seeing our clergy be motivated and moved in this moment because of the loss of Roe v. Wade. And I think for some, it feels good, right? But what comes with this thing is a lot, right? It is putting cameras around your house. It is being afraid to turn on your car, right? It is, you know, having your face plastered all over the internet. It is being ostracized by your colleagues. It is being thrown away by your family. It's a whole lot of stuff, you know. And I think that for some, you know, I mean, as much as I am excited for our clergy, for our communities of faith to get involved, I'm praying at the same time, but we got to lose something. I can vote today because somebody was willing to lose something. You see what I'm saying? I can own me a nice, pretty house because somebody was willing to lose something. I can drive me a nice, pretty car and run an organization because somebody was willing to lose something, right? Do we believe God? Do we really believe God? Are we really willing? Are we just preaching about faith or are we applying it? Right? So that's where I am, you know, just to give more space for others. Be ready. I've lost a lot and I've gained so much. You know what I mean? And I mean that thing. And I think, you know, as a bisexual Black woman who loves the Lord, I have lost family right here in this city, right? But I have gained so many extended family members who love me, who will take a bullet for me. It's the same thing right now in here. What are we willing to lose, right? Because the latter blessing is going to be so amazing. So yeah.
I'd like to go next so that Bishop Flunder might close out. And I really think about the courage. It really boils down to courage. I think about the story, the Good Samaritan story that Bishop Flunder was telling earlier, and, you know, stepping out of the path that you were headed to take care of to do what is right when you see it before you. I think about the jeopardy that our places of worship have already come under. Our churches, our synagogues, our temples, our mosques. Like, we've seen the effects of white supremacy literally on our places of worship. They've literally been burned and people have been shot and died. And then you think you need to do like that, for me, that wells up, and we still continue to do we need to continue to do what is right. And I think Sharice is spot on about, the sacrifice that we sort of make that leads to a larger gain. Like, and it's a sacrifice in one way and a gain literally even for the person in another way, because the idea that what I might do might benefit somebody else coming in the future, that for me, that's a strong motivator. And I would ask each of us to call on the courage that we have inside to do what's right.
Well, I think the thing that is right on the front in my spirit right now is a scripture that says God has not given us a spirit of fear. That didn't come from God, by the way. But God has given us power, love, and a sound mind, strength, deep, deep care, and good sense. That God has given that to us. So fear didn't come from God. Fear comes from people who present to us a God to be afraid of. But that did not come from God. I think that is important to say. I think that the next thing that I would probably lift up is that we will be next if we don't stand essentially for other people's rights. For those who feel comfortable in settings where you've kept your silence, you have your secrets, you'll be next. Somebody is already scoping your stuff out. And the question is, who will stand for you? So stand for someone so that you'll have some folks that will stand for you, right? And I think, and I made a note to myself, I said, we have to live until there is something to die for. We have to keep fighting, keep doing the work until we come up against something that we are willing to die for. Because we do all this talking, like my mother used to say all the time, so Yvette, people are always talking about, I want to go to heaven. I want to go to heaven. And she said this to me when she was actively dying. She said that people talking about, I want to go to heaven until it's time to go. She said, then they want to go to Hawaii. And I told her, I said, that's the truth, Mama. It's the truth. Heaven. Essentially, what do I believe in enough that I will die for? Let's go all the way to the end. If to live is Christ and to die is gain, then what in God's name am I afraid of? If that's the best you can do to me, if that's the best, then I'll gladly give that up. I'll give that up if I can believe that what I'm giving it up for is a thing worth dying for. What is worth dying for? And justice and mercy and freedom have to be, we got to go all the way to the end. It has to be worth dying for, or it's not worth living for. And that is the heart. And death can come in a lot of ways. That's what my colleagues have said today. People will come after you. People will try to destroy you. People use technology. People use church. They use religion. They use the Bible. They'll talk to your friends and your family about you. And so I would have to leave with this story. I remember very well as a child of the Church of God in Christ and happy to be in the Church of God in Christ. I knew myself to be a same gender loving woman in the Church of God in Christ. I didn't have to leave Kojic to know that I was gay, because that was among an underground of other people who were also gay. It wasn't strange to be gay. It was strange to talk about it, except to the underground. And then I decided one day that my relationship with Shirley was too powerful to hide. And if it was not God's will for me to have it, then I needed to walk away from it. But if it was God's will for me to have it, it wasn't God's will to hide it. For heaven's sake, I wanted to give the relationship into the hands of God to help me to live the life that I was called to live, but also to be a kind and present partner for her. How does that work when you're lying at the same time? How does that work? How does that work? And I wanted it to be authentic and unto God. I wanted it to be authentic. And I lost a whole lot of people. I'm highborn Kojic. I had bishops on the general board in my family. Do you understand what I'm saying? So visible, transparent. And everybody cut us loose. But can I tell you a secret, which won't be a secret after this? I never missed them. I loved them. And I wasn't angry with them. And I didn't argue with them. But my life was so beautiful, I didn't miss them. Do you hear my heart? And that was 38 years ago. It'll soon be 40 years that we've been together. I have no regrets. Outside of my relationship with God, she's the best thing that could have happened to me. Thanks be to God. Thanks be to God. And I am saying to those who are hearing me today, don't let people construct closets for you. Don't do that. Tell your truth and bear what it is that you have to bear, because I can promise you, there is so much more fresh air in freedom than there is in bondage. And if you lose them for a while, some of them will be coming on later on. They're watching to see how you survive. And they'll be on. They have a tendency of coming on. It happens over time. Whatever is your yes to God, make it to God when it's just you and God. Whatever is your yes to the divine of your understanding, make it your yes when it's just you and God. I used to sing a song in the church, and I know we had time. You know how I know. I'm Pentecostal. We don't have any concept of time. But there's a song they used to sing. What is it, baby? It says, he stays in my room. Do you ever hear that? He stays in my room. This is when we couldn't afford a doctor. And he gives me all my medicine in my room. That was somebody that couldn't go to the hospital. And they trusted God for healing. I want to say to all of those that hear us today, listen to what it is that is coming from our Reverend Celeste. Listen to what it is that is coming through our brother Glenn. Listen to the power and the gift that is Elise Salisbury and all of the warriors who are out here doing the work of justice. Listen, but listen also to the call of God in your heart and in your spirit. And if it's a price to pay, pay it. For greater is God who is within you than the God of this world. God bless you is my prayer.
Amen and amen. And Sue, come on. Amen. Thank you all.
I can say as a young mother, Sister Reach has helped me be more knowledgeable about things that's going on in the community. A lot of people don't know things that they need to know as young ladies, which is why a lot of them, we have a lot of abused kids, a lot of neglected kids, because a lot of these young ladies don't feel safe or know who they can come to. So I can say I want to thank Sister Reach for being a very opening environment. I look at Miss Sharice like a mom. She's my second mom. She's been there for me, I might as well say, my whole life. And anyone that doesn't know about Sister Reach, or you don't know about your reproductive health, even men, it's not just for the women, it's for the men also. Get yourself checked. Come see about Sister Reach. She has plenty pamphlets for you guys to come read over. And even if you have a question, anytime you call, email, pop up, anything, she's going to be there for you. And she's not going to be very judgmental. She's not going to be judgmental at all. It may be a little bit harsh, but if those words weren't harsh to me, I probably would have made a lot of mistakes. So those harsh words kept me from making a lot of mistakes. Like people say, when you know better, you do better. So being able to have someone mentor me and teach me, it taught me not only to be a young adult, but it molded me into a great parent for my child. And I thank Sister Reach for that, me and my daughter. shall not fear the terror by day, nor shall I fear the terror by night. The God who governs angel armies has set encampment around me. Whom shall I fear? I shall not fear the error by day, nor shall I fear the terror by night. The God who governs angel armies has set encampments around me. Whom shall I fear? 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 The God who governs angel armies has set encampment around me. Whom shall I fear? 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 The God who governs angels armies has set encampments around me. Whom shall I'm not afraid. All is well. All is well. I'm not afraid. All is well. All is well. I'm not afraid. All is well. All is well. I'm not afraid.
Greetings. Thank you for joining us today for the Healthcare in the Black Church panel. I'm Dr. Geraldine B. Major, founder and CEO of the Major Factor Spiritual Enrichment Center. And today we have with us Dr. Nakia Grayson, Chief Clinical Officer at Choices Center for Reproductive Health,
Marvell Terry the second, I'm sorry, Senior Program Manager of the Southern HIV Impact Fund. We have Dr. Derek Tenniel, Founder, CEO of Rethink the Narrative, and Dr. Keith Green, Interim Executive Director of the Chicago Black Gay Men's Caucus. Thank you everyone for being with us. Welcome, and we are here to discuss healthcare in the Black church. Hello, hello, hello. Everybody's got their mics off. I think y'all can turn your mics on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Major.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So glad to be here. Really, really honored to be amongst some of the great voices and great advocates and great workers in regard to healthcare, and those who more than qualified to speak on the subject matter of healthcare in the Black church. I do have some questions, kind of general for all to answer, and then I do have some that's a little bit more directed. So I'm going to begin with one that each one of you can contribute to. There's several health issues like diabetes and high blood pressure and heart disease, stroke, cancer, AIDS, HIV, asthma, just to name a few, that plague parishioners in the Black church. We know these issues are compounded by lack of access, racism, economic disparities, and so on. In your opinion, what role does the Black church have in addressing these issues across the board?
Good. I think I will go first before all of the doctors go. So I'm honored to be amongst all the doctors, but I think to answer your question directly, the role of the Black church is very important to addressing all of the health disparities that might impact Black folks. When we talk about the Black church, one thing I'm very mindful of is expanding our thought of Black faith, that there's more than just the Black Pentecostal church experience, but we must talk about synagogues and mosques and other places that Black folks might have spiritual practices. But my response to that is that I think the faith settings is very important in addressing the health of Black folks and congregations across this country.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've looked to the church for years to help us address all issues pertaining to our lives, and certainly health definitely falls into that category. Someone else want to speak on just what is the role of the Black church in healthcare for our people?
I think the role of the Black church is to educate the total man, body, soul, and spirit. Whereas oftentimes we've got the spiritual aspect covered, but when it gets to the body, that's where we are lacking in some areas. I have been a part of several medium to large size Black churches or majority Black churches. And I can count on one finger, and probably could use these increments in my finger to talk about how many times there were health fairs, how many times there were nurses and doctors that were brought in to address any health issues that we are having within the Black community. So whereas we're very good, we've got theology and we've got spirituality and we've got those things, nobody can beat us having church. We're still lacking in addressing the physical concerns of this house that we live in called the body.
Total person, total mind, body, and spirit. We have to address it all, because if any portion of it is
out of sync, then all of it is out of sync.
I'll jump in quickly because actually something you said, Dr. Derek, triggered me. And that was, we've got the spirituality part right. And I almost want to challenge that. I almost want to disagree with that. I think we've got the religiosity part of it right. We've got the pomp and the circumstance of it right, and down to a science. But when it comes to spirituality and the relationship between mind, body, and soul, right? Because you can't have one without the other. I don't think we've actually even scratched the surface as it relates to that in the Black church more specifically. And I think because as a people, we are so historically connected and grounded in the Black church, whether we, go to church now or not, grew up in church, whatever the case may be, our history is linked to this institution, right? And so I think the role that the Black church has to play is huge, could be huge, but for reasons that we're all pretty clear of and well aware of, the Black church has not been. Right? We don't want to, again, sexuality and spirituality, that conversation never happens, right? This intersection that we know exists, then we can add substance use and abuse to it too, right? Sexuality, spirituality, substance use and abuse. Those things don't get addressed from a holistic perspective. And so while the church could be playing a major role, I think in many respects, the work is oftentimes hindered by the role that the church actually does play, unfortunately.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof.
And when I spoke of spirituality, the better word or the better term would have been religiosity. We've got the shouting, the dancing, we've got the pageantry, the pomp and circumstance down, but we are lacking when it comes to practicality in our everyday living.
Yeah, and I would add mental health support, right? We don't really address that, so I'm going to add to Dr. Green's list of sexuality, and I'm going to add mental health there as well. And I think that the role that the church plays can be integral if we really are honest and vulnerable with each other, right? So I think that's a huge part of it as well. I think a lot of it is about respectability, and we have to move away from that. And that's what's really has hindered us from being able to care for the whole person, right? People are not able to be vulnerable and be their true selves. And so we can't start to heal if we can't have truth. So.
And to expand on that thought of Dr. Grayson, the previous panel, Bishop Flunder, talked about expanding this canon of, the scriptures that we look at, and, we're not able to bring our full selves. And to Dr. Grayson's point, like, if we're not doing it in our truth, then how are we showing up in these Black church settings? And so when we talk about healthcare, mental health is a piece. I know from my own experience, hard weeks, you come to church and you let it out. But I also need a counselor, I need a therapist, I might need medication as well. But we're not having those type of conversations at church, that the church really should meet my needs. It should be a relationship, a partnership. And currently, I don't think those models exist in our faith settings.
You used the word just now, you used the word currently, Marbell. Do you think that we ever treated the whole person in church? Do you think that did we even ever tap the surface of trying to meet the needs of the whole person? Do you think it's something that we started and then stopped, or we were never ever in position to do that, of doing that?
I'm careful of speaking broadly about all churches. I know there are some faith settings that attempt to meet the needs of community, but I think in large, I do not believe that our faith settings meet our needs. I think honestly, the Black church, when I reflect and think about the 60s and how the Black church often was the cornerstone of community and for HBCUs, I think the church has always been in a fight, but I don't know if it's been in a fight for the whole person. I think the church the Black church was positioned in a very social justice space. But when we got out of that space, then we turned into profit. And I don't want to get in trouble on the slippery slope around that. Honk for Jesus, save my soul. But I think the church now is in a very different space. So I don't, as a Black gay man living with HIV, the church holistically has not met my needs. No.
You know, don't ever forget about getting into good trouble. So it's okay. You get into good trouble.
Yeah, good trouble is good. I agree. I think that after the civil rights movement, we failed to redefine ourselves to become more holistic, a more holistic body. And whereas we were poised to take giant leaps forward, we were set back in some areas, and we have remained underdeveloped as a spiritual community. We followed the trend, as we was talked about in the last panel, of prosperity gospel and some of the other ways, but we lost our sense of community to a degree. And what I mean by that is, I think integration was the best and the worst thing that could have happened to the Black community, because we lost our center, we lost our community. And had we stayed there just a little bit longer, perhaps we would have grown in some area. Or, and what I mean by stay there, not stay in the place of segregation and whatnot, but stay closer to that fire of community. I think somehow we lost something, and we didn't pivot, and it stunted our growth, if you will, to get us to the place that we need to be, where we were treating the holistic person.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the civil rights movement came up, and the Black church's role in civil rights, and you know, for some would argue the civil rights movement isn't over. We're still fighting for equality. We're still fighting for equity. And, you know, that doesn't always include all Black folks, right? And so I think we have to kind of, you know, we have to be mindful of that. And then we have to think about how we re-engage, or how we engage differently, so that our ongoing civil rights struggle is inclusive of all of our people.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Marvell, I'm not picking on you, but you're up for this next question. At least first, you're up for this next question. Do you believe that religious institutions or leaders have offered sufficient responses to people living with HIV, and what could be done to address HIV prevention and care by the church?
I'm trying to see so I won't get in trouble. I think the Black church, when it comes to addressing HIV, addresses it from a very safe space and place. What do I mean by that? And as I do this tightrope, I think oftentimes speaking about HIV among certain populations is easy. But when you address it amongst other populations, you have to address sexuality sensuality, intimacy, pleasure, all of those things. And those are the things that the church does not want to talk about. I do think that there are more things that the church can do, but I think to even talk about HIV, we have to be comfortable to talk about sex. Like, we all have sex. That's how we got here. We like good sex. But I could come to Nakia and Keith and Derek and Geraldine and say, I had some good sex last night. But can I openly talk about I had good sex and talk about harm reduction strategies? To talk about PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis, and the other methods that are out there around healthcare, that is not possible. And so I still think that there is space to really talk about HIV in church. But I think even before we get to talking about HIV, we have to be comfortable to talk about sex and exploration and intimacy, and it's okay to have good sex and talk
Pleasure.
about pleasure. Yes. It's okay to talk about it, but we don't even want to talk about that. Yes, I'll stop right there.
Okay, Dr. Nakia, since you opened up the mic.
Listen, I agree with Marvell. I think that, we have to be honest and, like I said, transparent. And unfortunately, these conversations about sex have always been about procreation, right? And so with this idea that is the only reason people have sex. And honestly, the majority of adults are spending most of the adult's life trying not to procreate. Okay, so trying to prevent pregnancy. So we really need a lot of education around that, and really to be honest with our young people, right? We do them a great disservice when we are not honest, when we're not telling them the things that they can do to both enjoy themselves and protect themselves at the same time. I remember, when I was young, and the conversation was basically have sex and you'll be smited, right? So we do our young people a disservice when we do that, because what they find out is that they won't be smited. So we have lied to them, and we are not being honest about the things that can help them. I think that, Marvell talked about a safe space. To me, the church should be a safe space, right? It should be safe for you to go and learn all that you need to be successful in the world, but also to be to find your path and your connection to God. So, but what we have is something that's extremely superficial and very surface. And this is why we're in the position that we're in. And even when Marvell was talking about, learning about sex and things like that, but I was thinking about even what's happening in terms of our reproductive rights being dialed back and stripped, and where has the church been, on this issue? What are they saying? And I think that it's a huge blow to the community for them not to be at the forefront, screaming and hollering for pregnant people and their right to decide what happens with their bodies. So I think we're not in the best space right now.
One of the things that's interesting to me, and I always say this, and it sounds very, very small and insignificant. What's amazing to me is that the same voices in the church are the same voices in the community. It's the same voices that's in our homes. It's the same voices that's in our schools. And but for some reason or another, when we get into the church, to the Black church setting, we become this whole different set of people. We become people who it's like Marvell said, I can talk about sex with you over here, Marvell. We can laugh for hours. But then when we get in church, shh. And it's just you mentioned education, and that, you know, we're in the 21st century, and there's still a stigma attached with discussing sex and sex education. And just because there's a stigma attached, or just because we're not having the conversation, does not mean our children are not having sex. It's happening every day. And to piggyback on what you just said, Nakia, it's part of the reason that our lack of being able to talk about it and creating those spaces where we can talk about it is part of the reason that we're in the shape that we're in today. And the taboo that's been associated with certain activity and certain practices has created almost a culture of uninformed, unaware, ill-prepared people. How do we change that? How do we begin to make it safe, to make it okay, to make it acceptable, to remove the stigma and talk openly, honestly, and freely about sex education, about sex?
I think, Dr. Major, safe. Can I come to church and say, hey, I need some clean needles as an injectious drug user, you know, because my behavior has been demonized. And so I'm unsure if church will ever be safe until we remove away from demonizing people's behaviors. Mm-hmm. You know, what if I show up at church and say, hey, like, I'm having a panic attack? You know, yes, you could take me to the altar, but will you get me the help that I need? You know, and so for me, I don't think until the church begins to be very honest with itself, will it ever be a very safe space, in my opinion.
I think we also have to stop investing, right? So many of us still worship in spaces that don't welcome or affirm who we are. And yet we pay our tithes, we pay our offerings, we contribute to the building fund, the pastor's anniversary fund, every fund the church has, yet we're not welcomed or affirmed. I think the moment we stop investing with intention, right, be very, very clear. I've heard stories about, you know, back in the day when there were folks who would put pink dollars in the offering plates as a sign of protest, right? I'm not giving you my money if you can't welcome, affirm, and embrace all of me. And I think that's a huge and critical piece to it, right? And I know we talked about not wanting to sort of, you know, ride the slippery slopes, and that is a slippery slope. But let's be very, very clear. At the end of the day, the church is a non-tax-paying business, right? A non-tax-paying business. And the way that businesses thrive and survive is by way of currency. And so if our currency ain't flowing in those spaces, those businesses cannot survive. So we need to be very, very clear and take a stance. We can't give you our money if we can't come to the table and talk about how you can fully embrace and welcome and affirm us in this space.
I think one of the things, and I find it very ironic, that the scripture talks about, you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. But we are afraid of the very thing that is designed to make us free when it comes to church. When we, you know, inside the church, we want separation of church and state. But outside the church, we want a theocracy. So which one is it? And so, you know, if we could simply go back to that basic principle of telling the truth, because the truth makes us free to have conversations, free to have community, free for us to demystify the secular and the sacred. Because the truth of the matter is there is no divide between them. It's a very, very thin razor line. So we've got to push the envelope. And sometimes it may be those of us who come out and we participate in spaces like this to go back and have those conversations and push the envelope. Are they popular? No. Is it necessary? Absolutely. Going back to Marvell's point of the good trouble.
Well, unfortunately for some, the church is making them sick, right? So we're talking about health and wellness. And so, yeah, I mean, people who are, like you said, sitting in the pews, who are being mentally harmed are not going to be well, right? And so how do we really free people from this idea that they even have to be there? I think that uh, I think that's a huge problem. I mean, I think for a lot of us, church has been a tradition, and a tradition that um, we can't move away from because we want to be seen and respected in the community. But a lot of times, walking away for your own well-being is what they need to do, especially like you said, if they're not being affirmed in the church, because unfortunately a lot of what we're seeing today, especially when we talk about evangelical Christians, they are arrogantly ignorant. They are choosing ignorance, right? And no, I mean, that's just what I've started to call it. I mean, they don't want to know the truth, they don't want to walk in the truth, and they don't really want to see the humanity in others. And so because of that, they are causing more harm than good. And so we have to get to a point where we say, this isn't working for me. This isn't what's best for me. This is not the place where I should be. This is not the place where I'm being affirmed. This is not the place where I'm being healed, and make those choices for ourselves. And so I think that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, especially those who've grown up in the church and those who, have so much of their identity tied up in that.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. There comes a time when you do have to simply walk away if you're not, getting what you need. I think that especially the current generation has watched many of what the previous generation has gone through and has elected not to do church. And I totally get it and totally understand it. And I am right there. I am right there with them in many respects, in many regards, because church has become something that is toxic for many of those individuals. I do believe that there has and will come a time, I think has already started, where we will see these quote unquote spiritual communities fold in droves because of the inability to serve the constituent, the congregant of the 21st century. And that may be what is necessary in order to help the church, quote unquote, reform itself, to gather itself. Some people need that community, but there are those of us who have perhaps grown where we get our sense of community from other spaces, and we don't necessarily need the religiosity or the church building in order to be affirmed or to move forward with our lives.
This is what's kind of hanging, and right. See if I can put it in the right words. Even aside from the structure, the building, the space, the location that you go to, when it comes to advocating and offering and making available resources needed for healthcare, do you think the Black church can still be a voice or a vehicle by which that is accomplished or offered? I can remember a time, I can remember an encounter. I remember when we went to Africa, and within this church was a clinic. And the people in the community came to the church to get needles, came to the church to get medicines, came to the clinic within the church. So we don't see that a whole lot in the United States. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist, but we don't see that a whole lot where there are actual clinics and available within the church, but there are doctors and nurses and therapists and everybody else that's a part of the church. So even if the structure or the organized image of the church goes away, is there still the possibility of the church being a viable source for providing health care for the parishioners, the constituents, the congregation, the community? Should there even be?
Absolutely. I don't think the church is a relic as of yet. I still believe that there are some wonderful things that can come out of the Black church. You know, going back to the original question that you asked about, you know, diabetes and heart disease and high blood pressure. Well, if a church should have a clinic inside, if it should have a clinic inside of it, it should be the Black church, because we're the ones who are suffering from all of those ailments. So yes, we should be on the forefront when it comes to health issues, saying, come here, let me give you some soul food that's going to heal your mind, your body, and your spirit. We should be on the forefront of it.
I do think churches can be that, but we do know that there are clinics with faith backgrounds that impose on the beliefs of individuals. And so I think if the church is that model, if the church is going to become this community symbol and have all of these things in it, how does the church checks its own beliefs with offerings to the community? For instance, if I come to the church for reproductive services, are you trying to persuade me not to have the abortion? You know, and having worked at clinics with faith backgrounds, that is the consequence of merging these two bodies together. I think it can exist. And I see Dr. Grayson about to comment, but I think we have to be very careful with it.
I'm concerned about that one. You know, I'll be honest, you know, when I moved to Memphis, one of the first things I saw was, you know, the majority of like the medical institutions here were faith-based, and there was a lot of coercion to me in terms of, you know, people wanting them to profess certain things, or, you know, wanting them to receive prayer, or that prayer that was not asked for, right? You know, and really also limiting the services that they would provide to people based on their own beliefs. And while I am definitely a person of faith and I will profess that Jesus is Lord, I do not believe in coercing people to, you know, have any procedure or no procedure or whatever it is. My faith does not dictate the type of care that I provide to people. You know, I believe in non-judgmental care, and that people should be able to make the decisions that they feel are best for their life. And unfortunately, a lot of these faith-based organizations don't believe that, and a lot of them have caused more harm in the community than they have provided help. When we have people who will turn women away who have a non-viable pregnancy, but for them to wait till they become septic before they will help them, that's a problem. You are a problem. And we have people who now, I mean, I don't know if you all saw the recent ruling about PrEP is now, they're moving to say that, you know, private insurance does not have to offer PrEP coverage based on how that company feels, the religious affiliation of the company. You're a company. How do you have a religious affiliation? You know? So I think that we are in a very interesting space. I think that the church can provide care and have those type of places, um, but only if it's an understanding that we are there to care for people, and that's it. That's it. And I think that unfortunately, a lot of these institutions that are faith based are not upholding that, right? And so, we have Catholic hospitals that won't help women who are hemorrhaging, from a miscarriage. They let it pass on its own. I mean, it's just a lot of things that they do in the name of the Lord that that are harmful. And so I have a lot of feelings about attaching faith to clinics or places that provide care.
And I think Dr. Grayson makes a good point about the Texas ruling that came down around companies can make decisions based on religion. Um, where's the Black church in responding to that? Um, you know, Many of our parishioners work at these companies that have religious biases. And I think that is the foundation of this conversation. Is like, even in that moment, this real time moment, where's the Black church? Where's the Black church on legalizing marijuana for medicinal use? Not even talking about recreationally, but legalizing marijuana that aids in the pain of individuals. That's healthcare. And I think the Black church will not respond to these real time issues that we're facing.
Dr. Key, been kind of quiet over there.
I'm agreeing and taking it all in, but I'm also thinking about those leaders within the Black church who are cutting edge, and I just want to make sure that this is not a bashing session. For any of those leaders who may be listening, we appreciate the work that you do, and for you being cutting edge. I think it's important to say that, right? Because there are lots of folks fighting on the front lines with us, lots of pastors, ministers, etc. I've recently seen a movement in Chicago that has really sort of, in many respects, changed my mind and warmed my heart, because we saw faith-based leaders come together around a tragedy in our community, a tragedy that was, specific to LGBTQ folks, Black gay men in particular, but that was all sort of, put aside for folks to come together and support community and to grieve and to begin healing together. And I'd never really seen anything like that happen before. And it was pretty remarkable and pretty moving. So I just want to I want to be mindful that we acknowledge those folks who are,
Absolutely. I agree. I mean, I do think that there are definitely pockets of folks who are doing it, but I will be very honest. The Black church has been very silent about the abortion issue.
Yes.
Like deafening silence, right? And so we are in a space now where um, it's dire. It does not look good, right? We know that already there have been uh, like 24 states, nearly 24 states that have restricted abortion or banned it altogether. Since the Dobbs decision, and that the majority of those states are southern states, right? And the southern states have some of the worst outcomes. Not only do they have the worst outcomes, they're the ones that did not take the Medicaid expansion money. Right? They're not doing anything to help pregnant people. They have the weakest maternal health provisions for families. And so, where was the church on that? Where was the Black church? Now, I listened to his sermon, Dr. Howard John Wesley. I was like, bravo, this man stood up in the face of all of these people who I'm sure he has gotten a lot of backlash. And if you hadn't heard his sermon, I'm with her. Um, Please look for it on YouTube. But amazing, just amazing, the stance he took in the face of all of those who opposed him around abortion rights.
I'm going to make two quick comments. Time's kind of
moving by. Just to kind of piggyback on to add to what Dr. Green said, we always we go for the sensational and we go for the negative. So we oftentimes don't shine the light on the good that's being done, or the people who are actually advocating and making a difference, and who are committed to treating the whole person, mind, body, and spirit. So thank you for taking the time to shine the light, because we do know that there are people out here, that they're pastors, that they're ministers, that they're rabbis, that there are people in the faith community that are advocating across the board for everybody. So by no means are we trying to bash or make it seem as if everybody has failed. That's not true. That is definitely not true. And so thank you very much for that. And Dr. Nakia, you were the next one up for this next question.
Okay, what's this? What you want to know, Major?
You gave us a front end. The Dobbs decision creates more barriers as it relates to Black maternal health. How are medical providers, including midwives, responding to this crisis?
Well, that's a good question. I think that what we're seeing is a lot of fear among medical providers, right? People who are afraid to go to jail. I mean, there's no precedent for this, and it is really affecting how people are being cared for. Like I said earlier, we have people who are pregnant with um, pregnancies that are not compatible with life, who are having to make decisions about traveling many hours away to get the care that they need, um, when they can't get that care in their communities anymore. Um, I think that many providers are just, like I said, really scared about what this means for them and their ability to provide care. But then you have the others who are uh, more galvanized by what's happening, and are really making provisions for alternative ways to care for people. One of the things, like even that we're doing here at our clinic, is we decided to open another clinic in Illinois. Illinois is 3 hours away from Memphis. Well, where we are opening a new clinic. We are continuing our clinic here in Memphis. We're not leaving, but this new clinic is 3 hours away from here, and we recognize that this will be one of the few clinics that people will be able to access in the southern part of the United States, right? And it's really scary because if you look at the map, like I said, nearly 24 states have already put abortion bans in place, making it harder for people to get the care that they need. And like I said, the majority of those states are southern states that already have really dismal maternal health outcomes. Um, so I think that you'll find that there are some providers who are really trying to create some alternatives for their patients, but then there's those that are scared, right? But what we're seeing is a network of clinics and people who are working together, abortion funds, abortion clinics, as well as um, other organizations that are really trying to help get people to where they need to go to get the care that they need. It's really scary right now because we know that people who usually deny abortions have it. We know that it limits people's education. It creates economic consequences for them, as well as the children and the families that they already have, and that it really affects their ability to continue to work and thrive, right? And so, what we're going to see is the ripple effect that this will have across our country, and we don't have any laws or precedents that has already been set, so we're kind of operating in a very gray space.
I would like to pose a question to Dr. Grayson, if that's okay, Dr. Major, on
It's okay.
you're I know you're a mother of two, you're a community leader, you're a wife. how do we show up for you? You know, you talk
Yeah.
about your own safety. You talk about, how do you maneuver through your day? How do we, I think Black community is an extension of the Black church. How do we support you in this moment?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's not just like you said, just me. It's even the advocacy groups like Sister Reach. We're all taking a really big risk by providing care, by uh, providing people with information, by helping people get where they need to go. And so, I think that I don't know, Marvell. It's a really good question. We are really burned out. I'll be very honest, I think, and I'm gonna be very transparent. Me and Sharice have this conversation all the time about what it is that we're doing and how we're putting ourselves and our bodies on the line to, to care for communities. But Black women have traditionally done that. We've always done that. We've always cared for everyone. We always are the ones who are fighting for everyone, and we're doing that in this space too. But I will say that we need more men to step up into this reproductive justice and reproductive health care fight, because um, this affects them too, right? This affects all of us in some way. This is not a problem just for people who have the capacity of pregnancy. This is not just our problem. This is a problem for everyone. And so, what you'll see though is usually women, especially Black women, that are on the front lines of this fight. So.
I'd have to say that Sharice and I had a light conversation yesterday, and that for me, in regard to the Black church, I think one of the biggest downfalls is the Black church has power, does not realize how much power, and then does not use their power. When you say men, the men should step up. Men are influenced just as much as women by what comes out of the pulpit in the Black church. And if the Black church would put their mouth behind things in a positive way to affect change in the community, then those within the church will get involved and become engaged and be more present when it comes time. I mean, they'll show up to escort you and Nakia, and whoever else home. Because the sisters will show up too. We'll show up with bats and whatever we need to get y'all home. It's a shame that we even have to be in this space, in this place, but it's the reality that we are.
Dr. Major, an example I would like to provide was around the bathroom bill for transgender individuals. They knew the power of the Black church, and they targeted the Black church and ran ads and went to Black churches to speak up, to vote against the bathroom bills. And so when you talk about the power of the Black church, they know the power of the Black church. We just don't know how to manifest our own power. And so I just wanted to provide that example on how the Black church was used to vote against something because of how they were informed to vote, and they used their power.
The Black church also knows its power. Let's be very, very clear about that. The Black church knows its power and chooses to use it selectively.
Yeah. All true statements, all true and accurate statements.
Yeah.
We got just a few more minutes. I got two quick questions. As public health professionals, what are some of the ways that you have been able, some of the positive ways that you've been able to collaborate with the Black church in all institutions? And if you had one wish in building better collaborations, what would that look like? I don't want to rush anybody, but we got 5 minutes. So, and everybody needs to give voice to this. So
I want to quickly just go back to the example that I mentioned earlier, and I'll share a little bit of it because, again, we're at time. But the thing that was really fascinating for me, so I'm sure many of you heard about the 3 young brothers who were killed outside of a club here in Chicago, run over by a car directly across the street. I'm 46 years old. I've been frequenting that club since I was 17. Directly across the street from that club is a church. I've never been inside that church until the pastor of that church agreed to host us, not only for a community prayer vigil, but then for a town hall the following week. We never knew that that church could be welcoming and affirming. It sits right across the street from a a national black gay institution. We never knew, right? So I think that I guess the piece that I would add is that, we have not because we ask not. And so I think that we have to, as advocates, open our mouths. We expect for folks to not be affirming. We expect for folks to not be on board with our cause and our mission because they have historically not been, but that's not always the case. And if we don't ask, we'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think that there have been many positive ways that, I've collaborated with the church in the past, especially around this Black maternal health issue to help get the word out. We've hosted viewings of documentaries around, Black maternal health and have held like panel discussions and listening sessions about what we're experiencing in our community. So I think that there have been some amazing collaborations. I think that we just have to reach out, like Dr. Green said, we have to reach out and not be afraid to do so. And we can't wait on the church to reach out to us. Sometimes we just have to go and reach out to them as well. And I think that there is that barrier that goes both ways, right? That we don't want to do it and they don't want to. So someone has to make the first move. But I think that's my biggest wish is that more churches would reach out to communities that they recognize need help and recognize that there are major issues, health issues with,
Oftentimes the church uses, a lot of ministers use the old adage, love the sinner, hate the sin sort of thing. We need churches to, in a sense, if you're going to hold that ideology and that philosophy, do exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
Love the quote unquote sinner and help the sinner in the ways that you can. You don't have to agree, but love. And love, as we know, love is the answer to many of things. If we could just get to that common core principle, and we need churches to quote unquote come out the closet. And what I simply mean by that is, going back to Dr. Green's example that he never knew about the church across the street being willing and able. And we need churches, to be those places. And I'm not just talking about the quote unquote churches that are affirming for our community, but those quote unquote straight churches or heteronormative churches that are open and accepting as well. So we need those, we need community all around.
I think, there are many ways that collectively, I think all of us have worked with the Black church, but I would suggest to the Black church to really, we talk about congregational life, but what about pastoral community engagement or diversity and inclusion in Black churches? Like that, I have not seen that model in Black churches. So, in talking about best practices and things like that, I do think the church can do better in its engagement with community.
Thank you. And we haven't ran out of time yet, so we still got time for one more, the very last one. Do you have any? First of all, thank each and every one of you for participating in this panel and actually in this symposium. I've been watching, I've seen some of you in the back door, so I know that you've been very, very present. Thank you so much to Cherie Scott and Sister Reach for taking on this mantle and for presenting it in such a manner that everyone could receive from it. It's really been a very powerful, transformative experience. Dr. Derrick, you said something, and it took me back to something that my mama used to always say. Love is a verb, it's an action word. And if we would learn to show love and not just say love, we could make a big difference. If we see someone in need and we know someone has a concern and we say that we love them, then we exercise what is needed to see to it that they get what they need. And if I could say anything in regard to the Black church, we need to be more action oriented, and we need to be more committed to the whole person, understanding that we are supposed to represent Christ here. And we need to do that in a way that says, you're welcome, we can help, we can make a difference, we're available. So I thank you. I think, again, thanks, Sharice. Thank you, Elise. Thank you, everybody that took the time to come together and bring this information forward. So if you've got any final quick comments you want to make, there's the space.
I just want to say thank you as well to you for moderating, to the fellow panelists, and to Sister Reach for making this happen. It's so important.
I agree 100%. This has been amazing. And thank you, Sharice, and thanks to everyone that made this happen. I have been feasting all day on the soul food. And, if I hadn't been in fear of having to go buy another television, I would have thrown a couple of objects at it. So it's
I'm always grateful for the work that Sister Reach is doing and the partnership we have with them. It has definitely been quite fruitful, and I would say we have to continue to work to make sure everyone is able to control their own reproductive destiny and to live their life in their full truth.
For the sake of time, ditto.
Once again, thank you. And this ends our time for the panel on healthcare in the Black church. Thank you, and everybody have a great afternoon.
Sister Reach is doing a phenomenal job already in the community. I believe adding on a housing piece to the work that they are already doing would be simply phenomenal, primarily because there are not enough shelters here in the great city of Memphis to be able to accommodate all the women and families that is experiencing domestic violence. And with that piece being added to what they already doing here, it's going to be simply amazing. And the help is definitely needed.
Woo! Lord, been good. Oh Lord, you've been good, and I thank you for everything you've done and things still to come. Lord, it was you. Oh, it was you who made us. And if you don't come through right now, I know you're still able. Lord, you've been just that good. Girls, help me sing this part. Somebody wanna know how we made it. Oh, somebody trying to figure out how we made it. They're going through hard times and they trying to figure out how we made it. Made it over. Can I tell you what we did? We got down on our knees and we were. Yes, we were. And prayed. Oh, we were. And the verse one more time. Lord, you've been good. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord, you've been good. And I thank you for everything you've done and things still to come. Yeah. Lord, it was you who made us. And if you don't come through right now at this moment, I know you're still able. Lord, you've been just that good. Girl, sing it one more time for me. Somebody wanna know how we made it. Oh, they trying to figure out how we made it. How we made it. They looking at us, trying to figure out how we went through the storm. How we made it. Oh, but sometimes we had to get down on our knees, and we were fasting. Oh, we were trusting, yes we were. And oh God, we were believing in you. And that's how we made it. Every night we had to cry ourselves to sleep. God, it was nobody but you that was there. You never left our side. And God, I tell you, thank you. I thank you for your grace and your mercy. I thank you, you never left me. I thank you when I felt like I was by myself. I can lean on you, Jesus. I can trust in you, Jesus. That's how we made it. That's how we made it.
Good afternoon. That was wonderful. That song was truly wonderful. How we made it over. It's good to know that we can always count on the divine to help us through the challenges and the struggles that we have. I am excited to be here with you this afternoon. I am Reverend Deneen Robinson, and I am the moderator for the panel looking at the relationship between criminal justice and faith and religion. We have Dr. Andrew Johnson, Reverend Malcolm, unfortunately, will not be with us, and we have Judge Camille McMullen. So how is everyone doing?
Doing well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here on today.
So we have a little extra time. Most people would say thank you for the extra time, but I'm going to say in this case that we are short of panelists. We will send prayers for Reverend Malcolm not being with us today. And as a way of beginning, I'm going to ask each of you to simply say your name as I am pulling up our questions for today. We are being given instructions behind the scenes. And so let us take a few moments to comply with the instructions that we have been given so that we can get off to a good start. Amen.
All right.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. So Judge Camille, with your camera and
I'm
and
working on it.
okay.
I'm working, Reverend.
All right then.
Okay.
It's just the spirit. The spirit is so radiant. It is just so awesome. See, that's what it is. That's what it is.
So, you know, you are really helping us.
Is that better? Is that a little better? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I can hear you.
Wonderful.
Yes, I can hear you. So how many, so did each of you get the time zone confused?
Well, sometimes I guess, especially that's why I'm always asking what time zone now, since we've been doing a whole lot of stuff remotely and virtually. So I'm on Central Time, and I just want to make sure, and then I have to add, and then that's when I get in trouble. See.
Yeah, I think that's true for all of us. So since the inception of criminal justice, 1 in every 3 Black men is involved in the criminal justice system. Either they're incarcerated or on probation or awaiting trial. Black Americans are incarcerated in state prisons at nearly 5 times the rate of white Americans, according to a report by the Sentencing Project. The report found that 1 in 81 Black people per 100,000 people in the United States is serving time in a state prison. The report also found staggering disproportionalities among the rates of incarceration of Blacks and Latinx people compared to whites. In 12 states, more than half of the prison population is Black. And Latinx individuals are incarcerated in state prisons at the rate that is 1.3 times the incarceration rate, of whites, according to this same report. We also know that Black men are disproportionately placed on death row. And here's the question for all the panelists. Is there a criminal justice system, or is the justice system criminal? We will start with Judge Camille.
All right. Well, let me start by thanking Sister Reach for putting on this program. I've been watching throughout the day, and it's really been a wonderful blessing to hear from all the panelists on all the varying different topics. So I think this has been just amazing for our community. And I'm honored to be a part of it. And I hope that what I have to share is equally as informative as the other guests have provided. Now, Reverend, you know that was a packed question.
Of course.
So it's going to give us a lot to talk about.
We're going to get you chewing.
And so I want to be able to unpack it a little bit, but I'm not going to unpack it all the way at the top, Reverend. I'm going to give you a little bit to talk about too.
Jesus.
So, but I want to kind of direct us to a quote that I found helpful to me in addressing this question. The criminal justice system, I don't know if people are familiar with this quote, but it's often been called a raw reflection of the kind of society we have and the state of our communities. It is the Band-Aid, and this is the best part of this quote, and the dumping ground for all of the pervading social issues that we as a society have not solved, including miseducation, racism, male violence against women, drug addiction, mental illness, on and on and on and on. the criminal justice system is faced with the results of society not coming to adequate resolution of this issue. These are issues that come to an intersection with the criminal justice system and results in a lot of the problems that I want to parse out of the initial question. And some of those, I'm gonna go ahead and let Reverend Johnson address it before I get into any other, but I wanted to start off with that because really that's what the criminal justice system, which is made up of a lot of different things. We're talking about law enforcement, we're talking about the court system, we're talking about the incarcerative system, we're talking about a lot of things, which I think we're gonna unpack in this discussion, or at least try to. So that's my initial start to that massive question.
And what do you have to offer us, Reverend Johnson?
Well, I was just going to listen to Judge McMullen and just sit back and just let her just pontificate and just tell us what we needed to hear, because I was just getting ready to, I was just ready to receive. But since you did call my name, I am so honored and privileged to be here with you in this forum, the Faith, Advocacy, and Religion Symposium. I am like you, Judge. I was watching off and on all day long. Some of my good friends were already have been on and really just expound so eloquently about the issues that each panel addressed. And I am honored to be here. So I want to shout out Sharice and all the wonderful folk at Sister Reach. And you know, and they have been doing a wonderful job in educating all of us on reproductive justice issues, issues that affect women, especially women of color, bringing attention to. And one of the things that I really love about this organization is that they don't run away from faith. They bring faith into the discussion, because if you are a person of faith, you don't get to compartmentalize your faith. Your faith goes with you all the way. So in everything, you are always discerning and always wrestling with faith. So I am just so honored again to be invited to be here on today. I have a whole lot to say about that that question, that turn of phrase, criminal justice system or an injustice system, or or is it just us, and all of those type of things. But I will start off like this. What if the criminal justice system is actually operating the way it's supposed to operate? Meaning that what if at its foundation that the criminal justice system was already destined, I use that word, destined to incarcerate and criminalize Black and brown people, poor people? What if the laws that we have on the books are overwhelmingly skewed toward criminalizing poverty, for instance, homelessness? What if we don't say anything about mental health or have any type of mental health protections or treatments and stuff, and so that we can just throw the book, the literal as well as figurative book at a person? I mean, so I can just go on and on. As a communication scholar, I am concerned about how we talk about criminal justice, how we talk about public safety. I had an opportunity to, and we can get into this a little bit later, I had an opportunity to lead a public safety campaign, maybe, or a public safety research project. That's more like it, where I interviewed just regular citizens of Memphis and Shelby County, and just asking them, what do they think about public safety? And we got a whole array of different answers, but one of the answers that we did not get is that we need more policing. Or that we need more jails, or we need more of what we always get when we start talking about these issues. So the criminal justice system, if it is operating already like it's supposed to operate in the criminalization of Black and brown bodies, then it's yes. So that's why we ought to talk about it in visionary terms, since I'm talking to people of faith here. Visionary term. What can we see? What can we imagine this criminal justice system to be? And I'll leave it at that. And then, like I said, we can unpack any of that as we go on today. Again, glad to be here. So honored to meet you, Judge McMullen and Reverend Robinson. And I am, again, much better person because I am in your presence. Albeit virtually, I am still a much better person than I was about an hour ago.
Well, thank you. And I am hopeful that as we engage in this dialogue, that you will feel even better with being in my presence and the presence of Neil McMullen. And it is true that most Black folk, most brown folk don't say we need more policing because they don't feel like the system is our friend. It is, in fact, something that we are hopeful that we never have to encounter because we don't believe that the system will protect us.
And Reverend, can I push back just a little?
No, of course you can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know, I'm a former prosecutor, both state and federal. And I hear you, and I hear my community when they say the police are not our friends. But we are victimized as a community of crime just as much. We have to be aware of that, and we have to come with some sort of solution to that which is plaguing our communities. We really do. And you know, so Reverend Johnson, you know, when we talk about community policing, or when we talk about having people that come from the community police us, or having courts within the community dictate the punishments for the crimes committed within the community. I don't know what the faith community's perspective is on that, but there has to be a resolution, or we do have to have some order to what else.
Totally agree. But the problem lies in the belief that a Black or brown body is intentionally already criminalized when I show up at the scene. So if I'm already thinking that, I am going to operate differently than I would if I was operating with a white body or with someone else that I may not think that is as dangerous. So if we can, yes, let's come together. Let's talk about this. I mean, I'm in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and we have had one heck of a week right now, right here in Memphis, Tennessee, and people are scratching their heads, and we are trying to figure this thing out, trying to find a nice middle ground. But we cannot continue to believe and have racist assumptions that just because you're a Black or brown body, that you are automatically inherently criminal. And if that's the case, then even when we try to crack down on the crime, we're going to just go to a population that we already believe is more criminal. I just give you some examples. For instance, some of the people told us in our interviews. What about cleaning up the blight or more lighting in the communities? They think that, hey, if you have more light around these stores or around the strip malls that are in our neighborhoods, maybe that would be a deterrent. Maybe these abandoned homes or these weeds that are always just flowing in our neighborhood, maybe we can get those cut or get those. Maybe that would be a deterrent. So people were thinking about simple, basic solutions. They do not want to get rid of the police. The police still need to be there to arrest and do what the police supposed to do, is to respond to a crime, what a DA supposed to do, fairly administer justice to a person who committed a crime. Or if the DA says, hey, you know what, as I'm looking at this case, I found out that this person did not commit this crime. So in fairness, I need to say this to the community. If we can start to work together, that'd be great. But we have to come to a realization that our language, the way that we talk about crime, is a problem. in and of itself.
Well, it sounds to me, Reverend Johnson, like you are absolutely starting in the right place, coming from community grassroots solutions to our problems, because I'm a true believer in that, which is why I was saying we have to start from within the community, whether label it whatever you want in terms of policing. I think policing has gotten it just gives us a bad feeling. But the answer has to come from the community, which is where you're getting solutions from.
And actually, you said something earlier that, I don't think that was even mentioned in our surveys and in our question, because we did focus groups via Zoom. Having people within the community, depending on the crime, I'm sure, you won't, like first degree murder, you wouldn't have people making decisions, but depending on the crime, having people determine the outcomes of what is happening in our community. I think that may be a good place.
There absolutely is a movement to have a concept called restorative justice.
Restorative justice.
Yes,
very familiar with it, and so we should say very familiar with some of the tenets of it, and I know some more. And I just hate to use the word conservative or progressive in this manner because DAs are charged with convicting folk, but in some jurisdictions, I should say, some DAs have gone and looked at those type of models, looked at the not only that but conflict resolution models where you do power circles and you talk and you talk about your anger, your frustration, what are you doing and how you're doing it, and then offer restitution to the victim or the person that you harm, and then both people can come to the table saying, okay, I feel much better about this, instead of just punitive punishment all the time, which really breaks down. And we just got study after study after study about this. It really just breaks down families. It breaks down the family dynamic. It takes people away from the community, and it's just not a sustainable model. And it cost a lot.
And I don't know if Reverend Robinson's going to let us continue to talk.
Right, yeah.
But I totally agree.
Hijack the conversation then.
I think
what you're saying is interesting. It reminded me of an experience I got to participate in when I was in Rwanda. As you know, the genocide happened there, and the Hutus and the Tutsis, they had to come back and live in community together. And in each township or each village, they have created a council that is comprised of both Hutus and Tutsis. And when crimes occur, or if they discover that someone from that village participated in the genocide and, for example, kill the family members of their now neighbor, instead of killing them, they bring them to the circle, and that person has to own up to their role, to their participation, to this family member. Yes, I killed your dad. Yes, I killed your siblings. Yes, I killed your spouse. And then they work a plan of reconciliation so that this person is not thrown out of community, so that they can live safely together.
Right.
And that's essentially what you're saying.
Yes. And Reverend Robinson, I was in South Africa post-apartheid, and that is exactly what they did with the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, which is a concept that is difficult for us in the West to kind of really get around our heads. But these were people who were living together that did not have what I would call a westernized system of laws. And so they did operate on more of a tribal-based way of getting to resolve what had happened.
And they were able to let it go. And for me, as the kid, knowing that my neighbor killed my parents and my siblings, in my mind, if I have the capacity to let that go and be able to truly come to a point of reconciliation and ultimately restoration, without someone having to leave the community, without someone having to die, and the reconciliation goes on as long as it's necessary.
Sure.
For the person that was harmed.
But that takes a lot of mental courage, that takes work, Reverend.
Absolutely. And I watched them do it. And I watched how that's a small part of how they demonstrate being in community together. So it can't just be that. There are a number of different layers that are a part of that actively demonstrate, no, we're doing this together. We're going to take off this one day a month, and we're going to work this land together for these strangers that are coming to build here, and then we're going to celebrate and feast together. And then in the midst of all of that, we have this, oh, by the way, we discovered that you killed my brother. So it's in the midst of all of these actions that actively demonstrate community. And that leads
I'm sorry.
to the second question. That's okay. Which is youth committing crimes are drastically increasing. On any given day, nearly 60,000 youth under age 18 are incarcerated in juvenile jails and prisons in the United States. Within 5 years, more than 76% of released prisoners are rearrested. Kind of thinking about the things that we've talked about in terms of restorative justice and other ways of people being in community, what are your thoughts on rehabilitation and recidivism as it relates to our criminal justice reform for youth?
Judge, you want me to take that one? You went first last time.
So you can go first. Yes,
I'll go. Yeah. Okay. Before I answer that, I do want to come back to the reconciliation discussion briefly. And one of the things that makes those reconciliation efforts maybe a tad bit different than any type of reconciliation efforts that we can have here in the United States is that we assume or presume that there was especially with the Rwandan genocide, that there was a relationship had at first, meaning that there were folk together and somehow that relationship broke off.
Broken.
And then we can reconcile, we can come back, we can try to do it again. One of the reasons why, and I've written about this and published on this, one of the reasons why something like reconciliation, maybe even with Black and brown people in the police, or the big one, racial reconciliation that we always talk about, is really a fallacy, is because there has never been a time that we have ever all just been together. And so when I'm doing this talk, I just say, well, you give me the date, the year, the time period, and we can go back. And when I say it like that, people, oh, I get what you're saying. So racial reconciliation or reconciliation can be a tool used by oppressors to get folk to believe that the weight of the sin, if you will, are equal, and which a lot of times they're really not. And that a whole lot of people who are willing to forgive us or forgive each other, there's a lot of grace that goes into that. And so if I wronged a person and a person forgives me, I truly appreciate that, because that is a graceful move for that other person. And I don't get to dictate when that person does that, when that person suffers. So going back to Reverend Robinson saying that it can be an ongoing process, that is correct, because a lot of times we just want, I said I'm sorry, I ain't gonna do it no more. And then you need to just forgive me and let's move on and move forward. And the person is still dealing with the pain and the frustration, the anxiety, the worry, the doubt, and all the other stuff. So I just wanted to throw that out there about reconciliation, making sure that the person that is actually, that has the power and that wronged the person needs to understand that there is a heavier burden on them than the person that is coming to the table, so to speak, that have received the brunt of the pain and suffering. So with that being said, going back to your youth question, my question is, if that is the case, which I do agree that there is this little spike and increase, I just want to know why. Why? Because, again, going back to the language there, if I inherently believe that some of these folk are wilding out because it is just who they are, that's just what they're going to do, and we just need to control them, we need to do whatever we need to do just to make sure that we stop them as much as we possibly can, then there's nothing we can do, because we have already made the decision that they're going to do this anyway, and let's just move forward. However, going back to Judge McMullen's point, if we take our time and sit down and try to wrestle with this thing a little bit and try to figure out what's really going on, why do we have folk like this? Why are people doing the things that they're doing? I can also bring up guns and the availability of guns, but I won't right now, maybe a little bit later. But if we are talking about what's really going on, that's going to take some time. That's going to take a process that a lot of us just don't want to deal with, simply because we want quick and fast answers. And the truth of the matter is, there are not quick and fast answers to a lot of this stuff. We've tried that.
I just can't agree with you more, Reverend Johnson. You are just music to my ears. This is I could just sit back and listen to you talk. I do believe in rehabilitation, and to just echo some of your sentiments, Reverend Johnson. The problem is so systemic in our community because of all of the over penalization, the war on drugs, those things that we now know were wrong, and those things were so disruptive of the family. We are still suffering as a result of those things, or at least our communities are still suffering as a result of those. And so we as a community have to dig deep in terms of really getting down and resolving the problems. And I'm not exactly sure we're prepared to do that. What I will say is the juvenile court system, and I've done a little studying on this. I don't preside over juvenile court, but I've watched it because I am a mother of a Black child and 2 Black children, and it is near and dear to me. When juvenile courts were created, they were created with the vision of taking care of children who did not have parents. They were created with the vision and with the concept of providing these children with what their parents could not provide: schooling, clothing, knowledge, because we know that a child's brain is not fully developed until, well into their, 20s. Some of them anyway. So anyway, I'm sorry, Reverend Robinson.
It's supposed to be 25.
Yes. 25. But we laugh, but it is so true,
That's right.
And we have to really pay attention to what we're doing with our youth, because that's what's going to bleed into the next generation. If we don't fix it with our youth in this generation, the problem is just going to continue to compound. And so my take, I still believe in rehabilitation. I still believe in treating juveniles like juveniles. I still believe that the juvenile court should be, again, separate from adult courts. I think we should have specialized juvenile courts with specialized attention to mental health, specialized attention to cases involving guns, specialized attention to cases involving whatever the sex abuse may be, whatever the issue may be. We have to have experts dealing with that. And that's where we need to have our resources, whether it's monies, whether it's making sure that the right people are in place to ensure that the right programming is in place. We got to have the right community stakeholders understanding that the answer is in our juvenile court system. It's going to impact us all. I think I had a quote, and Reverend Johnson, I got to give you this quote. Hold on. James Baldwin. For these are all our children. We will all profit by or pay for whatever they become. And I truly believe that. So we cannot give up on this generation.
And understanding that reproductive justice is a framework that that centers the woman and centers the family and centers the community. We have to. This is a great place for restorative justice, for corrective action, because what the thing that is significant in that is that you are looking at this small person and all the things that it is connected to. It's not an island. What is the community of this child like? What is their family system like? What is their school system like? Do they have a religious construct that informs their decisions? And then also, how can we set this person up so that they're successful in re-engaging with their family, re-engaging with their community, re-engaging with all the systems that it is connected to, so it doesn't feel like the penal system is its home.
Right. And what I have told clergy, and I've told others when I get an opportunity to talk on subjects such as these, when we talk about our youth, I'm like, okay, if you lock them up, because we still got some pastors, lock them up, throw away the key, get rid of them and stuff. Unless they die in prison, guess where they're going to come back to?
Exactly. Exactly.
They're going to come right back to the community. And if they are not rehabilitated, or if they are not in another frame of mind, so
they're going to perpetuate the same thing.
About families and communities. So it is in our best interest to really wrestle with this and to try to discern what it is that we need to do to help our young people. I mean, so one of the biggest, we just, last month, we just finished a race where we elected a new DA, we elected a new juvenile court judge, and we elected some judges. And many of them, especially the DA and the judge, juvenile court judge, ran on a platform of re-examining what it is that we've been doing all these years. I mean, let's try. Okay, we talk about crime, we talk about crime rate, but let's talk about, okay, if whatever we're doing, and if we still got the crime rate, it must not work.
Working.
I mean, that is just smart in every facet except criminal justice, it seems. Like we just keep pouring then the same thing and expecting different results. And we just
and Einstein said that was insanity.
Yeah, that's insanity, right? I mean, so it's like, so Memphis and Shelby County said, "Oh, okay, we heard that. Let's try it. Let's try something new." And to
that end, women are the fastest growing population of incarcerated people. and incarceration of women has almost doubled in the last 40 years. Currently, over 1 million women are behind bars or under the control of the criminal justice system. Much of that spike can be contributed to arrests due to women being victims of domestic violence, navigating substance use disorder, sex work, and HIV criminalization. Reproductive justice advocates believe that women and pregnant people will be incarcerated at a startling rate for seeking abortion care in states where it is illegal. Women and pregnant people are often heads of households in many urban cities across America, who also often identify as people of faith, spiritual and or religious people, or they rely on religious communities' support. What is the role of the church as it relates to protecting and advocating for them?
Judge?
Now I was going to defer to you again, but I'll go ahead and take a stab.
I can start, but
Reverend Robinson, I'll defer to you. You probably know better.
You can start then, because we started one, so.
I'd be guessing, but
I think it's important. I think it's important for us to make space for the significant divide in religious spaces along how women are treated, along how women are perceived in each of these situations. Most often women are perceived in a negative light if they were a sex worker, if they have a substance use disorder, if they are living with HIV, and if they choose to end a pregnancy. And the thing that you all have stated over and over again that I want to use as a way of not just moving us forward, but summarizing our time together is we need to go back and look again. Our perceptions on our role as on this panel as faith leaders has to be shepherds. And it has to be people committing to journey with whomever the people are that feel like they are a part of our congregation. And we shepherd by providing support. We don't shepherd by providing judgment. We shepherd by allowing people to develop their own intimate and personal relationship with God. We create a place for them to do that, and we provide some guidelines or structure, helping them understand the text in the ways that we perceive, but we have to make room for them to gain their own understanding and respect and honor that. And I personally believe in doing that, we will be more able to stave off some of what's happening and be able to actually be a part of the protection that women and birthing folk have who are experiencing encounters with the criminal justice system.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to be quick, Reverend Johnson, because I know you got a message to bless us with. The only thing that I will say to this is we have to learn from our mistakes of the past. And we, especially Tennessee, we are in the process of going through and relearning what we did with our sentencing and over criminalization of crimes, which was a byproduct of the war on drugs, which is why a lot of women are in jail now because of their participation with either their boyfriend or significant other or whatever, you know, where they're tangentially involved and then end up in jail. But criminalization or incarceration shouldn't be the initial reaction, because it does cause such a destabilizing impact on our communities. So, and to answer more directly, I believe that the church should, and I'm going to piggyback on what I heard in a lot of the other discussions, should have an honest discussion and become a genuine safe space for people to come. I mean, I was raised in the church, and it's changed significantly, I think, because of the different issues that are attended to today. I don't know if it's kept up with all the different issues that that society or we as a community are facing. So, being an honest place to seek safe harbor and being knowledgeable about these issues, genuinely knowledgeable, so people can trust that they can be vulnerable in that space. Right. And then I'll yield to Reverend Johnson.
Reverend Johnson, you have 2 minutes because I want to give y'all time to close.
Yeah. I mean, because you both said it so eloquently, I don't really need to say anything other than 2 quick things. Number one, the good news is that I do believe, especially a lot of the folk in the Black church are coming around and beginning to understand that this is I like how you said it, Reverend Robinson. This is a shepherding issue. You know, this is what as a pastor, that's your role, to shepherd, to guide, to pray with, to be in community with the family as they're making some of the toughest decisions that they will ever have to make. But the other thing is, and like I said, I've been listening off and on all day. I mean, a lot of us, we just gonna have to stop subscribing to white evangelical theology. And so if we could just get out of that mode, there are theological frameworks that are available that we have talked about, that some of the panelists today have talked about, that is readily available. I got books behind me that can help you, that they are readily available, that you can actually have a whole different theological paradigm, and some of these questions would not even be problematic at all with you. Because you will see them as loving neighbor as yourself. Isn't that what Bishop talked about today and preached about today? You will see that as shepherding. You will see that as, you know what, I need to be in relationship with this person who's going through a crisis right now, instead of being judgmental and beating them up and all of that good stuff. So I mean, all that's bad stuff, really. But that's what is actually needed. I have been on a pursuit, if you will, to get ministers and preachers and you know, as I teach, as I preach, as I labor in the vineyard, please disassociate yourself. If you don't hear anything that I say, anything today, disassociate yourself from white evangelical theology. It is slowly killing us. It is slowly killing us, and it's been killing us for a long period of time.
It's been killing us dead.
It is even dismantling the white church and white conservative churches, because a lot of people are looking at that and saying, if that's God, I don't want to have anything to do with them, without even looking at the rich resources that have come up out of the Black preaching and teaching tradition, or the Black theological tradition, or any other tradition that is welcoming and affirming and still grounded in the faith, understanding faith as something not to be picked at and solved, but as a journey of discernment and growing and admitting when you're wrong or when you got it wrong, and then grow again and go back and help people to grow and grow again. Those are the theological frameworks that are available to anyone who really wants to be a person of faith and to do this type of work. And it's out there. All you have to do is just get in those spaces and places and come out of Babylon.
And not be afraid that your belief in God is going to suffer. Your belief in God is yours.
My God.
And nobody's going to take it. And you're not going to lose it.
Yes.
You decide to look again.
Whew.
You're not going to lose it.
My.
Nobody.
That's right. You're gonna find a deeper relationship.
Yes.
You're gonna find a wholesome relationship. I mean, think about everybody who has taken that journey, and then they found and they discovered themselves, and they discovered, you know, you like Sojourner Truth when she was still Isabella Bumfree. God, I didn't know that you was so big, in fact, that I changed my name to Sojourner Truth because I need to serve a God that is bigger than all of my conceptions. And when you get that, oh my God, it's so liberating. Come out of Babylon. Come out of hashtag that. Come out of hashtag. Come out of Babylon.
Yes. Hashtag set yourself free.
Glory.
Yourself free.
The sermon this afternoon.
What am I having?
Set yourself free. Yes. Come out and set yourself free.
Y'all ain't right. I'm just gonna be quiet and I'm gonna hold my head down. I ain't saying nothing.
Well, that's too bad because we have 7 minutes. We have 7 minutes.
Do we really? Okay.
This has been so rich because it is so important to understand that for us as Black folk, with our religious institutions having been the center of our communities in ways that we have essentially abandoned, in part because we don't trust them anymore. We don't trust them because they have become places that judge us, that set us up with letters on our chest that we can never be redeemed from. And that is in no way God. That is in no way source. That is a very limited, finite view of God that nobody can grow in.
And it's designed that way, though. It is actually designed that way. You're absolutely right that you are stuck in this, what I think you are, and that's all you can be, and that's all you need to be, and operate within that space. That's all that, and that's exactly what it. I mean, one of my students is actually Ayo Morton. She is actually writing her dissertation on this particular subject about women, the blues women, as she calls them, blues women coming, and the church. How can the church respond to these so-called quote unquote blues women? And I can't wait till she finishes that and get that thing published because it's going to bless a lot of folks. Shout out to Ayo Morton, my student over at the University of Memphis.
So in closing, I want to ask you, each of you, to share any last thoughts or wisdom with those that are listening.
Real quick, I'll be first. I am just so honored and privileged to be a part of this. I'm so glad to get to meet you and know you, and I hope our paths cross again. Thank you again, Sharice, Reverend Elise, and all in Sister Reach. Thank you again for inviting me. I am honored and privileged, and you know I'm just only a phone call away. Thank you.
Judge
I want to echo what Reverend Johnson just said. I think first, just thank you, Sister Reach and Reverend Sharice, for allowing me to be a part of this. This has been powerful, just extremely powerful, and it's really a gift to the community. I'm hopeful that everyone will benefit. I'm sure they will. The other piece that I would share, I guess, is for everyone to understand and take Sister Reach's example and to be informed and be active, be engaged in what is going on around you. Because the more you are, the more you're in control of and can do things about what is going on in the community.
Yes.
And I think that's the mission here at Sister Reach and the example that's being displayed by Sister Reach. There are things that are going on that they are trying to empower people through the information and the activism and with this platform. And I'm just thankful to be a part of it. And actually thankful to have met both of you, Reverend Johnson and Reverend Robinson. Thank you so much.
And so I just want to say to you all that it has been a joy to be in community with you all for this hour. and to have gotten the opportunity to meet you, Judge McMillan, and you, Reverend Johnson. Thank you so much, Sister Reach, Reverend Sharice, Reverend Elise, and the other staff that put this together. This has been amazing. And for those of you that are listening, know that we are all here. We're just a phone call away. But more importantly than that, you will remain in our prayers, and we will lift you up before the divine, because all of us have so much that we can be doing, that we have the opportunity to do, that we're all going to grow and become better in the ways that we engage in community. I believe that. And that would not have been possible had we not had the opportunity to sharpen each other, and had we not had the opportunity to experience this encounter today. So thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, this has been excellent. I just feel so full. Thank you all so much for joining us for Sister Reach's inaugural Faith Advocacy and Religion Symposium. We appreciate every panelist, our keynote speaker, Reverend Dr. Yvette Flunder, every moderator, our marketing team, Signature Marketing, our sponsors and donors, and our virtual production team, Kara Solutions, who has held it down all day, making sure that this was a wonderful presentation for you today. Together, you brought encouraging and real discussions to educate, encourage, and empower all of us. I would like to invite you to join us for our Reproductive Justice at the Intersections Awards. It's going to be on October 22nd, this year at 6 p.m. And we're going to be holding it virtually because we just are still very serious about making sure that we're being mindful of health because we're still in the pandemic. And here in Memphis, we have a bit of an outbreak of monkeypox, as well as still navigating COVID-19. So we're going to celebrate our community leaders, social justice activists, and those who work to make our city a better place. We'd also like to invite you to join our Interfaith Coalition for Human Rights. In this coalition, we will integrate the 6 fundamental policy agenda items that we use at Sister Reach to do our work with well-rounded and thoughtful theological consideration. We center and advocate for religious autonomy and other human rights of marginalized and disenfranchised people. You may find the link to sign up on our Facebook page and on the digital flyer that Kara Solutions is also putting on the screen. Or you may contact us by visiting sisterreach-tn.org. I would like to honor one of our former Sister Reach youth ambassadors and my mentee, Miss Sylvia Johnson, who lost her life just a couple weeks ago. We heard from Sylvia today during a couple of our commercial breaks. God bless her daughter, her parents, her family, and her friends, whom she leaves to carry on her legacy, as we will also do here at Sister Reach. We dedicate this symposium to you, Sylvia, and we love you so much and miss you so much. Finally, as we have had a beautiful day of honoring and centering each other, our spirituality, and the wholeness of our lives, I ask us to send love and prayers to Reverend Dr. Renita Weems, who could not be with us today because she was ill. Reverend Michael Malcolm, who lost his grandmother this morning and needed to be with his family. And a very special thank you to our Faith and Education Outreach Coordinator, Dr. Sylvia Rue, who coordinated this amazing symposium today and who could not join us as she too is battling illness. We love you, Doc, and we're praying for you for your body to be restored. The same for you, Dr. Weems, and we are standing in faith and love with you, Reverend Malcolm, and your family as you mourn and grieve, but celebrate the life of your grandmother. Reverend Elise, we appreciate you and thank you so much for supporting Dr. Rue in the coordination of this amazing symposium. I am truly blessed to have such an amazing team. Now to all of you Thank you again for joining us today. We are going to be sending out a survey link that we really want to hear from you, and make sure that as we continue to try to put something like this together for you in the future, as we present another symposium in the future, we want to make sure that we did this thing right? We want to make sure that we were being mindful of the things that you wanted to talk about, that the speakers were the type of speakers that you needed to hear from, that the information was the type of information that you wanted to receive. And we want to know about how we can make this thing better, right? Even if we have to do it virtually again, we hope that we'll be able to do it. We pray that we'll be able to do it in person next time. So please do click the survey link if it is in the chat of your various ways that you're watching today, and it'll be sent to you at the end of our time today. We hope that you heard something that transformed you, offered clarity, and mobilizes you to do this great work together. Peace, love, and liberation. Until next time.